Chapter 2016. Wen Yan, are you sure? There's nothing wrong with your head? Duan Lingtian's cold voice suddenly reverberated in the Fire Remuneration Palace. At this moment, almost everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan. The tension in the air was so strong that it could explode at any time. When Wen Yan saw Duan Lingtian staring at her like an idiot and heard Duan Lingtian's words, she could not help but tremble violently. Immediately, Wen Yan was so enraged that her body began to tremble involuntarily. Her face became even more distorted as the cold light in her eyes reached its pinnacle. The fury in her heart continued to rise until it reached a critical point. Earlier, when Wen Yan found out the person in front of her was Duan Lingtian, her first thought was to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, when she thought about it again, she felt it would be too easy for him. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here today. And at this moment, she also said such a sentence. Duan Lingtian had slapped her in public. It was no different from humiliating her in public. She could almost foresee it. It would not take long for the entire holy land of Zoroastrianism and even the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism to spread the news of her being humiliated by Duan Lingtian today. When she thought of this, she realized she could not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. For this reason, she suppressed the anger in her heart and did not rush to make a move. She wanted to make Duan Lingtian kowtow to her as an apology and slap him 10 times before she made a move on him. She wanted to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would say something like this. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to say there was something wrong with her head. Moreover, he did not take her seriously at all. Wen Yan could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. Wen Yan suddenly let out an explosive roar. Her anger, which had already reached a critical point, was completely vented by this explosive roar. She could no longer control her anger. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on her body and swept out like a hurricane. Many Saint Land disciples with a weaker cultivation base in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt pressured. This aura was Wen Yan's saint origin that was at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on high alert. The Sun Saint energy in his body surged out through the 99 saint veins and covered the surface of his body. His eyes were extremely cold as well. Just as Wen Yan's aura reached its peak and she was about to make her move, Duan Lingtian. A cold snort sounded from the inner hall of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on Wen Yan's head, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Duan Palace, Duan Lingtian with Duan Lingtian. You're not allowed to act recklessly in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Following that, a cold and distant voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It was none other than the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager. The Fire Remuneration Palace's supervisor was also a Saint Land Silver Flame Elder. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the supervisor was the only one who dared to speak to Wen Yan in such a manner. After all, although the few Bronze Flame Elders in the Fire Remuneration Palace were Zoroastrianism elders, they might not be a match for Wen Yan. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they did not dare to criticize Wen Yan. I'll wait for you outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. If you're a man, don't be a coward. After taking a deep breath, Wen Yan glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before she turned around and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid Duan Lingtian would cower in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly before he said indifferently, "It's not up to you to judge whether I'm a man or not, Wen Yan. If an ordinary woman said this to me, I might say, won't you know whether I'm a man or not after giving it a try? However, I really can't bring myself to say that to you, Wen Yan. Even if you strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all. When Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Yun that Kerr and his daughter were in the enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's report, he was filled with rage. Moreover, he hated Wen Yan even though he did not know her at all. If it was not for Wen Yan's report, Kerr would not have been in such a dangerous situation where her life would be in danger at any time. For this reason, when he saw Wen Yan today, the rage in his heart had completely exploded. That was also the reason why he had blocked Wen Yan's path and given her a slap. Duan Lingtian asked himself. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world, due to the influence of his family and friends, his temper was no longer as cold as it was in his previous life. From the past until now, he rarely took the initiative to cause trouble. However, after learning about Wen Yan's identity today, he could no longer hold himself back and directly went up to her to give her a slap. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Kerr was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. For the sake of Kerr, even if he had to make the entire world his enemy, what did he, Duan Lingtian, have to fear? Gasp! 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 In the Fire Remuneration Palace, almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Even if you, Wen Yan, strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all. To a woman, this was undoubtedly a ruthless sentence. This was because this sentence completely negated a woman's charm. No matter how strong a woman was, she would still want a man to acknowledge her charm. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly negated Wen Yan's charm. Wen Yan, who had just arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, paused for a moment before she began to tremble violently. I'll wait for you to come out. Wen Yan said coldly before she hastily walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid she would not be able to hold herself back and attack Duan Lingtian if she continued to stay in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If that happened, the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager would definitely intervene. Although Wen Yan was confident in her strength, she was not so arrogant to think she was a match for the manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace was not just a Saint Land Silver Flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. As the manager of the palace, this Silver Flame elder was one of the strongest Silver Flame elders in the Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't Duan Lingtian too ruthless? After Wen Yan left, one of the Saint Lan disciples gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. What enmity does Duan Lingtian have with senior sister Wen Yan? Not only did he slap senior sister Wen Yan in public, he even denied senior sister Wen Yan's charm as a woman. To a woman, such humiliation is absolutely worse than death. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. If I were senior sister Wen Yan, I would have already attacked him. Unless he hides in the Fire Remuneration Palace, senior sister Wen Yan won't let him go. Where did he get his confidence from? How dare he humiliate senior sister Wen Yan? Is he confident he's stronger than senior sister Wen Yan? Humph. Don't tell me he thinks senior sister Wen Yan is a pushover like Yangwen. Based on the Saint Lan disciples' discussion, none of them felt Duan Lingtian was a match for Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Wen Yan's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian had killed the true disciple, Yangwen, he was still inferior to Wen Yan. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard the whispers of the Saint Lan disciples. However, would he hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace and not leave because he was afraid of Wen Yan? Naturally, the answer was no. Duan Lingtian moved his body and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. It was as though there was nothing in the Fire Remuneration Palace that he was reluctant to leave. If he was afraid of Wen Yan, he would not have blocked her path and slapped her from the beginning. He actually left just like that? This. Is he really not afraid of death? Death? Don't forget, as long as the rules of Zoroastrianism are still in place, even senior sister Wen Yan won't dare to cripple or kill Duan Lingtian. Although that's the case, based on senior sister Wen Yan's anger, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he'll at least be skinned alive. That's for sure. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace immediately swarmed out as well. At this moment, only a few bronze flame elders were left in the Fire Remuneration Palace. These few Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elders who were on duty behind the counter were actually itching to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace to join in the fun. However, they did not dare to leave the counter so easily due to their duties. I don't think there'll be anyone coming to the Fire Remuneration Palace for the time being. If all of you want to go out and have a look, go ahead. At this moment, a voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner hall again. It was the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's overseer. Upon hearing this, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elders no longer hesitated and followed the group of Saint Lan disciples out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. All of them wanted to know, how would today's matter end? Naturally, deep down in their hearts, they were more inclined to support Wen Yan. After all, Wen Yan was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength was widely acknowledged as well. Duan Lingtian was the first to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as he walked out, he saw Wen Yan standing in the distance. Wen Yan was standing on an empty space in the central square as she stared at him coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wen Yan indifferently after he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Chapter 2017. Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. However, would Wen Yan allow him to leave? Naturally, the answer was no. Trying to run away? Wen Yan's eyes turned cold as she shouted coldly. At the same time, she moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path. This scene was very familiar to the group of Saint Lan disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, this time, the person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path had been swapped. When they were in the Fire Remuneration Palace, it was Duan Lingtian who blocked Wen Yan's path. However, it was Wen Yan who blocked Duan Lingtian's path now. Run away? When Duan Lingtian heard Wen Yan's cold voice and saw her blocking his path, he smiled disdainfully. Wen Yan, don't you think too highly of yourself? You're just a true disciple who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. You're not qualified to make me, Duan Lingtian, run away. When Wen Yan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was enraged. The saint origin in her body roared as she prepared to make her move. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I'm going to the Palace of Death now. If you're brave enough, come with me to the Palace of Death and sign a death pact. I think, the current you must be itching to kill me as well, right? In that case, I'll give you a chance to kill me. What do you think? Duan Lingtian suddenly changed the topic and said something that nobody expected. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to have a death duel with Wen Yan. Palace of Death? Death Pact? Duan Lingtian's voice was not soft. Apart from the group of Saint Lan disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Lan disciples in the central square immediately gathered in the direction of the Fire Remuneration Palace when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian is going to the Palace of Death again? Who's Duan Lingtian going to sign a death pact with? The group of Saint Lan's disciples who had gathered around the fire remuneration palace only heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. Due to this reason, they did not know who Duan Lingtian intended to establish a death pact with. Isn't the person confronting Duan Lingtian senior sister Wenyan? It really is senior sister Wenyan. Could it be that Duan Lingtian wants to enter the Hall of Life and Death with senior sister Wenyan to establish a life and death contract? At the same time, many disciples who had just arrived also saw Wenyan and recognized her. Wenyan was one of the two most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Naturally, everyone in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism knew about her. Seeing Duan Lingtian confronting Wenyan, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had just arrived were extremely puzzled. How did these two people get into a fight? After a while, many of the Saint Land's disciples who had just walked out of the fire remuneration palace began to explain the situation. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior sister Wenyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated senior sister Wenyan in such a manner. I was wondering why there's a faint palm print on senior sister Wenyan's face. As it turns out, it's the mark of being slapped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too valiant. Not only did he take the initiative to provoke senior sister Wenyan, but he even threatened to establish a death pact with senior sister Wenyan. Is he really that confident? He might just be deliberately mystifying things. Deliberately mystifying things? Previously, Yang Wen thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things when he challenged him to a death pact. However, what happened in the end? He's dead. Based on what you're saying, you think Duan Lingtian is confident he can kill senior sister Wenyan, so he issued a death pact with senior sister Wenyan? After learning about the ins and outs of the matter, the group of Saint Lan disciples began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their discussion, a small portion of them felt Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill Wenyan. However, most of them did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Wenyan at all. In fact, when they heard this, Wenyan's strength was much more profound than Duan Lingtian's strength. I wonder if senior sister Wenyan will agree to Duan Lingtian's death pact or not. I think so. After all, Duan Lingtian has humiliated her in public. With her temper, I'm sure she'll want to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. If Duan Lingtian really dares to establish a death pact with senior sister Wenyan, he'll definitely die today. Most of the Saint Lan disciples did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Suddenly, a Saint Lan disciple who had been paying attention to Wenyan from the beginning said in a low voice, "Didn't all of you notice that senior sister Wenyan's expression has turned slightly grave? It seems like she's still afraid of Duan Lingtian. She might not dare to accept the death pact with Duan Lingtian." As soon as the Saint Lan disciple finished speaking, all the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Wenyan in unison. As expected, Wenyan's expression turned grave when she heard Duan Lingtian's death pact. She did not respond to Duan Lingtian for a long time. Really? Senior sister Wenyan is afraid? How's this possible? Senior sister Wenyan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Don't tell me she doesn't even have the courage to fight a death pact with Duan Lingtian, a new disciple? I wonder what senior sister Wenyan is thinking. Perhaps, she thinks it's a little risky to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads. Their words were filled with disappointment. It was as the group of Saint Lan disciples had said. Wenyan was truly afraid at this moment. When Duan Lingtian said he would go to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact with her, the first thing that came to her mind was Yang Wen, who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands a month ago. She was very clear about the ins and outs of that matter. In the beginning, it was also Duan Lingtian who had issued the death pact with Yang Wen. At that time, it was not only Yang Wen, but the other Saint Lan disciples also thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. They were certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Yang Wen. Due to this reason, after Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen signed the death pact in the Palace of Death, not many people placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Almost everyone placed their bets on Yang Wen. They were certain Yang Wen would be the one who would survive in the end. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen. This new disciple whom 90% of the Saint Lan disciples did not think highly of had killed Yang Wen, who had become a true disciple a long time ago. Today, history was repeating itself. Duan Lingtian had issued the death pact again. However, his opponent this time was not Yang Wen, but her, Wen Yan. Wen Yan was, naturally, confident in her own strength. However, Duan Lingtian was a mystery to her. Ever since Duan Lingtian entered Zoroastrianism, it had only taken less than a year for him to rise in the Four Symbols Sanctums and enter the Saint Land. She was not certain if Duan Lingtian still had any trump cards up his sleeves when he killed Yang Wen previously. Due to this reason, she did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. Why? You don't dare? When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yan's expression had turned solemn and she did not respond to his words for a long time, he scoffed disdainfully, "Since you don't dare, then scram as far as you can. A good dog doesn't block the way." Upon seeing this, many Saint Lan disciples could not help but shake their heads. I really don't know what Senior Sister Wen Yan is thinking. Why didn't she seize such a good opportunity? Perhaps, Senior Sister Wen Yan is traumatized by Yang Wen's death, 9th on the true ranking. What a joke! If it was Senior Sister Ru Yan who's ranked 7th on the true ranking, she would definitely not be as cowardly as Wen Yan. Of course. Senior Sister Ru Yan has always been stronger than Wen Yan. Some Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves and mentioned Gan Ru Yan, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking. She was Ker's twin sister. Senior Sister Wen Yan is still inferior to Senior Sister Ru Yan. Rumor has it that Senior Sister Ru Yan was imprisoned by the enforcement hall because Wen Yan reported her to the enforcement hall. It's obvious Wen Yan is abusing her position to get rid of Senior Sister Ru Yan through the enforcement hall. Is this rumor true? In any case, I think it's very believable. If that's the case, Wen Yan is too cunning. It's fine if she can't win against Senior Sister Ru Yan openly, but she's even using underhanded means to get Senior Sister Ru Yan into the enforcement hall. No matter how Senior Sister Ru Yan will be punished by the enforcement hall in the future, the only goddess in my heart is Senior Sister Ru Yan. As for Wen Yan, she'll never be able to compare to Senior Sister Ru Yan in my heart. Me too. When a Saint Lan disciple mentioned Gan Ru Yan, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene burst into an uproar again. Someone even revealed a piece of juicy news. Many Saint Lan disciples who were still addressing Wen Yan as Senior Sister just a moment ago suddenly addressed her by her name. Their respect for her had completely disappeared. All of a sudden, Wen Yan was pushed to the forefront of the storm. When Wen Yan heard the discussions of the Saint Lan disciples around her, she, who was already in a bad mood, flew into a rage again. "Shut up, all of you!" All of a sudden, Wen Yan shouted coldly. Her cold gaze swept across the group of Saint Lan disciples in the surroundings, causing the disciples who were still discussing animatedly to fall silent. However, although these Saint Lan disciples had fallen silent, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Wen Yan. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Humph. Wen Yan, who was enraged by the disdainful gazes of the group of Saint Lan disciples, quickly turned to look at Duan Lingtian and snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtian, I don't want your life. I'll torture you slowly to vent the hatred in my heart." As soon as Wen Yan finished speaking, the saint origin in her body began to stir as a terrifying aura spread out from her body. If you don't dare to do it, just admit it. Why are you looking for an excuse? Chapter 2018. You're seeking death. Faced with Duan Lingtian's repeated provocations, Wen Yan could no longer hold it in. Her saint origin surged out of her body, causing the air to tremble. She was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! At this moment, Wen Yan fully displayed the strength of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As soon as Wen Yan's saint origin surged out of her body, Duan Lingtian immediately cast his assist-type divine ability. The Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating for a long time turned into a whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by the whirlpool. Golden Crow's Wings. When the Sun Saint energy in his body was raised to its limit through the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and instantly cast his movement divine ability. A pair of wings that burned with raging flames appeared behind Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, the pair of wings suddenly flapped. Swoosh! Boom! 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 As the deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian had already retreated at lightning speed. As soon as Duan Lingtian retreated, Wen Yan charged forward with the 100 inscription saint sword in her hand. Her target was Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian pointed his sword out, ripples appeared in the air. The sword completely ignored the air resistance in its wake. The speed of the sword was even faster than Duan Lingtian's current speed. In the eyes of most of the Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan seemed to have transformed into afterimages. Even so, they could still see Wen Yan's speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. As expected, Wen Yan is stronger. At this moment, many Saint Lan disciples thought to themselves, "How dare you challenge me to a death duel with such strength?" When Wen Yan saw she was about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, she could not help but scoff. Her tone was filled with disdain. "With just this little bit of strength, aren't you afraid to accept the challenge?" Hearing Wen Yan's words, Duan Lingtian immediately retorted, his tone filled with disdain. "You're courting death." Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly like adding fuel to the fire. It caused Wen Yan to fly into a rage. As she swung the 100 inscription saint sword in her hand, its speed seemed to have increased. "It's time to end this." Just as the 100 inscriptions sacred sword in Wen Yan's hand accelerated and was about to make contact with Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes narrowed, but his body continued to move backward. Whoosh! A short-lived sword cry, like the cry of a phoenix, suddenly resounded in the void. To the people present, they could only hear the sound of the sword whistling, but they did not see the sword that caused the whistling sound. Duan Lingtian stopped retreating and came to a halt almost at the same time when the sword howled in the air. Ah! At the instant Duan Lingtian came to a halt, a shrill cry reverberated in the air. It shocked everyone present so much that they could not help but snap back to their senses. Clang! Just as everyone regained their senses, the sound of metal falling to the ground attracted everyone's attention. That's Wen Yan's 100 inscription saint sword? At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples recognized the sword that had fallen to the ground. It was the 100 inscription saint sword that Wen Yan had used to attack Duan Lingtian. Drip! Drip! While the people were still in shock from seeing Wen Yan's 100 inscription saint sword falling to the ground, they saw drops of dazzling blood dripping from the ground beside the 100 inscription saint sword, forming beautiful red roses on the ground. When the people saw this, they immediately looked up and saw Wen Yan hovering in the air. Wen Yan stood there, her face was as pale as a sheet. A hint of lingering fear could be seen in her eyes. At this moment, Wen Yan seemed to have forgotten to stop her bleeding. At this moment, Wen Yan's Holy Land disciple uniform had been cut open on the arm of her hand that was holding the sword, and it was covered in blood. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury, otherwise, she would not be bleeding profusely like she was now. Half of her white robe was stained red with blood. At this moment, Wen Yan was glaring at Duan Lingtian as she tried to stop her bleeding. There was only one thought left in her mind. Fortunately, I did not accept his death duel challenge. Even though she had concentrated all her attention on the sword, she still couldn't catch the slightest trace of it. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was terrifying. It was that strike that had easily knocked the 100 inscription saint sword out of her hand. Moreover, it had brushed past her right arm, leaving behind a deep gash on it. If this is a death duel, that sword earlier is enough to take my life. Wen Yan did not doubt this at all. That sword was so fast that she could not catch the shadow of it at all. That sword was not something she could withstand at all. At the very least, it was not something she could withstand at this moment. Due to this reason, Wen Yan was glad she did not accept Duan Lingtian's death duel challenge. If it was a battle of life and death earlier, Duan Lingtian's sword would not have merely slashed her arm and caused her to suffer a superficial wound. Instead, it would have slashed her throat, pierced between her brows, or pierced through her heart. Even until now, Wen Yan still broke out in cold sweat when she recalled the sword strike earlier. It was to the extent that her gaze when she looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with terror and joy. Why? Are you glad you didn't accept my death duel challenge? Duan Lingtian smirked when he saw Wen Yan's gaze. If Wen Yan had heard Duan Lingtian's words before she witnessed the sword strike that Duan Lingtian had executed earlier, she would definitely be furious and would not be willing to be outdone. However, at this moment, she kept her mouth shut and did not even dare to make a sound. However, the flames of hatred still burned in the depths of her eyes. She was only temporarily suppressing it. Although she knew she was no match for Duan Lingtian, she did not let go of her hatred for Duan Lingtian. She would never forget the humiliation she had received from Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Endure. Right now, she had no choice but to endure. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and appeared in front of Wen Yan in just a blink of an eye. Wen Yan's expression changed drastically, but she did not dare to act rashly. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would hurt and torture her if she moved? In Zoroastrianism, as long as one did not kill or cripple a fellow disciple, one would not violate the sect's rules. Earlier, you said you wanted to torture me slowly? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Wen Yan. It was as though he was talking about something unimportant. Upon hearing this, Wen Yan's expression changed drastically, but she did not reply. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the air. When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yan was ignoring him, he raised his hand and gave her a slap on the other side of her face. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the surrounding Saint Land disciples could not help but gasp. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so valiant as to give Wen Yan another slap. After being slapped again, Wen Yan only felt dizzy and her vision blurred. When she regained her senses, her eyes shone with hatred as she glared at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Wen Yan many times. What? You're still not convinced? Wen Yan's gaze made Duan Lingtian extremely displeased. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian recalled his wife and daughter who were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's violation of the law, a fire rose in his heart again. Slap! This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he gave Wen Yan another slap without waiting for her reply. Duan Lingtian. You'll regret this. I guarantee you'll regret this. After being slapped twice by Duan Lingtian under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people in the central square, Wen Yan felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. She could no longer hold it in and cried out in a low voice. Regret? Why should I regret it? Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand and gave Wen Yan another slap, causing her head to tilt to the side. This time, Wen Yan had learned her lesson. She no longer turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if one looked closely, they would notice that Wen Yan's eyes were filled with hatred. Wen Yan's eyes, which were filled with endless hatred, seemed like they would pop out at any moment. Her body was extremely stiff, and at the same time, she was trembling violently. At this moment, Wen Yan's heart was filled with hatred and anger. However, she forcefully suppressed it. This was because she did not want to be slapped again. Scram! Duan Lingtian felt bored when he saw Wen Yan admitting defeat. He shouted coldly as he prepared to leave. When Wen Yan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she endured the humiliation and silently moved away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 9th on the true ranking is only a so-so. Before he left, Duan Lingtian looked at Wen Yan coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Wen Yan's body instantly stiffened again. It was only when Duan Lingtian left that Wen Yan picked up her 100 inscription saint sword and hastily left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She did not want to stay a moment longer after she had embarrassed herself so much. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I, Wen Yan, swear that if you don't die, Duan Lingtian, I'm not human. I'm not human. As Wen Yan left, she was roaring in her heart. Her hatred and anger had reached its peak. After Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan left, the group of Saint Lan disciples finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful? It's too terrifying. In just one blow, he struck Wen Yan's 100 inscription saint sword out of her hand and injured her. If that sword was not aimed at Wen Yan's shoulder but her vitals, Wen Yan would have died. The Saint Lan disciples who did not kill were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. He actually humiliated Wen Yan time and time again. Doesn't he know who Wen Yan's master and senior brother are? Some Saint Lan disciples said. Chapter 2019. After Duan Lingtian left the central square, he left the Saint Island. He had already achieved his purpose of coming to the Saint Island. 10 days later, I'll accept a mission to serve in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall. After leaving the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian had a preliminary plan in his heart. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the opportunity to serve in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall, he felt excited again. This was because it meant he would have a chance to meet Ke, his and Ke's daughter. When Duan Lingtian thought about Ke and his daughter, he could not help but think about Gan Ruyen, who was imprisoned in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall with Ke and their daughter. Gan Ruyen was Ke's twin sister. The reason she was imprisoned by the enforcement hall was because she was covering up for Ke. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew the truth, although he did not hate Gan Ruyen, he did not thank her. In his opinion, if it was not for Gan Ruyen taking Ke away, he would not have been separated from Ke. Moreover, his and Ke's daughter would not have not seen him, her father, until now. When Duan Lingtian thought about his wife and daughter, his heart ached again. Ke, that woman who caused you to be imprisoned in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall, I've already taught her a lesson. Unfortunately, she was too cautious and did not agree to the death duel that I proposed. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was a pity, he also realized that Wen Yan was someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If he could find an opportunity to get rid of such a person, it would be best to get rid of her as soon as possible. If he kept her alive, she would become a disaster sooner or later. However, it's not realistic to kill her in the Zoroastrianism, especially now that she has seen my strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. I can only hope that I can find an opportunity to kill her outside of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Wen Yan's strength is indeed not bad. No wonder she's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength is stronger than most powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, although Duan Lingtian had knocked the 100 Inscriptions sacred sword out of Wen Yan's hand and injured her, she no longer had any thoughts of fighting him. However, that was because he had used the Jasper Immortal Sword. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian knew that he was no match for Wen Yan. Based on Wen Yan's ferocious sword strike, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying Wen Yan's strength was. An ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage could not compare to her. It's fortunate that no Silver Flame Elder was present at that time. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but rejoice inwardly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, he had called out to Huolao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to see if there were any Silver Flame Elders hiding in the dark. If there were, he would try his best to avoid their eyes. If there were no Silver Flame Elders, there was nothing for him to worry about. The group of Saint Land disciples and a few Bronze Flame Elders present on the scene would not be able to see through the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Lingtian had activated using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. Before he made his move, Huolao had told him that there were no Silver Flame Elders watching the battle. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had completely let loose and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to knock Wen Yan's 100 Inscriptions sacred sword out of her hand. Not only that, but he had also suppressed Wen Yan, causing her to no longer have any thoughts of fighting him. In the next 10 days, I'll focus on improving my divine ability. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered his room, he immediately entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the various divine abilities that he had mastered. Although he had already mastered these divine abilities, he had yet to master them. There was still a lot of room for improvement. If he could master them, he would be able to improve his strength by a large margin. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had plenty of time to comprehend these divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The news of him slapping Wen Yan a few times and suppressing her had spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It had shocked many of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Who was Wen Yan? She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from her strength, she was also a disciple of a Golden Flame Elder. Before Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yan had already become famous in the Zoroastrianism. At that time, almost everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew her name. As for Duan Lingtian, he was a new disciple who had joined the Zoroastrianism. It took him less than a year to rise from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 Symbols Sanctums, to enter the Saint Land and become a disciple of the Saint Land. In less than a year, Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Since he had just arrived in the Zoroastrianism and had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, when he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, until he killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, a month ago, Duan Lingtian had become famous. Hey! Have you heard? Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was slapped by Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace today. That Duan Ling Tian who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, a month ago? Isn't he a little too bold? What happened in the end? He. I'm afraid you'd never expect Wen Yan to admit defeat in the end. From the beginning until the end, she was slapped 4 times by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, she didn't even dare to make a sound. How could this be? Wen Yan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. How could she possibly endure being humiliated by Duan Ling Tian? This is because Duan Ling Tian managed to knock her 100 inscription saint sword out of her hand and injured her. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to admit defeat when faced with Duan Ling Tian, who's even more powerful than her. How's this possible? How can Duan Ling Tian be so powerful? You don't believe me? You can ask the others. There were almost 1,000 people present at that time, and all of them witnessed Wen Yan being suppressed by Duan Ling Tian to the point she didn't even dare to breathe. Duan Ling Tian's strength is actually so monstrous? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Zoroastrianism saint land. The news of Duan Ling Tian suppressing and humiliating Wen Yan had also spread to the 4 symbols sanctums and everyone in the 4 symbols sanctums. A commotion instantly broke out in the 4 symbols sanctums. It's only been a month, right? A month ago, Duan Ling Tian had already shocked the entire Zoroastrianism by killing true disciple Yang Wen. Now, he actually defeated true disciple Wen Yan as well? Many disciples in the 4 symbols sanctums were shocked. Although they're both true disciples, Wen Yan's strength isn't something Yang Wen can compare to. Wen Yan is ranked 9th on the true ranking. She's so powerful that she can be ranked in the top 10 among the 170+ true disciples. However, even someone like her isn't a match for Duan Ling Tian. Isn't Duan Ling Tian too monstrous? How can such a monstrous genius appear in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum. However, it was a different story in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is too awesome. He actually managed to defeat Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. He's really heaven-defying. Hasn't senior brother Duan Ling Tian always been heaven-defying? I'm already numb to it. I'm numb to it as well. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had been shocked by Duan Ling Tian, so they were numb to it. Naturally, there were still some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were excited. I can't believe our Black Turtle Sanctum has such a monstrous genius like senior brother Duan Ling Tian. He's really amazing no matter where he goes. As expected of my idol. He's too awesome. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is truly heaven-defying. I can't wait for him to continue to shock us. While the entire Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar, the few Silver Flame Elders who had interacted with Duan Ling Tian in the past also learned about this news. They were shocked by the shocking news that Duan Ling Tian had brought to them. At the same time, they could not help but feel worried. Wen Yan is the direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum has 2 direct disciples. There's another person before Wen Yan. The first direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum had broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Currently, he's ranked 2nd on the true ranking. If he finds out his only junior sister is being bullied to this extent, he definitely won't let this matter rest. The few Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elders broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian when they thought about the first direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. At the same time, in the Saint land of Zoroastrianism, Lu Yun, who had just left his residence and was preparing to head to the Saint Island, learned about Duan Ling Tian humiliating Wen Yan and slapping her a few times in public. Swoosh! In an instant, Lu Yun's expression completely changed. It became extremely ugly. Junior brother Ling Tian is too impulsive. A hint of worry could be seen in Lu Yun's eyes as he flew toward Duan Lingtian's residence. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Lu Yun arrived at Duan Lingtian's residence, he called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the divine ability in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was informed by Huolao that someone was looking for him. He left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda temporarily. Senior brother Lu Yun. Chapter 2020. Senior brother Lu Yun, why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he soared into the air. He hovered near Lu Yun in the air. At the same time, he noticed that Lu Yun, who had come in a hurry, had a serious expression on his face. For a moment, he vaguely realized that Lu Yun must have come to find him for something important. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up slightly. Junior brother Lingtian, I heard you slapped Wen Yan a few times in public? Lu Yun asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His tensed expression gradually relaxed when he heard Lu Yun's question. Senior brother Lu Yun, is this the reason you're looking for me? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his expression returned to normal. It was as though Wen Yan's matter was not enough to cause a stir in his heart. That was indeed the case. Junior brother Lingtian, Wen Yan is not just a true disciple. When Lu Yun saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression, he realized he was being a little too anxious. He smiled wryly and said, her master is a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard Lu Yun's words. However, that was all. He was not fearful because he knew Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. After recovering from his shock, Duan Lingtian's expression returned to normal. Senior brother Lu Yun, you're here to tell me that Wen Yan is the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Yun. Lu Yun was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as though nothing had happened. That's the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's also a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. Why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Why should I be worried? Don't tell me that he would come to kill me just because I slapped Wen Yan a few times? When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to reply to Lu Yun, his expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest ripple. In fact, when he blocked Wen Yan's way and slapped her, he had already guessed that Wen Yan might have a master with a high status in Zoroastrianism. After all, no matter what, Wen Yan was still a true disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She must have been taken in as a direct disciple by the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism. Therefore, when he heard from Lu Yun that Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he was shocked not because Wen Yan's master was a golden flame elder, but because Wen Yan's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums. When Lu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say in the end. He was completely speechless. Senior brother Lu Yun, I know you're worried about my safety, but Wen Yan's master is a golden flame elder after all. I don't think he would go to the extent of targeting me over such a small matter. When Duan Lingtian realized Lu Yun had come with good intentions, he comforted Lu Yun in a timely manner. Junior brother Lingtian, Wen Yan's master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, might not personally target you over this matter, but he has another direct disciple. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum only has 2 direct disciples. Due to this reason, his direct disciple treats Wen Yan very well. He treats her like she's his biological sister. When Lu Yun mentioned the first direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his expression turned grave. If he finds out what you did to Wen Yan, he definitely won't let this matter rest. When Lu Yun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. Oh. Duan Ling Tian, who had a nonchalant expression on his face, raised a brow when he heard Lu Yun's words. He asked, "How's the strength of the sanctum leader's first direct disciple?" It was just as Lu Yun had said. Perhaps, Wen Yan's master would not personally target him over such a small matter. However, Wen Yan's senior brother would not have so many concerns. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he learned Wen Yan had a senior brother. He wanted to know how strong Wen Yan's senior brother was. If Wen Yan's senior brother was stronger than him, he would have to be more careful in the future. After all, he did not want to be beaten up for no reason. Even if he was confident he would be able to avenge Wen Yan's senior brother in the future. Wen Yan's senior brother is also a true disciple. He's ranked second on the true ranking. His cultivation base has already broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. For this reason, he's very strong. Lu Yun's expression turned even more solemn when he spoke. It was as though Wen Yan's senior brother was a ferocious beast. Second on the true ranking? Third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. He was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage if he exhausted all his Sun Saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and wielded the Jasper Celestial sword with all his might. However, in Zoroastrianism, unless he entered the Palace of Death and signed a death pact, he did not dare to kill Wen Yan's senior brother. If he killed Wen Yan's senior brother, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Zoroastrianism's rules. Wen Yan's senior brother was not like Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian whom he had killed in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking, Wen Yan's senior brother's innate talent must be very high as well. Moreover, he was the great direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If Duan Lingtian violated the Zoroastrianism's rules and killed him, even if Duan Lingtian revealed his blue innate spiritual root and showed his worth, the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall would not go easy on him. After all, Wen Yan's senior brother was not someone Yuan Hong could compare to. If he did not kill Wen Yan's senior brother, Wen Yan's senior brother who was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to see him wielding the Jasper Celestial sword with all his might. At that time, the Jasper Celestial sword would be exposed and many powerhouses would covet it. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if Wen Yan's senior brother is willing to enter the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact, I won't be able to use the Jasper Celestial sword so easily. Elder Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, won't be as careless as he was previously and allow me to block his view at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian thought about many things at this moment. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He could only endure when faced with Wen Yan's senior brother. Even if he was tortured, he could only endure. When Lu Yun saw the hint of dread on Duan Lingtian's face, naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was afraid of Wen Yan's senior brother. He hurriedly said, "Junior brother Lingtian, as long as you stay in your residence, Wen Yan's senior brother won't be able to do anything to you. He won't dare to barge into your residence. Apart from that, I'll go to Wen Yan's senior brother's residence to find out what's going on. If he's not in closed-door cultivation or has not left the residence, don't leave your residence for the time being. Wait until you have the confidence to defeat him, then you can leave your residence." After Lu Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he left in a flash, leaving Duan Lingtian standing alone in the air. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he saw this. At the same time, he entered the formation that enveloped his residence. As long as he was in the formation, Wen Yan's senior brother would not be able to do anything to him even if he came. This feeling is really annoying. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Ling Tian muttered with a sigh as his eyes flashed with a fierce light. If Wen Yan's senior brother came looking for him, he would have no choice but to hide temporarily unless he wanted to be tortured. This was because he could not use the Jasper Celestial Sword to deal with Wen Yan's senior brother. I hope that senior brother of Wen Yan is still in closed-door cultivation or has gone out. Otherwise, I can only wait for my cultivation to improve a little before I can suppress him like how I suppressed Wen Yan with the Jasper Celestial Sword and make him lose all thoughts of standing up for her. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. His current strength was not enough to make him invisible to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Huo Lao. If it's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, how high must my cultivation base be so that he won't be able to detect the Jasper Celestial Sword when I'm wielding it with all my might? Duan Lingtian asked Huo Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you want to prevent an ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from detecting the Jasper Celestial Sword when you're wielding it with all your might, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage at least. Huo Lao replied. Huo Lao had been following Duan Lingtian all this while. Coupled with the fact that he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the surroundings, he had a certain understanding of the cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately answered it. An ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Elder Hua's words. Elder Hua, do you mean I might not be able to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword from those powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage even if my cultivation base is at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage? Yes. Huo Lao replied before he continued to say, that's right. In this world, after a cultivator's cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, apart from becoming stronger with each transformation, there's a huge difference between each transformation. Chapter 2021. Quintessential Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately when he heard Huo Lao's words. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only broken through to the early Exemplary Saint stage. Even with his high innate talent and the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it would still take some time for him to break through to the Quintessential Saint stage. Moreover, he would encounter many bottlenecks if he wanted to break through to the next stage. Huo Lao. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian asked skeptically after he took a deep breath. I'm sure. Huo Lao's reply was firm. Not only is the saint origin of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage much stronger than powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, most importantly, I discovered that the eyes of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in this world are completely different from powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's as though their eyes have undergone a transformation. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to Zoroastrianism, he had seen many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, those powerhouses were not disciples of Zoroastrianism. They were all elders of Zoroastrianism. During this time, Huo Lao discovered some clues from the elders of Zoroastrianism. Among them, he discovered that powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had undergone a transformation in their eyes compared to powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage have undergone a transformation in their eyes? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huo Lao's words. He speculated, it said that from the second form of the Saint Celestial stage onward, each form of the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage has an increase in one saint origin. It said that the increase in saint origin only affects a part of one's strength. The most important thing is the improvement in other aspects. Could it be that the improvement in other aspects at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage has something to do with the eyes? It can transform one's eyes? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Let's wait for senior brother Lu Yun to return and ask him. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. He decided to ask Lu Yun about the third form of the Saint's celestial stage when he returned. Time passed quietly. About an hour later, Lu Yun's figure came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. He immediately went up to greet him. Senior brother Lu Yun, how is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yun expectantly as he asked straightforwardly. Currently, he did not dare to use the Jasper celestial sword in front of Wen Yan's senior brother. Therefore, he was not a match for him. If the other party hadn't gone out and hadn't gone into seclusion, he would have definitely come knocking on his door very soon. At that time, he could only hide in his own residence, but if he left his residence, he would definitely be ruthlessly beaten up by Wen Yan's senior brother. With Wen Yan's hatred towards him, Wen Yan's senior apprentice brother would definitely not show mercy. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured. Since he was severely injured, he would need to recuperate. Due to this reason, he would not be able to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall for the time being. If he could not serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, he would not have the chance to see Kerr and their daughter. Duan Lingtian could not accept this. At this moment, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the enforcement hall. He could not accept that he would not have the chance to see Kerr and their daughter for the time being. Junior brother Lingtian, you're quite lucky. Bu Hong just so happened to have left for a long time. He won't be back for the time being. Lu Yun answered Duan Lingtian's question in a timely manner. Bu Hong was, naturally, Wen Yan's senior brother. He was the true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. His cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He left for a long time. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed when he heard this news. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. If this was the case, it would not affect him going to the Fire Remuneration Palace to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Lingtian, although Bu Hong has left for a long time and won't be back for the time being, it's best if you don't go out for the time being so you can improve your cultivation base. Lu Yun said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, although you only have a yellow innate spiritual root, as long as you work hard, there's still a chance for you to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Once you break through to the quintessential saint stage, it won't be impossible for you to defeat Bu Hong with your various techniques. Lu Yun said in one breath. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a yellow innate spiritual root that was not worth mentioning. Lu Yun thought so because of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed up until now. Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that Lu Yun respected him greatly. Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, in just one move. When Lu Yun first learned about this, he was only worried Duan Lingtian had indirectly offended Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yan. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had cast his sword technique in the Palace of Death, Lu Yun realized that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's strength could be ranked in the upper echelons of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wen Yan, who was ranked in the upper echelons of the Saint Celestial stage, could not compare to him at all. For this reason, Lu Yun had concluded that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for him to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian easily defeated Wen Yan. He only felt that it was normal. Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he heard Lu Yun's words. In his opinion, the yellow innate spiritual root was a thing of the past. Currently, his innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. With the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his current cultivation speed was comparable to some monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Naturally, Lu Yun was unaware of all this. In Lu Yun's opinion, Duanling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, just like the rumors had said. Senior brother Lu Yun. Duanling Tian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Lu Yun and asked, "The first form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Saint Origin form. Do you know what the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called?" The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Spiritual Eyes form. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duanling Tian would ask such a question, he still answered in a timely manner. Spiritual Eyes form? Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he heard Lu Yun's words. He realized his earlier guess was correct. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was indeed related to the eyes. It was no wonder Huolao said the eyes of those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would undergo a huge transformation compared to those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Senior brother Lu Yun, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Saint Origin form because when one breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body would transform into Saint Origin. That's why it's called the Saint Origin form. Do you know why the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form? Duanling Tian continued to ask. Yes. Although Lu Yun did not know why Duanling Tian was so insistent on asking this question, he still answered in a timely manner. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form because those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage have to temper their eyes into spiritual eyes to successfully break through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and above have extraordinary eyes. It's said that when one's spiritual eyes form, one's eyesight would improve by several folds. Lu Yun paused as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duanling Tian and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that if my eyes are tempered into spiritual eyes, I'll definitely be able to see the sword technique you used to kill Yangwan, junior brother Ling Tian." Lu Yun still could not forget the sword technique Duanling Tian used to kill Yangwan. So that's how it is. Duanling Tian realized Huolao was not lying when he heard Lu Yun's words. Those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage possessed extraordinary spiritual eyes and extraordinary eyesight. Perhaps, he would only be able to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage after his cultivation base had broken through to the quintessential Saint stage. Junior brother Ling Tian, why are you asking this? Lu Yun asked curiously. I'm just asking. Duanling Tian replied with a smile. However, his eyes flashed brightly. Lu Yun did not notice the flash of light in his eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian. Lu Yun seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked, I heard you've already gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace to ask about the recruitment of true disciples to be on duty in the enforcement hall. Do you still plan to be on duty in the enforcement hall? Of course. Duanling Tian nodded confidently. Naturally, he had to go to the enforcement hall since his wife and daughter were imprisoned there. If he wanted to rescue them, he would have to understand the situation in the enforcement hall first before he acted. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you know the saint girl? As soon as Duanling Tian nodded, Lu Yun suddenly said, You're right. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect Lu Yun would suddenly ask him this question. However, as soon as Duanling Tian's eyes widened, he regained his composure and asked nonchalantly, Senior brother Lu Yun, why would you ask such a question? It's nothing. I just think it's a coincidence. Although Duanling Tian's eyes only widened for a moment, Lu Yun still saw it. This made Lu Yun even more convinced of his guess. Duanling Tian knew the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Coincidence? How so? Duanling Tian asked, pretending to be confused. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you really want to know? Chapter 2022. Senior brother Lu Yun, please speak. Seeing Lu Yun's deep gaze, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he continued to act dumb. I remember, you've mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism many times in front of me. After that, you even said that you wanted to go to the law enforcement hall. A wisp of wisdom flashed across Lu Yun's eyes as he said unhurriedly, then, you humiliated Wen Yan for no reason. I remember. I told you before that the Holy Maiden, her daughter, and even senior sister Ru Yan were imprisoned in the law enforcement hall because of Wen Yan's report. Now that you're faced with the threat from Wen Yan's senior brother, Bu Hong, instead of going into closed-door cultivation, you still insist on going to the enforcement hall. This shows that there must be something you care about in the enforcement hall. Or perhaps, there is someone you care about. Lu Yun's words connected all the clues that Duan Lingtian had exposed. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Lu Yun's thoughts to be so meticulous. Lu Yun had guessed most of his matters. Maybe I know senior martial sister Ru Yan and want to fight for justice for her? Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked without changing his expression. Gan Ru Yan, as the most outstanding female disciple of Zoroastrianism, was also the dream lover of all the male disciples of Zoroastrianism. It was normal for someone to stand up for her. Junior brother Ling Tian, if you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Ru Yan, you wouldn't have mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism after asking about the law enforcement hall. Lu Yun continued to say, moreover, I still remember when I mentioned senior sister Ru Yan and said she was on the supreme saint ranking, you were shocked as well. If you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Ru Yan, how could you not know she's on the supreme saint ranking? Therefore, I'm certain junior brother Ling Tian knows the saint girl and has a close relationship with her. I wonder if I'm right? Lu Yun's wise eyes stared at Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence, as though he could see through everything. Duan Lingtian remained silent in the face of Lu Yun's question. However, when he looked at Lu Yun, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The killing intent was very obvious. Lu Yun also sensed it at the first moment. He was so frightened that his expression changed slightly. Junior brother Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian said, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Even in front of brother Mu, I won't mention it. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yun hurriedly expressed his stance. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Lu Yun pricked his finger and used his blood as a medium to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He swore he would not tell anyone about what he had just said and would not betray Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom! 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 After Lu Yun swore on the lightning penalty oath, 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, proving Lu Yun's oath. When Duan Lingtian saw Lu Yun swearing on the lightning penalty oath without any hesitation, the killing intent in the depths of his eyes vanished immediately. An awkward and guilty expression appeared on his stiff face. However, Lu Yun did not take Duan Lingtian's killing intent to heart. In fact, he took the initiative to change the topic. Junior brother Ling Tian, now that I've sworn on the lightning penalty oath, can you tell me what's your relationship with the saint of Zoroastrianism? Senior brother Lu Yun, I'm very sorry for what happened just now. It was me who was too cautious to measure the heart of a gentleman. I've misjudged you, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After he finished speaking, he continued to answer Lu Yun's question. She's my wife. Wife. Although Lu Yun had long guessed that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the saint of Zoroastrianism was not simple, he did not expect it to be so complicated. The saint of Zoroastrianism was actually junior brother Ling Tian's wife? In that case, the saint's daughter was junior brother Ling Tian's daughter? Lu Yun could not help but reveal a horrified expression when he thought of this. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought, this junior brother Ling Tian in front of them was actually the husband of the saintess of the Zoroastrianism, and also the person whom all the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism wished to find and kill. Junior brother Ling Tian, give me some time to recover. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. After greeting Duan Lingtian, his expression changed again. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Lu Yun's expression calmed down. Junior brother Ling Tian. So, you came to our Zoroastrianism for the sake of the saintess? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked. Yes. Since Lu Yun had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide anything from him. He immediately nodded and said, I'm here to save my wife. Naturally, based on the current situation, my strength is not enough to save my wife. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned gloomy. Now, I only hope that when I'm on duty in the law enforcement hall, I can see my wife and my daughter that I've never met. I'll rescue them sooner or later. After a while, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His eyes shone brightly as a determined expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, when Lu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but sigh. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your innate talent, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to save the saintess and her daughter even in the future. After all, you only have a yellow innate spiritual root. The fact that Lu Yun said this was enough to prove that he really treated Duan Lingtian as a friend. His words were, to a certain extent, a reminder to Duan Lingtian. With your innate talent, you won't be able to save the saintess and her daughter. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, you might not be able to save the saintess before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of closed-door cultivation. Lu Yun smiled wryly. You should know that the hall master of the enforcement hall is someone whose strength is not inferior to the two vice sect leaders. Put aside the hall master of the enforcement hall, even the vice hall master under him has strength comparable to a golden flame elder. If you want to save the saintess from the enforcement hall, you'll have to be stronger than the hall master of the enforcement hall. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root, by the time you have that strength, Lord Sect Leader would have already come out of closed-door cultivation and made a judgment against the saintess. Lu Yun sighed after he finished speaking. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to save the saintess who was imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Lu Yun, I understand what you're saying. Duan Lingtian sighed. Then, he looked at Lu Yun solemnly and asked, Senior brother Lu Yun, if your loved ones were imprisoned by the enforcement hall, and you know it's almost impossible for you to rescue them, would you just watch as they're sentenced to death and do nothing from the beginning until the end? Of course not. Lu Yun immediately shook his head. At the same time, he could understand how Duan Lingtian felt when he put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Junior brother Ling Tian. All of a sudden, Lu Yun seemed to have recalled something. He raised his hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. A willow tree was carved on the front of the jade pendant. It looked very delicate. There were two words carved on the corner of the willow tree. The word Lu and the word Di. This is the jade pendant that the direct descendants of the Lu clan carry around. My name is written on the back of the jade pendant. Lu Yun turned the jade pendant around, and Duan Lingtian saw the word Yun carved on the back of the jade pendant. However, he did not know why Lu Yun took out the jade pendant at this time. Senior brother Lu Yun, your junior brother Ling Tian, I know you want to go to the enforcement hall to see the saintess. However, as far as I know, the true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall have almost no chance of coming into contact with the people imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Lu Yun said bluntly. Lu Yun's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change immediately. If that was the case, did that mean he would not be able to meet Kerr? At the same time, Lu Yun continued to say, it just so happens that our Lu clan has a direct descendant who's on duty in the enforcement hall. He's a Silver Flame Elder. When you arrive at the enforcement hall, you can bring my jade pendant to him and ask him to arrange a meeting between you and senior sister Ru Yen. Gan Ru Yen? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Lu Yun's words. The person he wanted to meet was not Gan Ru Yen. He wanted to meet his wife and daughter. When Lu Yun saw Duan Ling Tian's expression, he explained, Junior brother Ling Tian, if you directly say you want to meet the saintess, even if the direct descendant of the Lu clan is willing to help, he won't be able to arrange a meeting between you and the saintess. After all, he's only a Silver Flame Elder in the enforcement hall, not a vice hall master or hall master. In the enforcement hall, the saintess's identity is very special and sensitive. Let alone you, even if a Golden Flame Elder wants to meet the saintess, the few hall masters in the enforcement hall won't agree to it. Lu Yun continued to say, however, if you want to meet senior sister Ru Yen, the nature of the matter will be completely different. The direct descendant of the Lu clan will most likely be able to arrange a meeting for you. In other words, if you want to meet your wife and daughter, the prerequisite is that they have to be locked up with senior sister Ru Yen. Otherwise, even the direct descendant of the Lu clan won't be able to help you. Lu Yun sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Lu Yun's words. He did not expect this at all. As it turned out, even if he was on duty in the enforcement hall and had the help of the Silver Flame Elder, he might not be able to meet Kerr. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. Chapter 2023. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the jade pendant in his hand. For the sake of meeting Kerr, for the sake of meeting his daughter whom he had never met, even if the chances were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Junior brother Ling Tian, please be careful when you arrive at the enforcement hall. Don't expose your relationship with the saint. Otherwise, the few hall masters of the enforcement hall will kill you immediately. Lu Yun warned Duan Ling Tian solemnly as he looked at him. Lu Yun knew very well. The reason the saint of Zoroastrianism was imprisoned in the enforcement hall was because she was no longer a saint. He could imagine how Duan Ling Tian would die once the few hall masters of the enforcement hall found out that Duan Ling Tian was the man who had destroyed the saint's purity. All right. Duan Ling Tian knew Lu Yun meant well, so he nodded immediately. He had always been grateful to Lu Yun. Whether it was Lu Yun taking the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath or passing the jade pendant to him, he was very grateful. In the next few days, apart from comprehending his divine ability, Duan Ling Tian also wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage. When the day arrived, Duan Ling Tian, who had consolidated his cultivation base, immediately left his residence and flew in the direction of the Saint Island. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian moved at lightning speed like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, he encountered 3 true disciples who were traveling in a group. They happened to be in his path. When they saw Duan Ling Tian moving at such a fast speed, they hastily avoided him as well. Bastard! Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? One of the true disciples cursed with a dissatisfied expression. I think he's Duan Ling Tian. The other true disciple narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappearing into the distance. It's Duan Ling Tian. I've seen his portrait. The last successor disciple nodded. Although they had only passed each other face to face, he had still clearly seen the other party's appearance. 10 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had bashed up Wen Yen, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, and he'd become famous for a period of time. Someone drew a vivid portrait of him and made many copies of it, which was widely circulated in the holy land of Zoroastrianism. Now, even those who had never seen Duan Ling Tian in person before had seen Duan Ling Tian in person, and had deeply imprinted his appearance in their minds. They were afraid that they would offend the Duan Ling Tian in the future if they didn't recognize him. After arriving at the Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian had first killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, and then overpowered the true disciple, Wen Yan. Such strength was enough to make 99% of the Saint Land's disciples fear him. When the successor disciple who had called Duan Ling Tian AB** heard his two companions' words, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear. "Do you think he heard me calling him AB***? The successor disciple took a deep breath and looked at his two companions anxiously. "When you were scolding him, he had already flown so far away. I don't think he heard you." One of the successor disciples replied. "I think he must have heard you. Although he was quite far away from you, with his strength, don't tell me he doesn't even have that much hearing ability?" The other successor disciple said. The successor disciple's words caused the successor disciple who had scolded Duan Ling Tian to turn pale immediately. He muttered anxiously, "It's obvious he had something urgent to attend to and was in a hurry. Will he come and settle the score with me after he's done?" When the successor disciple recalled Duan Ling Tian's strength, he panicked again. "I don't think he'll hold it against you." The other two successor disciples reached a consensus in this regard. This caused the successor disciple who was panicking to heave a sigh of relief. In fact, Duan Ling Tian would not take such a small matter to heart. Currently, all his thoughts were on the matter of going to the enforcement hall since it was related to whether he would be able to see Kerr and their daughter. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian came to the central square of the Saint Island again. As soon as he appeared, many Saint Land's disciples in the central square recognized him. "It's Duan Ling Tian. He's here again. I wonder who's going to be unlucky this time." "Unlucky? Why do you say that? You don't know, right? Duan Ling Tian has come to the central square twice. The first time was when he entered the Palace of Death with successor disciple Yang Wen and killed him. As for the second time, it was 10 days ago when he humiliated Wen Yan, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. That seems to be the case. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength is really terrifying. It's said that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but he managed to defeat 2 successor disciples. Such a person has never appeared in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed, it has never happened before. It's said that senior sister Wen Yan has a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. When she grows stronger in the future, she'll most likely become a golden flame elder. Such a genius disciple with a bright future was actually defeated by a guy with a yellow innate spiritual root. It's unbelievable. It's indeed unbelievable. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the central square, he heard a group of Saint Land's disciples whispering among themselves. He was not surprised when he heard Wen Yan had a blue innate spiritual root. After all, Wen Yan was a successor disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. In Zoroastrianism, not all Saint Land's elite disciples who had entered the Saint Celestial stage could become a successor disciple. In order to become a successor disciple, apart from one's cultivation base, there was also an age limit. Only those who had entered the Saint Celestial stage before a certain age could become a successor disciple. This was because successor disciples were the best among the younger generation in Zoroastrianism. Even a successor disciple would be removed from the list of successor disciples when he reached a certain age. Based on his strength at that time, he would either be a bronze flame elder or a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism. In short, in Zoroastrianism, successor disciple was synonymous with the younger generation. Since Wen Yan was a successor disciple, it meant she was young. Coupled with her extraordinary cultivation base, one could tell she had an extraordinary innate spiritual root. Otherwise, How could she possess a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age? Yellow innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian did not mind the Saint Lan's disciples saying he had a yellow innate spiritual root. At the same time, he realized the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not seem to have spread the news about him possessing a blue innate spiritual root. After all, other people might not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would definitely know about it. Previously, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had shown mercy to him because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. It said that the reason Duan Lingtian is so strong is because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, with his yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be difficult for him to improve in the future. As long as Senior Sister Wen Yen has time, she'll be able to return the humiliation to him. Indeed. Duan Lingtian is currently stronger than Senior Sister Wen Yen because he has mastered many high-grade divine abilities. Once Senior Sister Wen Yan's cultivation base improves, it'll be easy for her to seek revenge in the future. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. He actually dares to offend a successor disciple like Senior Sister Wen Yen who has a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps, he thought Senior Sister Wen Yen would agree to sign a death pact with him and enter the Hall of Life and Death to fight to the death. If he killed Senior Sister Wen Yen, he naturally wouldn't have to worry that Senior Sister Wen Yen would seek revenge from him. Who would have thought Senior Sister Wen Yen would be so smart as to reject his death pact? Speaking of which, I was there at that time. In the beginning, I was puzzled when I saw Senior Sister Wen Yen did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. I even thought Senior Sister Wen Yen was too timid. However, it seems like Senior Sister Wen Yen is not timid at all. Instead, she's a strategist. On the way to the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian heard many Saint Land disciples whispering among themselves. Strategist? Strategist? When Duan Lingtian heard some of the Saint Land disciples praising Wen Yen, he almost laughed out loud. As the person involved, it was only natural that he could tell. The reason Wen Yen did not dare to accept his death pact was because she was afraid. She did not dare to take the risk. It had nothing to do with strategizing or calculating from 1,000 miles away. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian walked into the Fire Remuneration Palace. Under the guidance of the Saint Land disciples, he came to a counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Lingtian is planning to accept the new assignment from the Enforcement Hall and serve in the Enforcement Hall. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. These Saint Land disciples were either present 10 days ago or had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Elder, I'm here to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall for the true disciples. I'd like to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian said to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter without beating around the bush. Duan Lingtian. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter also recognized Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Chapter 2024. Only you, Duan Lingtian, can't do it. As soon as the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finished speaking, the entire Fire Remuneration Palace fell into dead silence again. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder before they shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. All of them were dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief on their faces. What was going on? The Enforcement Hall's elder had directly refused to allow Duan Lingtian to accept the assignment issued by the Enforcement Hall under the circumstances of naming him. Was this not an abuse of power and bullying? Isn't this a little too much? Many Saint Land disciples could not help but complain when they regained their senses. They felt indignant for Duan Lingtian. There must be a reason for this. Don't you think this is strange? Why did the enforcement hall's elder only make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and not others? Soon after, another Saint Lan disciple chimed in. It's indeed strange. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended the enforcement hall's elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted him like this. A Saint Lan disciple speculated. Duan Lingtian really knows how to cause trouble. Now, he has even offended the enforcement hall's elder. Now that he has offended the enforcement hall's elder, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to continue serving in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Lan disciples shook their heads. However, the enforcement hall's elder is abusing his power to a certain extent by doing this, right? If he doesn't have a reason to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian can definitely sue him in the enforcement hall. If I'm Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely sue him. I'll make sure he can't bear the consequences. I think since the enforcement hall's elder dares to reject Duan Lingtian so blatantly, he must have thought of a reason. It might not work if Duan Lingtian sues him. I think so too. As the enforcement hall's elder, he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism very well. Under such circumstances, why would he allow Duan Lingtian to sue him? The atmosphere within the Fire Remuneration Palace became noisy again after a moment of silence. The group of disciples was discussing the matter of the enforcement hall's elder not allowing Duan Lingtian to accept the enforcement hall's mission. While the group of Holy Land's disciples were having a heated discussion, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. When he came back to his senses, his face was completely gloomy. That law enforcement hall elder was clearly targeting him on purpose. For a moment, even though Duan Lingtian didn't know who the elder of the law enforcement hall was, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. The flames of fury seemed to be able to burn down everything. Elder. May I know which elder of the law enforcement hall is the one who specifically asked me not to accept the mission that the law enforcement hall issued for the true disciples? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter. He had especially emphasized the words true disciple. I'm a true disciple, and I completely meet the requirements to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. May I know why he doesn't allow me to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of questioning could be heard in his tone. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian's questioning. If it was any other elite Holy Land disciple who dared to question him, he would have long been kicked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, Duan Lingtian who was standing in front of him was someone who had defeated the person ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Lingtian was a true disciple who was even stronger than him. In this world where the strong were revered, naturally, he did not dare to voice his displeasure when faced with such a true disciple. Elder, don't tell me you don't know which enforcement elder specifically asked me not to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His expression turned grave when he saw the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter remained silent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the Fire Remuneration Palace's hall. How dare you? Before the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder could speak, a loud voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, 2 young men walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace one after another. The person who had shouted was none other than the young man who was walking in front. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in the uniform of a Holy Land's bronze flame elder. As soon as he walked out of the inner palace, his cold gaze immediately landed on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he said coldly, I'm the one who specifically asked you not to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall for true disciples. Are you unhappy? Whoosh! The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the Fire Remuneration Palace's Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention from him to his face. Elder Dong Lin. When the gazes of the Saint Lan's disciples landed on the young man, many of them recognized him immediately. It's actually Elder Dong Lin who specifically asked Duan Lingtian not to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Oh my God! He's the Law Enforcement Hall's elder that Duan Lingtian has offended? Elder Dong Lin is the son of Vice Hall Master Dong of our Zoroastrianism's Law Enforcement Hall. Although he's only a Bronze Flame Elder, with his background, even the Silver Flame Elders in the entire Zoroastrianism don't dare to offend him, let alone the Law Enforcement Hall. I really don't know how Duan Lingtian managed to offend him. How can he be on duty in the Law Enforcement Hall after offending him? What a joke. Although Elder Dong Lin is the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong of the Law Enforcement Hall, he shouldn't be so bold as to abuse his power in such a high-profile manner. He must have a reason to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. There's no doubt about that. After all, as the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong, Elder Dong Lin must know the rules of the Zoroastrianism very well. It's impossible for him to violate the rules. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, a group of Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves. Not only did they point out that Duan Lingtian was the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall who did not allow Duan Lingtian to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall, but they also agreed that the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall must have a legitimate reason to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Dong Lin? The son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Lan disciples. His expression immediately darkened. At the same time, he stared at Dong Lin with a cold glint in his eyes. Elder Dong Lin, is it? I wonder how I've offended you. Duan Lingtian had a grim expression as he asked coldly. What? Based on your words, don't tell me you think I'm deliberately picking on you? Dong Lin sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Even if he was really picking on Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for him to admit it. Otherwise, he would be severely punished by the Law Enforcement Hall even if he was the son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Huh? Isn't that Senior Brother Chenpeng? At the same time, many Saint Lan disciples recognized the young man standing behind Dong Lin when they saw him. This young man had an ordinary appearance like Dong Lin. He was dressed in the uniform of a true disciple. At this moment, his eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. I heard that Senior Brother Chenpeng has a good relationship with Elder Dong Lin. Now that I've met him, the rumors are indeed true. One of the Saint Lan disciples exclaimed. I remember Senior Brother Chenpeng seems to be the direct disciple of Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbols Pagoda. I think I know why Elder Dong Lin would target Duan Lingtian for no reason. Another Saint Lan disciple chimed in. Initially, I was wondering why Duan Lingtian would offend Elder Dong Lin. As it turns out, the person Duan Lingtian offended is not Elder Dong Lin, but Senior Brother Chenpeng. Senior Brother Chenpeng is Elder Li An's youngest direct disciple. Duan Lingtian first killed Elder Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who's also Senior Brother Chenpeng's junior nephew. Then, he indirectly caused the death of Elder Li An's first direct disciple, Wei He, who's also Senior Brother Chenpeng's great senior brother. Senior Brother Chenpeng must hate Duan Lingtian to the core. It's because he hates Duan Lingtian that he asked Elder Dong Lin to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Now, everything makes sense. However, since Elder Dong Lin is willing to help, he must not be worried that Duan Lingtian will sue him for abusing his power. I wonder what reason he'll use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the Enforcement Hall. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace recognized Chenpeng, they turned to look at Dong Lin again. All of them wanted to know what reason Dong Lin would use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall. After all, as a true disciple, Duan Lingtian should be able to accept the mission from the enforcement hall unconditionally. However, Dong Lin had interfered and specifically rejected Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission. "Don't tell me you're not intentionally picking on me?" Duan Lingtian asked with a sneer as he shifted his gaze from Chen Peng to Dong Lin. His gaze turned even colder. When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, he finally understood why Dong Lin was picking on him. As it turned out, it was all because of the young man standing behind him, Chen Peng. Apart from being a true disciple, Chen Peng was also the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. As for Lian, he was his sworn enemy. The kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Of course not. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, the sneer on his face deepened. He continued to say bluntly, "The reason I specifically rejected you from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall that targets true disciples is because I don't want the enforcement hall's reputation to be tarnished because of you. In fact, in the history of the enforcement hall, we've never accepted a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to serve in the enforcement hall." Chapter 20-25. If a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root is allowed to enter the enforcement hall, people might think the enforcement hall would accept any Tom, Dick, and Harry if this matter spreads out. Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully as he said in front of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, "The reputation of the enforcement hall can't be tarnished by a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. Moreover, if the news of the enforcement hall accepting a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root spreads, people would think there's no one in the Zoroastrianism." Dong Lin's words conveyed the meaning of the enforcement hall's reputation. The enforcement hall valued its reputation and would not accept a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. Not only was he doing this for the sake of the enforcement hall's reputation, but he was also doing this for the sake of the reputation of the entire Zoroastrianism. Yellow innate spiritual root? Mediocre? Duan Lingtian thought Dong Lin would come up with an excuse. He did not expect Dong Lin would bring this up. Was Dong Lin really an elder of the enforcement hall? Logically speaking, shouldn't the people in the Saint Lan's enforcement hall know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious Dong Lin did not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he would not have come up with such an excuse to make things difficult for him. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Peng who was standing behind Dong Lin. He noticed there was a hint of gloating in Chen Peng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Chen Peng doesn't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root as well?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. Previously, Li En's first direct disciple, Wei He, had gone to the enforcement hall to accuse the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Wuxia, of abusing his authority because he did not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. In the end, Wei He was executed for blasphemy against the enforcement hall's reputation. Wei He's death undoubtedly told Li An another truth: he Duan Lingtian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Looks like Chen Peng did not discuss this with Li An before finding trouble with me. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Dong Lin to use such a lousy excuse to make things difficult for me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. Moreover, it's obvious Dong Lin doesn't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like he didn't pay attention to the fact that Chen Peng's senior brother, Wei He, was sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, it's impossible for him not to know that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. Whether it was Dong Lin or Chen Peng, none of them knew Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root. The reason Dong Lin did not know Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root was because he had been away for a long time and had only returned a few days ago. For this reason, he did not have the time to find out about the fact that Chen Peng's senior brother, Wei He, was sentenced to death by the enforcement hall. Otherwise, he would have found out Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root through the files in the enforcement hall. As for Chen Peng, he had only come out of closed-door cultivation recently. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he heard that his great senior brother, Wei He, had been indirectly killed by Duan Lingtian. Coincidentally, Duan Lingtian had come to the Saint Land and killed the true disciple, Yang Wen. Then, he even suppressed the true disciple, Wen Yan, who was stronger than him. Not only that, but he had also ruthlessly humiliated her. At that time, Chen Peng realized it was impossible. It was difficult for him to avenge his senior brother with his own strength. Coincidentally, he had also heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to be assigned to the enforcement hall. He immediately went to the enforcement hall to look for Dong Lin, who had just returned to the Zoroastrianism sect. He asked Dong Lin for help in rejecting Duan Lingtian from being assigned to the enforcement hall. He had already thought of an excuse. He would use Duan Lingtian's yellow innate spiritual root as an excuse. For this reason, the scene in the Fire Remuneration Palace had unfolded. Elder Dong Lin, if you really want to say this, it's a good excuse. After all, from the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master to the Bronze Flame Elder and True Disciples, there seems to be no one with a yellow innate spiritual root in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace muttered among themselves. They knew Dong Lin was looking for an excuse. However, they could not find any fault with the excuse he came up with. After all, this matter did not affect the Zoroastrianism sect since they knew about Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if they knew Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, they would not be surprised if he was assigned to the enforcement hall. However, the people outside the enforcement hall did not know Duan Lingtian at all. In their opinion, this was not the case at all. If the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall accepted someone with a yellow innate spiritual root, it was undoubtedly because there was no one else in the Zoroastrianism sect. If news of this spread out, the entire Zoroastrianism sect would be humiliated. You can't say that. Naturally, many Saint Land disciples stood up for Duan Lingtian. Although Elder Dong Lin has a point, there's always an exception. Although Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, his strength is stronger than most of the Bronze Flame Elders and True Disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect. If such a person isn't qualified to be assigned to the enforcement hall, who else is? Many Saint Land disciples looked at Dong Lin with dissatisfaction and hatred in their eyes. They felt Dong Lin had crossed the line. Although that's the case, it's a fact that Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, we Zoroastrianism believe in Duan Lingtian's deeds. However, if news of this spread out, most people won't believe it. A Saint Land disciple said. That's right. Even if news of Duan Lingtian joining the Zoroastrianism spreads out, it's unlikely that people will believe it. They'll only think it's fake news made up by the Zoroastrianism sect. That's true. For this reason, even if Elder Dong Lin uses this as an excuse to reject Duan Lingtian from being assigned to the enforcement hall might not accept it even if Duan Lingtian goes to the enforcement hall and accuses Elder Dong Lin of abusing his power for personal gain. To a certain extent, Elder Dong Lin has some reason in this matter. Of course, anyone can see that he did it on purpose. However, so what? After all, Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, this wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's all because his innate spiritual roots grade is too low. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discussed among themselves. Many of them shook their heads as they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian is already so strong even though he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. In the history of the fire worship sect, there's no one like him who has such a strong innate spiritual root. One of the Saint Lan disciples could not help but exclaim. It's not just Zoroastrianism. Even in the history of the Tao martial Saint Lan since ancient times, I've never heard of someone like Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, he's able to kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage and defeat an elite powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's indeed unprecedented in the Tao martial Saint Land. He's really a genius. Although God gave Duan Lingtian a peerless innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, he forgot to give him an innate talent in cultivation. That's why he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow innate spiritual root is considered a good innate spiritual root in the outside world. However, in Zoroastrianism, people with yellow innate spiritual roots are everywhere. It's not worth mentioning at all. No matter what, many Saint Lan disciples were still amazed by Duan Lingtian's current strength even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Naturally, in the opinion of these Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian's future was limited. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might remain at the peak of the exemplary saint stage for the rest of his life. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian again and said mockingly, "Now, do you still think I'm abusing my authority for personal gain?" Dong Lin's attitude was haughty and condescending. It was as though Duan Lingtian was just an ant in his eyes that he could trample on. Don't tell me you still don't know whether you're abusing your authority for personal gain? Duan Lingtian sneered, unwilling to be outdone. What? Even now, you're still not convinced? The mocking smile on Dong Lin's face deepened. Don't tell me I didn't make myself clear earlier. You're just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root. If you enter the enforcement hall, not only will you embarrass the enforcement hall, but you'll also embarrass Zoroastrianism. Don't tell me you're willing to embarrass Zoroastrianism in front of outsiders for your own selfish desires? When Dong Lin reached the end of his sentence, he invisibly labeled Duan Lingtian as someone who was willing to embarrass Zoroastrianism. Are you done? No matter what Dong Lin said, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. It was as though Dong Lin's words did not affect him at all. What? Don't tell me you're going to continue after I've finished speaking? What are you going to say? Are you going to say that you're not inferior to most of the true disciples? Dong Lin was, naturally, displeased when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. He could not help but scoff. Don't forget, the people outside are not like our own people in Zoroastrianism. They won't believe a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root like you has the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the true ranking. Dong Lin's words were impeccable. Chapter 2026. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Dong Lin indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the Fire Remuneration Palace's bronze flame elder behind the counter. The group of Saint Lan disciples from the Fire Remuneration Palace did not understand why Duan Lingtian would suddenly change his mind. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. "Elder, you must have a spiritual pearl that can be used to test innate spiritual roots, right?" As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter for a spiritual pearl that could be used to test innate spiritual roots. The entire place fell silent immediately. After a while, a commotion broke out again. Duan Lingtian is asking for a spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder? Does he intend to test his innate spiritual root in public? I think so. Isn't his innate spiritual root a yellow spiritual root? I heard that when he first came to our sect for Zoroastrianism, he went through 2 tests. However, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Don't tell me he thinks his innate spiritual root will change. Isn't this a joke? When the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, they were all mocking Duan Lingtian for being too naive. Ha! Dong Lin, on the other hand, laughed loudly. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think your innate spiritual root will change as your strength increases? What a joke! Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, also had a mocking smile on his face. He mocked Duan Lingtian for being too naive and ridiculous. Elder. However, Duan Lingtian acted as though he did not hear Dong Lin's mocking words. He looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, who was in a daze, and reminded him. At this moment, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finally regained his senses. At the same time, he took out a crystal-clear spiritual pearl from his spatial ring. It was none other than the spiritual pearl that could be used to test innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian, do you really want to take the test? Is that necessary? The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter could not help but ask as he passed the spiritual pearl to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, a person was born with an innate spiritual root, and it was almost impossible to improve it. Of course, it was not completely impossible to improve. Legend had it that a powerhouse who had ascended to the Devata realms could improve a person's innate spiritual root. However, that was only a legend. Moreover, in the history of the Tao martial Saint Land, there had never been anyone who had ascended to a Devata realm and returned. Based on this, it was likely that the legend was false. Even if it was true, it was almost impossible to achieve. Is that necessary? At this moment, it was not only the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders who felt this way. Even the group of Saint Lan disciples present felt the same way. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I'm speechless. Does he think his innate spiritual root can still be improved? Humph. If he wants to be tested, let him be. In any case, it's an undeniable fact that he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace began to whisper among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian's actions were unnecessary. Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the doubts of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace. After taking the spiritual pearl from the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder, Duan Lingtian did not rush to test it. Instead, he walked toward Dong Lin with the spiritual pearl in his hand and stopped in front of him. When Dong Lin saw Duan Lingtian walking toward him, horror dawned on him immediately. He instinctively took a step back in a panic. Although he had just returned from outside a few days ago, he had heard many rumors about Duan Lingtian. He knew Duan Lingtian was so strong that he could even defeat Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. He knew he was not a match for Wen Yan. However, when he instinctively took a step back and saw Duan Lingtian had stopped in front of him and had no intention of making a move, his face turned pale. At this moment, he could clearly sense the gazes that fell on him from the surroundings. They were all mixed with disdain. This made him feel humiliated and angry. Elder Dong Lin seems to be afraid of Duan Lingtian as well. How can he not be afraid? Although Elder Dong Lin is strong, he's not a match for Senior Sister Wen Yan. Since Duan Lingtian can defeat Senior Sister Wen Yan, it's only natural that he can defeat Elder Dong Lin as well. No matter what, he's still an enforcement hall's elder. Moreover, he has the upper hand since the beginning. His actions have affected my impression of him. That's right. I feel like he subconsciously lowered his head in front of Duan Ling Tian. Many Saint Lan disciples could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Dong Lin staggered a step back as Duan Ling Tian approached him. However, even though their voices were low, which one of the people present didn't have amazing hearing? When Dong Lin heard these words, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. However, he quickly vented all his anger on Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? What can I do? Don't tell me Elder Dong Lin is worried that I'll kill you in front of so many people?" Duan Ling Tian said mockingly, "Elder Dong Lin, if that's what you think, then I'm afraid you're destined to be disappointed. In my opinion, my life is much more valuable than yours. You want me to exchange my life for yours? I, Duan Ling Tian, won't do such a thing." Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was clear Dong Lin's life was not as important as his life. These words immediately infuriated Dong Lin to the point where his face turned green and white. Initially, Dong Lin had only come to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian because of Chen Peng's instructions. However, Dong Lin now hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. He viewed Duan Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. He was the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. In the Zoroastrianism, even the true disciples who were ranked in the top 3 on the true ranking would not dare to belittle him in public like Duan Ling Tian did. "Elder Dong Lin, watch carefully," Duan Ling Tian said in a low voice when Dong Lin's expression turned extremely grave. Then, he lifted his hand that was holding the spiritual pearl, exposing it to Dong Lin. At the same time, he sent his Sun Saint energy into the spiritual pearl. After 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl would change, and the grade of his innate spiritual root would be revealed. Your innate spiritual root is a yellow innate spiritual root. This is a fact that everyone in the Zoroastrianism knows. Even if I don't look at it, I can guess the result. When Dong Lin regained his senses, the disdain on his face deepened. He raised his head arrogantly, not even bothering to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. However, although Chen Peng who was standing behind Dong Lin was also looking at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile on his face, he could not help but look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. At the same time, in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the few Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counters and the group of Saint Lan disciples, all of them were staring at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Even though they had already guessed and even confirmed the outcome, they could not help but be attracted by the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Time continued to pass by. A breath passed in just a blink of an eye. 2 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye to the group of people in the Fire Remuneration Palace. After the span of 10 breaths, the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand finally began to change. It began to emit a faint luster before it began to expand. It was as though it was a miniature sun. When they saw the color of the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand that was shining, they were stunned. This, in the Fire Remuneration Palace, apart from Dong Lin who raised his head arrogantly and did not look at the spiritual pearl, the group of people, including Chen Peng, could not help but stare at the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand in shock and disbelief. Many people rubbed their eyes hard a few times, thinking that they were seeing things. Some of them even pinched their thighs hard. When they felt the pain in their thighs, they realized they were not dreaming. Impossible. Impossible. Soon after, a voice filled with disbelief rang in the air. It belonged to Chen Peng who was standing behind Dong Lin. Chen Peng had an expression of disbelief on his face when he saw the spiritual pearl in Duan Ling Tian's hand that was shining brightly. It was precisely because of this that he kept repeating the word impossible. However, the truth before his eyes seemed to be a constant reminder to him. Nothing was impossible. Dong Lin, who had raised his head arrogantly since the beginning as though he did not care to look at Duan Tian's test results, was actually paying attention to Duan Tian's test results even though he seemed disdainful on the surface. Although he was 100% certain Duan Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he could not help but pay close attention to Duan Tian's test result. After the span of 10 breaths had passed, the hissing sound that he had expected did not ring in his ears. At that time, his heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling something was amiss. Then, Chen Peng's voice rang in the air, causing him to shudder again. He immediately lowered his head to look at the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand was shining with a dazzling green light. The green light was, without a doubt, a declaration to everyone. Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. How's this possible? Chapter 2027. How was this possible? At this moment, Dong Lin was not the only one who thought so. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, apart from Duan Lingtian himself, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. They did not look away for a long time. Their gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. To them, this was simply too shocking. The scene before his eyes was simply too inconceivable. Blue innate spiritual root. How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? Isn't Duan Lingtian a yellow innate spiritual root? How can it be a blue innate spiritual root? I also think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl that tests innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root has already been tested twice. However, both times, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. There must be something wrong with the spiritual pearl. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had long assumed that Duan Lingtian only had a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, they could not believe what they were seeing. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had also tested his innate spiritual root twice in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Both times, he only had a yellow innate spiritual root. For this reason, most of the Saint Lan disciples thought there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl. Humph. There must be something wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duan Lingtian, if you're so capable, try another spiritual pearl. I don't believe a mediocre person who only has a yellow innate spiritual root would be found to have a blue innate spiritual root twice. Chen Peng, who was standing behind Dong Lin, snorted coldly. His tone was filled with disdain. Mediocre? When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Peng's words, he immediately looked at Chen Peng and said mockingly, "Chen Peng, since you said I'm mediocre, let me ask you. Do you dare to go to the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact for fun? Sign a life and death contract for fun?" When the disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace heard Duan Lingtian mocking Chen Peng, they burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, are you addicted to signing life and death contracts? Isn't it obvious? First, he signed a death pact with Yang Wen. Then, he had a conflict with senior sister Wen Yan and threatened to sign a death pact with senior sister Wen Yan. Now, he wanted to sign a death pact with Chen Peng. If this isn't addiction, then what is? Although Chen Peng is the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, and a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, he's much weaker than senior sister Wen Yan. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Isn't that obvious? Unless he wants to die. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to sign a life and death contract with Duan Lingtian. The group of Saint Lan disciples was 100% certain Chen Peng would not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Although Chen Peng did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel humiliated when he heard the group of Saint Lan disciples' discussion. His face turned pale. Various expressions appeared on Chen Peng's face, but he did not dare to make a sound. It was as though he did not hear Duan Lingtian's words. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have given him a way out. However, this person was Chen Peng, Li An's direct disciple. He was the culprit behind today's incident. Duan Lingtian did not consider giving such a person a way out at all. What's wrong? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Peng with disdain and smiled disdainfully. Didn't you say I'm mediocre? You don't even dare to sign a death pact with a mediocre person. Are you indirectly admitting that you're inferior to a mediocre person? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Peng was so angry that his face turned red. His anger accumulated as though it was about to set a prairie ablaze. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. It seems like you've already admitted you're inferior to a mediocre person. Duan Lingtian chuckled when he saw Chen Peng did not dare to make a sound even though he was enraged. He said mockingly, "In my opinion, you, Chen Peng, are a complete piece of trash." Trash. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Chen Peng was so angry that he roared, "Duan Lingtian, don't cross the line." Being called trash in front of so many people, even Chen Peng couldn't take it anymore. Naturally, even if he could not tolerate it, he would only vent his anger with his mouth. He did not have the guts to make a move. Cross the line? Duan Lingtian was amused when he heard Chen Peng's words. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face. Am I wrong? If you want to prove you're not trash, you can sign a death pact with me. As long as you have the guts, I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Chen Peng was even angrier, but he could not refute it at all. After all, he did not dare to sign a death pact with Duan Lingtian. Humph. At this moment, Dong Lin, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly snorted coldly. He looked at Duan Lingtian deeply before he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace without saying anything. Upon seeing Dong Lin's actions, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace burst into an uproar again. What's Elder Dong Lin doing? He's leaving just like that? This is different from what I expected. It's different from what I expected as well. I thought Elder Dong Lin would definitely think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl and ask Duan Lingtian to use another spiritual pearl to test his innate talent. However, not only did he not make such a request to Duan Lingtian, but he even left without saying anything. Don't tell me Elder Dong Lin really believes Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root? That's ridiculous. I thought Elder Dong Lin wouldn't believe it, since even I don't believe it. I can't believe he actually believes it. He believes Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They could not understand Dong Lin's reaction. Senior brother Dong Lin. Even Chen Peng did not expect Dong Lin's reaction. He only regained his senses when Dong Lin walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he called out to Dong Lin. However, Dong Lin ignored him and continued walking out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. There was something wrong with the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root? Dong Lin had suspected this as well. However, he had never heard of anything wrong with the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. Coupled with the confidence Duan Lingtian had shown since the beginning, even Dong Lin could not help but feel wary. If it was confirmed that Duan Lingtian had a blue innate spiritual root, he would not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. After all, if it was confirmed that Duan Lingtian had a blue innate spiritual root, the excuse he used would be exposed. He would be accused of abusing his authority. As an enforcement hall's elder, even if he was the only son of the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he did not dare to abuse his authority in public. Put aside the fact that there were a few vice hall masters in the enforcement hall, there was a hall master above them. If news of him abusing his authority spread out, the hall master of the enforcement hall would definitely be enraged. At that time, even his father would not be able to let him off the hook. For this reason, Dong Lin did not investigate the authenticity of the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not think it was necessary. Naturally, he also felt it was too risky to do so. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian had a yellow innate spiritual root. However, if it was confirmed that he had a blue innate spiritual root, he would be in trouble. When the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace saw Dong Lin ignoring Chunpeng, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. They did not expect Dong Lin would leave just like that. Even the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counter were shocked. They did not expect Dong Lin would leave at this moment. Wait! Just as Dong Lin was about to step out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, a voice suddenly sounded and broke the silence in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian swiftly flew out and arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace in just a blink of an eye. He blocked Dong Lin's path just in time. This scene instantly lifted the spirits of the Fire Remuneration Palace's disciples present on the scene. All of them looked as though they had been injected with chicken blood as they stared at Duan Lingtian, who was blocking Dong Lin's path excitedly. As it turned out, they had thought there would be no more drama to watch after Dong Lin left. However, they did not expect things would take a turn for the better. Duan Lingtian had blocked Dong Lin's path. Chunpeng stood in the distance. When he called out to Dong Lin earlier, Dong Lin had ignored him. He was confused and disappointed. Now that Dong Lin had left, he would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian alone. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to block Dong Lin's path as though he was looking for trouble, his eyes lit up immediately. The scene in front of him was something he was happy to see. Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin was furious when he saw Duan Lingtian blocking his path. He asked in a low voice, "Do you really think I'm Wen Yan?" Although he had heard about Duan Lingtian blocking Wen Yan's path in the Fire Remuneration Palace 10 days ago, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to block his path. Perhaps, his innate talent and strength were not as good as Wen Yan. However, he had a father who was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, who was equivalent to a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. Due to the special status of the enforcement hall in Zoroastrianism, his father's status was higher than most golden flame elders. Wen Yan was merely a direct disciple of an ordinary golden flame elder. However, he was the only son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master. Elder Dong Lin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 2028. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Those who did not know better would think he was talking to a good friend of many years. However, the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace could clearly sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin. They could see it. Currently, Dong Lin did not want to be entangled in this matter, but Duan Lingtian did not want to let it go. Where does Duan Lingtian get his courage from? If I were him, I would have let Elder Dong Lin leave. After all, Elder Dong Lin's presence will only bring harm to him. Isn't he worried Elder Dong Lin will ask him to take another spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root? Many Saint Lan disciples said. Based on their words, they felt Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. Naturally, there were also some Saint Lan disciples who were more objective. Duan Lingtian still dares to stop Elder Dong Lin at this moment. This shows he's a confident person. Don't tell me the news we heard earlier is false. Is it true that Duan Lingtian has a blue innate spiritual root and not a yellow innate spiritual root? If his innate spiritual root is not a blue innate spiritual root, it'll only bring harm to him if he stops Elder Dong Lin now. It seems like his innate spiritual root might really be a blue innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root is really a blue innate spiritual root, with his temper, I'm afraid Elder Dong Lin won't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. The Holy Land disciples who said such words were the calmer ones. Based on the current situation, they could faintly sense that Duan Lingtian might really possess a blue innate spiritual root. Naturally, there were only a few Saint Lan disciples who were calm. Most of the Saint Lan disciples still felt Duan Lingtian was looking for trouble. Duan Lingtian, as long as you let me go, we'll forget about the conflict between us. Furthermore, I can recommend you to serve in the law enforcement hall. Dong Lin, who had been glaring at Duan Lingtian, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It was clear from his tone that he wanted to make peace. The reason he did this was because Duan Lingtian had stopped him from doing so. Behind this action, he could faintly sense Duan Lingtian's confidence in himself. It was a confidence that was completely unafraid of being questioned. Dong Lin immediately guessed Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian have the courage to stop him? Elder Dong Lin, did I hear wrongly? You sent me a voice transmission just to make peace with me? Almost at the same time that Dong Lin sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian also spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire Fire Remuneration Palace. What's wrong? Are you saying that you're in the wrong for making such a decision against me? Duan Lingtian mentioned how Dong Lin had abused his authority to stop him from serving in the law enforcement hall. Dong Lin did not expect this. Not only did Duan Lingtian not know what was good for him, but he even announced that he had sent a voice transmission to make peace with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was afraid no one would know about it. Dong Lin was so angry that his face flushed red. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by him many times. At the same time, Dong Lin could clearly sense the gazes of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace landing on him. Their gazes became a little strange at this moment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Elder Dong Lin actually took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to make peace with him? Heavens! Is this true? I don't think so. Elder Dong Lin is famous for being arrogant. How could he possibly give in to Duan Lingtian? Based on your words, it seems like you think Duan Lingtian is slandering Elder Dong Lin? That's possible. Naturally, most of the Saint Lan disciples did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. They felt Duan Lingtian was deliberately slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin's heart jolted when he heard the Saint Lan disciples' words. He quickly seized the opportunity and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, stop slandering me. As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, a furious expression appeared on his face. It was as though he had really been slandered by Duan Lingtian. This scene caused many Saint Lan disciples to be even more certain that Duan Lingtian was slandering Dong Lin. Naturally, a small group of Saint Lan disciples who were calmer felt Duan Lingtian was not slandering Dong Lin. Dong Lin must have sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to make peace with him. It was not difficult for them to guess the reason Dong Lin took the initiative to make peace with Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin must be worried that he would be embarrassed. After all, he used the excuse that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root to prevent Duan Lingtian from going to the enforcement hall. If Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his excuse would fall apart. At that time, many people would say he was abusing his power for personal gain. As the enforcement hall that was in charge of enforcing the law in the fire worship sect, the rules were very strict. If news of this spread out, even if Dong Lin was the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, he would still be punished. Moreover, the punishment would not be light. Slandering me? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Dong Lin's words. He made a prompt decision and pricked his finger, forcing out a drop of blood. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he saw the drop of blood. Naturally, he could see what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he did not threaten him. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I, Dong Lin, swear that I won't rest until one of us is dead. Dong Lin said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission after he took a deep breath. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Don't tell me we're not going to rest until one of us is dead. Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Dong Lin's voice transmission. At the same time, he used his blood as a medium and swore on the lightning penalty oath. I, Duan Lingtian, swear that if Dong Lin didn't ask for peace through voice transmission, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty of the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he refuted Dong Lin's accusation. It was as though he had given Dong Lin a slap to the face. Dong Lin was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian still dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes would pop out at any moment. Duan Lingtian, you're dead meat. You're dead meat. Dong Lin immediately sent another voice transmission. He roared, and his tone was filled with bone-deep hatred. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored Dong Lin's threat. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, shocking everyone in the central square. Is this the lightning penalty oath? It seems like it. I wonder who swore on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. I've been in the Saint Land for more than 10 years, but this is my first time hearing the 99 heavenly tribulation swearing on the lightning penalty oath in the central square. It's my first time hearing it as well. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square broke into an uproar. They were curious about the person who swore on the tribulation oath. Since the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace did not leave the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples outside were unaware of what was happening in the Fire Remuneration Palace. They did not know the person who swore on the tribulation oath was Duan Lingtian. Unlike the group of Saint Land disciples in the central square, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove he did not slander Dong Lin. For a time, the group of Saint Land disciples looked at Dong Lin in a different light. Scram! When Dong Lin sensed the strange gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings, he felt both humiliated and enraged. He instantly glared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he shouted at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to get Duan Lingtian to back off and make way for him. However, Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Dong Lin's shout at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian not alarmed, but he also stood still like a mountain. He was like a statue with a domineering aura. It was as though he was a man who could hold out against 10,000 men. Dong Lin could no longer hold back when he saw Duan Lingtian acting so insensibly. The saint origin in his body surged as he emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was ready to make a move. At the same time, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As Dong Lin's saint origin surged, he leaned forward and charged toward Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to knock Duan Lingtian out of the enforcement hall. Humph! Faced with Dong Lin who was charging at him menacingly, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy that he had long prepared for this turned into ripples in the air before it transformed into a terrifying whirlpool. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace was sucked dry. This was the effect of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that Duan Ling Tian had cast. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was cast, all the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air had disappeared. The peculiar feeling made them feel extremely displeased. Is this the assist-type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian has mastered? What a terrifying assist-type divine ability. It actually sucked out all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Fire Remuneration Palace. No wonder he's able to suppress Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism with his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. His saint energy seems to have undergone a tremendous change in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 20-29. When the Sun Saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed to its limit, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace only saw a flash before their eyes. Dong Lin had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. He was only a foot away from Duan Ling Tian. All of a sudden. At this critical moment. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Dong Lin forcefully came to a halt near Duan Ling Tian. The sound of his feet landing on the ground was like a clap of thunder, causing the hearts of the people present on the scene to tremble. At the same time, the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace discovered, with Dong Lin's feet as the center, 2 cracks that resembled a spider web appeared on the ground. It looked terrifying. Gasp! 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 The sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Although the ground in the Fire Remuneration Palace was not as sturdy as the ground in the Death Arena in the Palace of Death, it was still made of rare and hard materials. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to leave a mark on it. However, at this moment, 2 cracks that resembled a spider web had appeared on the ground with Dong Lin's feet. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the force of Dong Lin's feet was. Almost as soon as Dong Lin forcefully came to a halt, many sharp-eyed Saint Lan disciples saw a strand of hair falling from Dong Lin's head. A strand of hair fell on Dong Lin's forehead. The cut on the strand of hair was very neat. It was obvious it was cut by a sharp weapon. Duan Ling Tian has made his move? Many Saint Lan disciples who had seen Duan Ling Tian cast the invisible sword technique could not help but gasp when they saw this. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At this moment, most people also noticed the cold sweat on Dong Lin's forehead. It was dripping down his face like rain. Based on this, one could see how terrified Dong Lin was just a moment ago. Otherwise, he would not have broken out in cold sweat in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian has made his move again? Why didn't I hear the short-lived sword cry this time? Are you stupid? The whistling sound of his sword must have been drowned out by the loud sound of Elder Dong Lin's footsteps landing. I was wondering why Elder Dong Lin would suddenly forcefully stop in front of Duan Ling Tian when he was charging forward with such ferocity. So it was because Duan Ling Tian had made a move. The strand of hair that fell from his forehead was cut by Duan Ling Tian's sword. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. It seems that if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to survive. Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Although Elder Dong Lin's strength is not bad, he's not even comparable to Wen Yen, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. If he's not even comparable to Wen Yen, how could he possibly be a match for Duan Ling Tian? He knows he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian, but he still dares to make a move against Duan Ling Tian. I really admire his courage. However, it's fortunate that he managed to stop in time. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian's sword would have cut off his head instead of just a strand of hair. In the eyes of the Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Ling Tian was merely standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. However, they knew that Duan Ling Tian had not moved at all. It was because Duan Lingtian had cast a terrifying sword-wielding technique that caused Dong Lin to forcefully stop in his tracks. Barf! At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Dong Lin broke out in cold sweat. His face turned red before he opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. He threw up a mouthful of blood as he threw up a mouthful of blood at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not have any offensive power. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly when he saw this, then he raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, causing a piercingly cold wave of wind to sweep out, and it blew the blood clots flying backward before spraying onto the face of Dong Lin, who was caught off guard. Dong Lin's face was instantly covered in a mixture of cold sweat and blood. It continued to flow down his face and dyed his robes red. Although the uniforms of the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were very different, they were all white robes. Due to this reason, it would be more obvious if they were stained with blood. Dong Lin's face and body were covered in blood at this moment. Upon seeing this, the Fire Remuneration Palace fell into a deathly silence. How pitiful! This was the thought that appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. All of them felt Dong Lin was in a pitiful state. Although they felt Dong Lin was in a pitiful state, they did not sympathize with him at all. After all, Dong Lin was the one who initiated the trouble today, not Duan Lingtian. If Dong Lin did not abuse his authority and find an excuse to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission to serve in the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian would not have gotten into a conflict with him, and this would not have happened. Duan Lingtian. What are you trying to do? Dong Lin, who was thrown at with blood all over his face under the watchful eyes of the others, instantly felt humiliated. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. At the same time, he asked Duan Lingtian coldly. His eyes were burning. If the flames in his eyes could hurt, Duan Lingtian would have been burned to death by him. What am I trying to do? When Duan Lingtian heard Dong Lin's words, he was amused. Elder Dong Lin, what do you think I'm trying to do? I don't object to you leaving the Fire Remuneration Palace. When Duan Lingtian reached this part of his sentence, his tone suddenly changed. His calm voice turned colder as he said, however, before you leave today, you have to make a statement about whether I can accept the assignment from the enforcement hall or not. Didn't you say I have a yellow innate spiritual root, so I'm not qualified to accept the mission to serve in the enforcement hall? Now that I've proven I have a blue innate spiritual root, am I qualified to serve in the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian asked Dong Lin again after he finished speaking. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he almost threw up blood. To be honest, whether Duan Lingtian could accept the mission to serve in the enforcement hall or not was a trivial matter to him. In fact, he had even sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to plead for peace and promised he would recommend Duan Lingtian to serve in the enforcement hall. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would not accept his kindness. Instead, Duan Lingtian forced him to change his mind in front of so many people. Duan Lingtian wanted to slap him in the face. What? Elder Dong Lin, do you think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl in my hand? When Duan Lingtian saw Dong Lin remain silent for a long time, he looked at the spiritual pearl in his hand and asked again in a calm tone, Elder Dong Lin, if you think there's something wrong with this spiritual pearl, you can take out the spiritual pearl you always carry with you for me to test. I believe as an elder of the enforcement hall, you must have a spiritual pearl that can test one's innate spiritual root, right? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, his words were like thunder in Dong Lin's ears. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was forcing him to a dead end. If he was not certain Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root earlier, he was certain Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root after he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was 100% blue. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to be so overbearing. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, Elder Dong Lin, you either came out of closed-door cultivation recently or just came back from outside. Am I right? Duan Lingtian was not angry when he saw Dong Lin was still ignoring him. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Dong Lin another question. How did you know? At this moment, even Dong Lin was stunned by Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to guess he had just come back from outside. If you didn't come out of closed-door cultivation recently or just came back from outside, it's impossible that you don't know I possess a blue innate spiritual root. In the face of Dong Lin's question, Duan Lingtian patiently replied, that's right. Perhaps, most people in Zoroastrianism think I only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. However, apart from the true disciples on duty, I'm afraid at least 90% of the people in the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall know that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Those who don't know about it have either just come out of closed-door cultivation or just come back from outside. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the atmosphere in the Fire Remuneration Palace fell silent again. Everyone in the Enforcement Hall knows that he possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he instinctively turned to look at Chen Peng, who was standing in the distance. Horror dawned on Chen Peng when he saw the ferocious gleam in his eyes. Senior brother Dong Lin, don't listen to him. He's just spouting nonsense. Chen Peng hastily said, my master has tested his innate spiritual root twice, but both times, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. There's no mistake about this. There's no mistake. As soon as Chen Peng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Peng and asked, Chen Peng, if I'm not mistaken, you must have just come out of closed-door cultivation or just come back from outside. That's why you didn't ask your master before you came looking for trouble with me, right? Who's looking for trouble with you? Don't slander me. Chen Peng quickly refuted Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was right. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation. Apart from that, he did not look for his master before he asked Dong Lin to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. Originally, he planned to look for his master after this matter disgusted Duan Lingtian. That way, he would be able to share Duan Lingtian's predicament with his master at the right time and make his master happy. Naturally, Chen Peng was unaware of this. Chapter 2030. Although Chen Peng had said Duan Lingtian was slandering him, his eyes were filled with doubt. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of shock and disbelief. His gaze had betrayed him. I remember now. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was a Holy Land disciple who seemed to have thought of something and cried out loudly. Most of the people present on the scene could not help but look at the Saint Land disciple. The Saint Land disciple was slightly nervous when he saw everyone's attention. However, he said in a timely manner, do all of you remember Duan Lingtian was punished by the Enforcement Hall after he killed Yuan Hong and his younger brother, Yuan Kuang? At that time, we thought the Enforcement Hall had given Duan Lingtian a chance because he had a powerful background. However, it seems like the Enforcement Hall had already known that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root at that time. The Holy Land's disciple immediately recounted everything that had just occurred to him, without missing a single detail. The Fire Remuneration Palace fell into a dead silence again. There's such a thing? Dong Lin's eyes widened, and his expression turned grave. Since he had just returned a few days ago, he was unaware that Duan Lingtian had been punished by the Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, he would not have looked for trouble with Duan Lingtian so impulsively. How could someone who was punished by the Enforcement Hall be an ordinary person? As an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, he was naturally well aware of this. Although Chen Peng was his friend, Chen Peng was only his follower. However, in his eyes, Chen Peng was just a follower from the beginning. Due to his age, he left the ranks of the true disciples and became a bronze flame elder. From that time onward, Chen Peng no longer followed him around. If he had known earlier that Duanling Tian was a person who had been blackmailed by the enforcement hall, he would not have impulsively come looking for trouble with Duanling Tian even if Chen Peng was his brother, let alone Chen Peng who was only his follower in the past. Furthermore, he was abusing his power to cause trouble for the Duanling Tian. If this matter was not handled properly, even if he was an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall and the only son of one of the deputy hall masters of the Law Enforcement Hall, it would be difficult for him to escape a heavy punishment. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. It seems that there is indeed such a thing. It seems like the enforcement hall found out that Duanling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root, that Duanling Tian is able to enjoy the benefits of Zoroastrianism. It seems like the rumor isn't true. Duanling Tian doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. At the same time, realization dawned on the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As it turned out, the enforcement hall had long known that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin, the elder of the law enforcement hall, was the only one who was kept in the dark. Elder Dong Lin is really unlucky. Based on Duanling Tian's words, Elder Dong Lin must have only come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago or just returned from outside. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, Elder Dong Lin wouldn't have thought that Duanling Tian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. He doesn't know Duanling Tian at all. The reason he made things difficult for Duanling Tian today is all because of Chen Peng. He was tricked by Chen Peng. As the Saint Lan's disciples discussed among themselves, many of them shifted their gazes to Chen Peng, causing him to become the center of attention for the time being. Chen Peng's face turned pale when he heard these words. What did they mean by he tricked Dong Lin? Before today, just like Dong Lin, he did not know Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When Chen Peng saw Dong Lin looking at him coldly again, he felt like killing himself. Naturally, he knew Dong Lin would most likely ignore him after today, since Dong Lin would definitely think he was the one who tricked him. For a moment, Chen Peng felt very regretful. Why did he have to be so rash? The atmosphere in the Fire Remuneration Palace was very lively. At this moment, the group of Saint Lan disciples was certain of something. Duanling Tian indeed possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This explained why the enforcement hall would kill Duanling Tian previously. It was because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, the person he killed was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple who did not have a high innate talent and was not important to Zoroastrianism. I can't believe Duanling Tian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. It seems like those people who said his cultivation base would stop at the peak of the exemplary saint stage are laughable. It's indeed laughable. As long as a martial Tao genius with a blue innate spiritual root doesn't die prematurely or neglect his cultivation, he'll definitely be able to break through to the Saint Celestial stage. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Duanling Tian's combat strength will be when his cultivation base breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage. It'll definitely be terrifying. His current cultivation base seems to be at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? It shouldn't be. Earlier, before he cast his assist-type divine ability to strengthen his saint energy, I sensed the aura of his saint energy was at the early quintessential saint stage. Does this mean he has already broken through to the early quintessential saint stage? In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. They had also confirmed Duanling Tian's current cultivation base was at the early quintessential saint stage. Even then, they were still amazed by Duanling Tian's current combat strength. Although his cultivation base is at the early quintessential saint stage, his combat strength is definitely at the top of the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. I think so too. Just the sword technique he cast with his sword technique alone is enough for him to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. I can't believe there's another prodigy among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism who's ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking so quickly. In Zoroastrianism, once a true disciple from the younger generation was ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking, it was equivalent to bringing glory to Zoroastrianism. Such a person would be widely acknowledged as a prodigy among Zoroastrianism. For example, those who were ranked in the top 7 of the true ranking, including Gan Ru Yen, were also known as prodigies among Zoroastrianism because they were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, there were 7 prodigies who were known as the 7 Great Prodigies. The 7 Great Prodigies of Zoroastrianism were famous even in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Each of them was widely acknowledged as the best among the younger generation in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. From today onward, there's going to be another prodigy among Zoroastrianism. In the future, there won't be only 7 prodigies among Zoroastrianism, there will be 8 of them. It won't be long before the 8 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism become famous in the Tao Martial Saint land. Many Saint land disciples exclaimed, "Prodigy? 8 great prodigies?" Upon hearing the Saint land disciples' words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. However, his expression remained calm. Ker's twin sister, Gan Ru Yen, is also a prodigy among Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he met Gan Ru Yen for the first time, he was indeed shocked by the strength Gan Ru Yen had displayed. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju, did not dare to even fart in front of her. In fact, Di Ju's cultivation base was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at that time. However, since his strength had already caught up to Gan Ru Yen to a certain extent, he was no longer as shocked as before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Dong Lin and said indifferently, "Elder Dong Lin, shouldn't you give me an answer now that things have come to this?" As soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Lin, a scene that surprised him appeared. From this moment onward, Duan Lingtian will no longer be restricted from accepting missions from true disciples in the enforcement hall. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Dong Lin no longer dawdled and said, "You're right." His tone was clear and straightforward. It made Duan Lingtian wonder if he was possessed by a soul. Moreover, however, Dong Lin did not finish his sentence. He looked at Duan Lingtian and bowed to Duan Lingtian in front of everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't know you possess a blue innate spiritual root, so I restricted you from accepting missions from the enforcement hall. Now that I've learned you possess a blue innate spiritual root, I have to sincerely apologize to you." Dong Lin's apology caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall into a dead silence. Dong Lin's action surprised everyone. This Dong Lin is really flexible. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not happy at all. Instead, his expression turned grave as a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. Although Dong Lin seems to be apologizing to me, isn't he trying to redeem himself? Now that he's apologizing, he won't be punished severely even if the enforcement hall decides to pursue this matter. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After apologizing, Dong Lin did not wait for the people in the Fire Remuneration Palace to return to their senses before he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. This time, Duan Lingtian did not stop Dong Lin since he had already achieved his goal. He could now accept the mission from the enforcement hall. This meant that Dong Lin would not be able to accept it. He might be able to meet Ker and her daughter soon. Outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as Dong Lin walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, his calm expression changed drastically. His eyes gleamed coldly. Endless hatred rose in his heart. Chapter 2031. After Dong Lin apologized to Duan Lingtian and left, the fire remuneration palace fell silent. Dong Lin was actually forced to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he no longer restricted Duan Lingtian from accepting the enforcement hall's missions. Duan Lingtian is too amazing, right? Although I knew Elder Dong Lin's restrictions on Duan Lingtian are useless after he revealed his blue innate spiritual root, I didn't expect Elder Dong Lin would say he's no longer restricting Duan Lingtian. Isn't he slapping his own face? It's not just slapping his own face. Didn't you see that Elder Dong Lin even took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian? From today onward, among the 170 over true disciples, I'll only submit to senior brother Duan Lingtian. That's right. Even the person who's ranked first on the true ranking might not dare to be so rude to Elder Dong Lin. The group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace finally regained their senses. An expression of shock could be seen on their faces as they sighed emotionally. Many of them even added the words senior brother when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong were revered. Duan Lingtian's actions had perfectly illustrated the concept of a powerhouse. Many Saint Lan disciples present on the scene were convinced by him. Just as the group of Holy Land disciples was whispering to each other, a voice suddenly rang out. Trying to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice suddenly sounded. It immediately attracted the attention of the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. The group of Saint Lan disciples saw Dong Lin leaving. After Dong Lin left, Chen Peng, who was originally following Dong Lin, had unknowingly snuck to the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was obvious he wanted to leave. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by Duan Lingtian. History repeated itself again. Duan Lingtian, what do you want? Senior brother Dong Lin no longer restricts you from accepting missions from the Law Enforcement Hall. You must know when to stop. After being stopped by Duan Lingtian, Chen Peng's face alternated between green and white. However, in the end, he straightened his back and spoke in an overbearing manner. In his opinion, even if he was afraid of Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't lose to Duan Lingtian in terms of aura. Know when to stop. Hearing Chen Peng's words, Duan Lingtian immediately burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter spread throughout the entire Fire Remuneration Palace. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped laughing. When he looked at Chen Peng again, his eyes were as cold as knives. Are you joking? Don't mess around. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Duan Lingtian, Chen Peng's expression changed drastically. His straight back also bent down at this moment. Compared to the overbearing Chen Peng earlier, it was as though he was a completely different person. If you dare to move in the next 3 breaths, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Lingtian said coldly when Chen Peng's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he took a step forward and was only a foot away from Chen Peng. In the next instant, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and swung it out at lightning speed. Slap! 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 As Duan Lingtian swung his right hand left and right, the crisp sound of slapping rang in the air one after another. It was as though the sound of firecrackers did not stop. Duan Lingtian's hand was too fast. In just a breath's time, Chen Peng's face was already swollen like a pig's head. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Some of them even reached out to touch their own faces. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian's hand did not land on their faces, they could imagine how much pain Chen Peng's face was in. However, even if his face was swollen like a pig's head, Chen Peng did not dare to move at all. This was because Duan Lingtian had already said if he dared to move in the next 3 breaths, he would make sure he suffered a fate worse than death. Naturally, he did not dare to doubt Duan Lingtian's words. Therefore, even if both sides of his face were swollen and numb from being slapped by Duan Lingtian, Chen Peng did not dare to move in the next 3 breaths. However, there was a burning anger in the depths of his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had been humiliated like this. Slap. 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 The crisp sound of slapping continued. After 2 breaths, a few of Chen Peng's teeth were broken. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After the span of 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At this moment, not only was Chen Peng's face swollen like a pig's head, but blood was also flowing out of all 7 of his orifices. If there's a next time, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. After stopping, Duan Lingtian glanced at Chen Peng coldly before he said in a low voice, "Get lost. Get lost." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Chen Peng was so frightened that he immediately moved aside to make way for Duan Lingtian. After Chen Peng moved aside, Duan Lingtian also stepped forward. The group of Saint Lan disciples consciously made way for him as he walked to the counter where he had been earlier. "Elder, can I accept the mission now?" "Yes. Of course." At this moment, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter no longer dared to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the assignment to serve in the enforcement hall. After he hurriedly responded, he began to process the procedures for Duan Lingtian in a fluster. Even Dong Lin, who had restricted Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall, had given in. Naturally, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder could no longer continue to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. In terms of strength, he might not be a match for Dong Lin. In terms of status and background, he could not compare to Dong Lin at all. If he continued to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, he would only be asking for trouble. When Chen Peng saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him after accepting the mission, he left the Fire Remuneration Palace with a dejected expression under the watchful eyes of many Saint Lan disciples. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace, the anger in the depths of his eyes could be seen clearly. "Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I won't let you go. I won't let you go." Chen Peng roared in his heart as the flames of hatred burned fiercely. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian with his innate talent and strength. "Duan Lingtian, bring this certificate to the enforcement hall tomorrow and you'll be able to complete the handover with the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall. You'll be on duty in the enforcement hall for the next month. You'll have to stay in the enforcement hall and are not allowed to leave without permission." In the Fire Remuneration Palace, one of the Fire Remuneration Palace's elders behind the counter reminded Duan Lingtian after he had completed the procedures for him. At the same time, he passed the certificate in his hand to Duan Lingtian. "Thank you, elder." After receiving the certificate and thanking the elder, Duan Lingtian left the Fire Remuneration Palace without looking back. After Duan Lingtian left, the Fire Remuneration Palace that had been quiet since Duan Lingtian had accepted the assignment became lively again. The group of Saint Lan disciples could not help but show their respect for Duan Lingtian when they spoke. After Duan Lingtian left the Fire Remuneration Palace, news of what happened in the Fire Remuneration Palace spread like wildfire among the Saint Lan disciples who were present on the scene. "Duan Lingtian caused trouble again? I heard so. Moreover, the person he offended this time is Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall who has a powerful background." "Dong Lin? Isn't that the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong from the enforcement hall?" "That's him. It seems like he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble this time. It's Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall who used his yellow innate spiritual root to restrict him from accepting assignments in the enforcement hall. I heard about it as well. It said that Duan Lingtian publicly revealed his blue innate spiritual root and slapped Elder Dong Lin in the face. However, I really didn't expect the rumors to be false. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root. In terms of martial Dao innate talent, he possesses a blue innate spiritual root. In terms of divine ability innate talent, he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Soon after, most of the people in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism learned that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. The entire Saint Land of Zoroastrianism was shocked by this news. In fact, in the past, everyone thought Duan Lingtian's divine ability and innate talent were heaven-defying. They even thought the heavens were jealous of him and only gave him a yellow innate spiritual root. However, they finally found out the rumor that Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root was just a rumor. Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian, and his younger brother, Yuan Kuang. He was spared the death penalty because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He was only punished to serve in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine for 10 years. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not even spend a month in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine before he was released. This was because he was qualified to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple at that time. The news of Duan Lingtian possessing a blue innate spiritual root quickly spread to the other 4 Symbols Sanctums. It caused a commotion in the 4 Symbols Sanctums. Duan Lingtian possesses a blue innate spiritual root? How's that possible? Many of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples had similar reactions when they heard the news. All of them felt it was impossible. After all, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root was spread from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 Symbols Sanctums. It was very true. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian knows how to conceal the grade of his innate spiritual root. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tested to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum said. Chapter 2032. The enforcement hall was located in the mountain range to the north of the Saint Island in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was rare for people to come here. The enforcement hall was divided into 3 halls. The main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. Amongst them, the functions of the main hall were all-encompassing, including recording files, accepting complaints, and managing the entire law enforcement hall, etc. As its name suggested, the punishment hall was where the enforcement hall punished the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who had violated the sect's rules. Whether it was a life sentence or a death sentence, the punishment would be carried out here. Previously, Wei He, the first direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, had slandered the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder for abusing his power for personal gain and indirectly blaspheming the enforcement hall. Apart from that, the punishment hall had all kinds of terrifying torture tools. They were much more ridiculous than ordinary torture tools. Many of them could make one wish for death. As for the prison hall, it was where the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples who had violated the sect's rules were imprisoned. Those who were imprisoned were those who had committed serious crimes. However, since their crimes required the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism to make the final judgment, they were temporarily imprisoned here as well. Ker and Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Ker's twin sister, Gan Ru Yen, were imprisoned here. At this moment, a figure hurried over to the enforcement hall's main hall. Elder Dong Lin. The few enforcement hall's elders who had just walked out of the main hall took the initiative to greet him with a smile when they saw him. The person was none other than Dong Lin, who had just returned from the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square. Before he returned, Dong Lin had gone to other places to inquire about Duan Lingtian. He had also gained a deeper understanding of what had happened to Duan Lingtian after he came to the Zoroastrianism. After learning more about Duanling Tian, he had rushed back to the enforcement hall. He wanted to read the records about Duanling Tian in the law enforcement hall. At this moment, the news of Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall suffering a setback in the fire remuneration palace in the central square had already spread to the enforcement hall. Of course, due to the issue of time, the news had yet to reach the main hall of the enforcement hall. Therefore, the few law enforcement hall elders who had left the main hall had yet to receive the news. As a result, they behaved very normally when facing Dong Lin. Furthermore, although Dong Lin was only a bronze flame elder of the law enforcement hall like them, his father was the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. Thus, when they met Dong Lin, although they did not flatter him, they were still very courteous. After all, Dong Lin's father was their superior. Whoosh! However, Dong Lin ignored the greetings of the few law enforcement hall's elders. He did not slow down at all as he stepped on the ground and hurriedly entered the law enforcement hall's main hall. What's wrong with Elder Dong Lin? What's so urgent? That's right. In the past, when we greeted him, even if he didn't greet us back, he would at least look at us and nod at us. Today's situation doesn't seem right. Forget it. This spoiled brat's temper has always been unpredictable. Let's just ignore him. Based on the words of the few law enforcement hall's elders, it seemed like they did not have a good impression of Dong Lin. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason they were polite to Dong Lin was due to his extraordinary background. Moreover, his father was their superior. Have the few of you heard? Elder Dong Lin from our enforcement hall is apologizing to a true disciple in the fire remuneration palace in the central square. After the few law enforcement hall's elders flew out for a distance, another law enforcement hall's elder came up to them and asked excitedly. This law enforcement hall's elder was also a bronze flame elder. Therefore, the few of them recognized him. What? Elder Dong Lin apologizing to a true disciple? You must be joking. With Elder Dong Lin's temper, it's fine if others don't apologize to him, but he's apologizing to someone? Moreover, he's apologizing to a true disciple? I don't believe it. When the few law enforcement hall's elders who had just left the main hall heard the words of the other law enforcement hall's elder, they looked at each other and shook their heads to express their disbelief. You have no choice but to believe this because you'll hear about it soon enough. The law enforcement hall's elder shook his head and said. What's going on? Tell us clearly. The few law enforcement hall's elders' curiosity was piqued as they asked one after another. He. This is what happened. Following that, the law enforcement hall's elder who had just arrived told them everything he had heard. Fire Remuneration Palace, Duanling Tian, Dong Lin, and the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. It mainly revolved around these few points. Dong Lin actually abused his authority to prevent Duanling Tian from accepting the mission issued by the law enforcement hall? Isn't he afraid Lord Hall Master will blame him? That's right. Although his father is Lord Vice Hall Master, if Lord Hall Master is angry, even Lord Vice Hall Master won't be able to protect him. He's very smart. He found an excuse in time. In that case, Lord Hall Master might not blame him even if he finds out. Unfortunately, his excuse was quickly destroyed by Duanling Tian. He said that Duanling Tian only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but Duanling Tian directly revealed his blue innate spiritual root and slapped him in the face. No wonder his expression was so unsightly earlier. As it turns out, he was humiliated by the Fire Remuneration Palace. When the few law enforcement hall's elders recalled Dong Lin who had ignored them earlier, they began to chime in one after another. However, I really didn't expect Duanling Tian to not only have a heaven-defying innate talent in divine abilities, but his innate talent in martial Tao is also so high. The eighth prodigy of Zoroastrianism is so strong that he's probably ranked in the top 5 among the 8 great prodigies. That Duanling Tian really surprises me in every way. That's right. Ever since he came to Zoroastrianism, the things he has done have always been surprising. This time, he even slapped the face of our law enforcement hall's second-generation heir. He's really fearless. Based on this news, will he come to the law enforcement hall tomorrow? I finally have a chance to meet this prodigy who has been very popular in Zoroastrianism recently. I'm looking forward to meeting him as well. When the law enforcement hall's elders mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of curiosity could be seen in their eyes. They were curious about how Duan Lingtian looked like and who he was. How dare he caused so much trouble in Zoroastrianism? In the main hall of the law enforcement hall. As soon as Dong Lin entered, he went straight to the side hall where the dossiers were kept. The dossiers were very important to the law enforcement hall. For this reason, a Silver Flame Elder would usually be on duty in the side hall where the dossiers were kept. Elder Dong Lin. Today, the person on duty in the side hall where the dossiers were kept was a middle-aged Silver Flame Elder. When he saw Dong Lin rushing in, he was stunned. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I want to see the dossiers about the death of Saint Lan's Elder Wei He. Dong Lin said in a commanding tone after he rushed in. It was as though he had forgotten that the person on duty in the side hall was a Silver Flame Elder. As expected, the Silver Flame Elder's expression turned grave when he heard Dong Lin's tone. He said coldly, "Elder Dong Lin, I don't remember where I put the dossiers that you're looking for. You should look for them yourself." Although Dong Lin's father was the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was still a Silver Flame Elder. However, he was a Silver Flame Elder after all, and he had his own dignity. Naturally, he would not allow Dong Lin, a Bronze Flame Elder, to step on his head. Even if he would offend the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was not willing to give up his dignity. "Elder Lin Tong, I'm sorry. I was too impatient. Please forgive me for offending you earlier." When Dong Lin heard the Silver Flame Elder's words, he finally realized the person before him was a Silver Flame Elder. Although he was displeased, he still took the initiative to apologize. What a joke! The dossiers in the side hall of the law enforcement hall were passed down through the generations of Zoroastrianism. If he were to look through them himself, he might not even be able to find the dossiers he was looking for even if he spent 3 days and 3 nights. In order to see the dossiers as soon as possible, he apologized on the surface. However, in his heart, he hated Lin Tong, the Silver Flame Elder before him. When Lin Tong saw Dong Lin apologizing, his expression softened immediately. At the same time, he took out the dossiers about the death of Saint Lan's Elder Wei He and passed them to Dong Lin. "Elder Lin Tong, please take out the dossiers about the Duan Lingtian killing Yuan Hong and Yuan Kuang from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. I'd like to take a look." Dong Lin forced a smile on his face as he said to Lin Tong. It was apparent Lin Tong was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. When he saw how polite Dong Lin was, he immediately helped him find the dossiers he was looking for. Then, Dong Lin opened 2 dossiers. From the dossiers, he saw that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Dong Lin's expression darkened immediately. As it turned out, the law enforcement hall had long recorded that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, he had just returned from outside so he did not have the time to look into it. "I'm really screwed over by Chenpeng this time. I hope Lord Hall Master won't hold me responsible for this since I took the initiative to apologize to Duan Lingtian." Dong Lin prayed inwardly when he thought of this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what had happened in the law enforcement hall. After he left the Fire Remuneration Palace and the Central Square, he returned to his residence. Chapter 2033. Junior Brother Ling Tian. A voice suddenly resonated from outside. It instantly alerted Duan Lingtian, who was not in the mood to cultivate. He immediately left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of his room. He could tell it was Lu Yun's voice. "Senior brother Lu Yun? Is there anything you need from me?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he rose into the air and arrived in front of Lu Yun. As the saying went, a person is in high spirits when there's a joyous occasion. The current Duan Lingtian gave Lu Yun a completely different feeling compared to before. It was as though he was a completely different person. His entire body exuded vitality. "Junior brother Lingtian, I know you're going to the Fire Remuneration Palace tomorrow. However, when you're there, you must be careful of Dong Lin." Unlike Duan Lingtian, who was full of smiles, Lu Yun's expression was extremely solemn as he warned Duan Lingtian. "I'm sure you already know about Dong Lin's background. You know he's the only son of one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. However, I'm afraid you still don't know that the vice hall master of the enforcement hall is famous for being ruthless. Back then, his wife was accidentally injured by one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's elders. He immediately charged into the Zhuangzi Buddhism and killed the Zhuangzi Buddhism's elder. At that time, the powerhouses from the Zhuangzi Buddhism who besieged him were also severely injured by him. He was also on the verge of death. At that time, if Lord Sect leader did not make a move in time, he would have died. He went to the Black Kshetra sect because he was certain his wife wouldn't be able to survive. He was prepared to die. When Lu Yun reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, later on, he discovered his wife who was severely injured and on the verge of death was pregnant. His wife passed away after giving birth to Dong Lin. Since then, Dong Lin has become his new source of sustenance. It can be said that Dong Lin is the most important person in his heart in this world. If Dong Lin finds out that you have rashly humiliated him in front of everyone, I'm afraid that he will not let this matter rest." Lu Yun finished speaking in one breath. "Don't tell me that he can still lay a hand on me in Zoroastrianism?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and asked. "He won't go so far as to attack you in the Zoroastrianism. After all, he is the vice hall leader of the law enforcement hall. Considering that the kindness of the hierarch, he won't dare to act rashly. However, if the Zoroastrianism is involved, everything will be different." Lu Yun shook his head and continued, "I came here today mainly to remind you that no matter how great the conflict between you and Dong Lin is, it's best that you don't think of killing him. Once you kill him, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall will no longer have any misgivings. He could even kill you in Zoroastrianism. For the sake of his son, he'll definitely risk his life." Lu Yun warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Lu Yun." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he was slightly fearful of Dong Lin's father, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. From Lu Yun's words, he could tell that Dong Lin was a ruthless person. For the sake of his wife, he would kill his way into Zhuangzi Buddhism alone. This was not something that anyone could do. Furthermore, his wife had passed away, and she had left him with a son. It was not hard to imagine. One could imagine how important his son was to him. If his son died, he would definitely go crazy. However, Duan Lingtian was only fearful. After all, he did not have the intention to kill Dong Lin for the time being. Moreover, even if he challenged Dong Lin to a death duel, Dong Lin might not even bother about it. Due to this reason, he was not worried that the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall would personally make a move on him. As for what will happen after I leave Zoroastrianism, why would I need to wait for him or the people he sends to make a move on me after I leave Zoroastrianism? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, won't let me go so easily. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. For this reason, he was not worried that Dong Lin's father would make a move on him after he left Zoroastrianism. "Junior brother Lingtian, you'll be going to the law enforcement hall tomorrow. If it's possible, try not to have any conflict with Dong Lin when you go to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, even if Dong Lin's father doesn't personally teach you a lesson, he'll definitely instruct the Silver Flame Elder to do so. Lu Yun reminded Duan Lingtian. Once he went to the law enforcement hall, he would be in the Dong father and son's territory. For this reason, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not have any enmity with Dong Lin. As long as Dong Lin did not provoke him, he could not be bothered with him. After all, he did not suffer any losses today. Junior brother Lingtian, is your innate spiritual root really a blue innate spiritual root? Lu Yun sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had taken his words seriously. However, he seemed to have recalled something as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He had heard about what had happened today. Not only did he know that Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin were at odds, but he also knew that Duan Lingtian had given Dong Lin a tight slap. The slap was due to the blue innate spiritual root that Duan Lingtian had shown. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, he still found it hard to believe. After all, the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had spread far and wide. For this reason, he suddenly asked Duan Lingtian this question. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Then, why was your innate spiritual root tested twice in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums? When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's question, he realized Lu Yun was going to get to the bottom of this. He was already prepared for this. I know a secret tactic that can conceal my innate spiritual root. At that time, I was only found to possess a yellow innate spiritual root because I had cast that secret tactic. Duan Lingtian blurted out. This was the excuse he had come up with a long time ago. Apart from that, he believed most people thought the same as well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the huge difference in his innate spiritual root. I see. Although Lu Yun had already guessed this, it was a different feeling when he heard it from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. Then, does this mean the blue innate spiritual root you're displaying now might not be your true innate spiritual root, junior brother Lingtian? Lu Yun suddenly thought of this and could not help but ask. That was right. Since Duan Lingtian could conceal his innate spiritual root as a yellow innate spiritual root, it was possible that the blue innate spiritual root he was displaying now was not his true innate spiritual root. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, he stared at Duan Lingtian intensely as though he was trying to figure out something from Duan Lingtian's expression. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously in a timely manner. It was his mysterious smile that confirmed Lu Yun's suspicions. Junior brother Lingtian's innate spiritual root might be an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Lu Yun thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. It took him a long time to calm down. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian had a mysterious smile on his face was because he had done so intentionally. The reason he did this was to mislead Lu Yun into thinking that he was still holding back when he revealed his blue innate spiritual root. After all, his innate spiritual root could be improved through the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As long as he devoured enough innate spiritual roots, it would only be a matter of time before his innate spiritual root transformed into an indigo or violet innate spiritual root. Under such circumstances, it was better for him to lay the groundwork first. In this way, Lu Yun would not be surprised even if he revealed a higher grade innate spiritual root in the future. Junior brother Lingtian, I've already achieved my purpose of looking for you. I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. When Lu Yun saw the mysterious smile on Duan Lingtian's face, he did not continue to ask. He bade farewell and prepared to leave. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. At this moment, there was no need for him to ask any further. The mysterious smile on Duanling Tian's face had already told him everything. For this reason, Lu Yun was still in a state of shock when he left. He could not calm down even after a long time. I can't believe junior brother Ling Tian not only has a heaven-defying innate talent in divine ability, but his innate talent in martial Dao is also heaven-defying. As long as he's given enough time, he'll surpass the second and first place on the true ranking. Lu Yun was very certain about this. Junior brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding prodigy in Zoroastrianism. It's not an exaggeration to call him one of the 8 great prodigies. Lu Yun thought to himself. After watching Lu Yun leave, Duanling Tian's emotions from missing Ku, and their daughter had calmed down a lot. He also felt a certain amount of pressure from Dong Lin's father's protectiveness. After all, he would have to report to the enforcement hall tomorrow and hand over to the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall to become the true disciple on duty in the enforcement hall for the next month. If Dong Lin's father wanted to look for trouble with him in the enforcement hall, just as Lu Yun had said, there was no need for him to do it himself. He could just ask the Silver Flame Elders to do it. The weakest Silver Flame Elder was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage while the strongest one was at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With my current strength, I won't be able to face a Silver Flame Elder at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, I won't use the Jasper Celestial Sword unless I have the chance to kill him. Duanling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, he had no choice but to be wary of Dong Lin's father. Forget it. My goal is to see Kerr and our daughter. As long as I can see them, so what if I have to suffer a little? Moreover, if he really dares to ask the Silver Flame Elder to teach me a lesson, I'll have to teach his son a lesson in full detail. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 2034. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. During these 10 days, Duanling Tian had also tried his best to calm himself down and cultivate. Although he did not make any breakthroughs in his cultivation base, he had managed to stabilize it. Give me half a month. I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Duanling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed brightly like 2 stars in the night sky. Naturally, the half-a-month Duanling Tian was referring to was half a month in the outside world. It was equivalent to 5 months in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, with the help of his blue innate spiritual root and the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian's cultivation speed was almost comparable to a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. Now, it's time for me to head to the enforcement hall. The moment Duanling Tian thought to himself, he left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his mansion before he flew in the direction of the Saint Island. The enforcement hall was located on the Saint Island. Duanling Tian knew about this. Duanling Tian continued to head north. Soon after, he arrived at the area where the enforcement hall was located. It was rare for outsiders to come to this area. You're a true disciple who's on duty in our enforcement hall after accepting the position issued by our enforcement hall? As soon as Duanling Tian entered the area where the enforcement hall was located, he heard a voice resonating from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the clouds and appeared in front of Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian took a closer look and saw the person clearly. It was a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of a Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder. Unlike the uniform of an ordinary Saint Lan's Bronze Flame Elder, the words Enforcement Hall were embroidered on the chest of his uniform. Based on this, one could tell he was an Enforcement Hall's elder. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded in response to the Enforcement Hall's elder's question. Do you have proof? The law enforcement hall's elder who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Any true disciple who came to the law enforcement hall to serve would have a certificate issued by the Fire Remuneration Palace in the central square. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he took out the proof that he had obtained from the Fire Remuneration Palace yesterday and handed it to the law enforcement hall's elder. The elder of the law enforcement hall reached out and took it. His gaze then fell on the proof. Suddenly, as if he had seen something shocking, the pupils of the law enforcement hall's elder suddenly shrank. His expression also changed at this moment. Hiss! Suddenly, the elder of the law enforcement hall sucked in a breath of cold air. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. You're Duan Lingtian. Although he was a St. Lan's Bronze Flame elder and an enforcement hall's elder, his strength was only on par with Dong Lin. He was inferior to Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. In the face of this person who could easily suppress Wen Yan and force Dong Lin, a spoiled brat, to apologize, apart from being shocked, there was only respect in his heart. Perhaps, this person was much younger than him. However, it was precisely because this person was much stronger than him that he did not dare to take advantage of his seniority. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected, not the old. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the question from the enforcement hall's elder. You and the batch of true disciples on duty in our law enforcement hall will be handed over in the main palace. I'll bring you there. When the enforcement hall's elder returned the proof to Duan Lingtian, he also took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the main palace. Isn't it too troublesome? Why don't you just show me the way, elder? Duan Lingtian asked politely. Duan Lingtian had always been a person who would respect those who respected him tenfold. He was extremely courteous to the enforcement hall's elder. Although he was much stronger than the enforcement hall's elder with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not look down on the enforcement hall at all. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be able to lead the way for a prodigy like you. The enforcement hall's elder shook his head. When Duan Lingtian saw how insistent the enforcement hall's elder was, he no longer refused and followed him to the enforcement hall's main palace. How should I address you, elder? Duan Lingtian asked along the way. My name is Peng Bing. The enforcement hall's elder replied to Duan Lingtian immediately. Then, he said anxiously, you don't have to address me as elder. You can just call me by my name. Elder Peng Bing, you're a Zoroastrianism elder, and I'm a disciple of Zoroastrianism. It's only right for me to address you as elder so you don't have to think too much about it. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Peng Bing's anxiousness. After coming to Zoroastrianism for so long, this was his first time seeing an elder who was as courteous to him as Peng Bing. Peng Bing seemed to be anxious when he addressed Duan Lingtian as elder. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Duan Lingtian's elder was a Zoroastrianism elder. Currently, in the eyes of the Zoroastrianism's Bronze Flame elders, Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. The Bronze Flame elders were not only afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength, but they were also afraid of his courage. After all, not everyone had the guts to humiliate a direct disciple of a Golden Flame elder in front of so many people. Moreover, not everyone had the guts to force the son of the enforcement hall's vice hall master to apologize. Among the true disciples, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was stronger than Wen Yan and Dong Lin. However, Duan Lingtian was the only one who dared to humiliate Wen Yan and Dong Lin. For this reason, in the eyes of the Zoroastrianism's Bronze Flame elders, although Duan Lingtian was only a true disciple, he was an anomaly among the true disciples. He was someone they could not afford to offend. For this reason, Peng Bing was both respectful and fearful when he faced Duan Lingtian. Elder Peng Bing, can you give me a brief introduction of the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Peng Bing nodded immediately before he began to introduce the enforcement hall to Duan Lingtian. The enforcement hall is divided into 3 halls, and each of them has their own duties. The 3 halls are the main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. The main hall, with Peng Bing's introduction, Duan Lingtian gained a basic understanding of the enforcement hall. The enforcement hall was divided into 3 halls. The main hall, the punishment hall, and the prison hall. From this, he found out that Kur and her mother were imprisoned in the prison hall. Elder Peng Bing, the prison hall is an important place in the enforcement hall. The people who usually guard there should be at least Silver Flame elders, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Although it seemed like he did not mean it, he actually meant it. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to find out more about the prison hall. If there were only some Bronze Flame elders guarding the prison hall, perhaps he would have a chance to rescue Kur and their daughter. Naturally, it was just a thought since even he thought it was unrealistic. There were so many Silver Flame elders in the enforcement hall. How could they only let a group of Bronze Flame elders guard the prison hall that was the most important place in the enforcement hall? Yes. Peng Bing nodded immediately when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Usually, there are 3 Silver Flame elders guarding the prison hall. You'll need their permission to enter the prison hall. If anything happens in the prison hall, they'll have a communication Dao talisman with them. They'll be able to inform the hall master and the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall immediately. Peng Bing said. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the prison hall is impregnable? It's impossible for anyone to rescue the people who are imprisoned there? Duan Lingtian asked, seemingly surprised. In fact, Duan Lingtian was feeling a little gloomy at this moment. This meant that he would not be able to do anything. Before he had the ability to defeat the hall master of the enforcement hall, it was impossible for him to rescue Kur and their daughter. Indeed. Peng Bing nodded before he continued to say, with the hall master of the enforcement hall here, unless the person who comes is a guardian of Zoroastrianism, it's impossible for anyone to rescue them from the prison hall. When Peng Bing mentioned the hall master of the enforcement hall, a hint of respect could be seen in his eyes. To every enforcement hall elder, the hall master of the enforcement hall was a supreme existence. His position in their hearts was second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Even the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were not as important as the hall master of the enforcement hall in their eyes. Peng Bin was talking to himself, but he didn't notice it. Duan Lingtian's face had turned completely gloomy. It was only when Peng Bing instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian that the gloomy expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared, and he regained his composure. The main palace of the enforcement hall is right in front of us. After walking for a while, Peng Bing's voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian immediately looked into the distance. In the distance, a huge and long palace sat there. It looked like a divine dragon that was crawling on the ground. It gave off an invisible pressure that came from the bottom of one's heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he immediately saw 2 figures flashing past him and entering the enforcement hall's main palace. Are they true disciples on duty as well? Although the 2 of them were very fast, Duan Lingtian could still clearly see the Saint Land true disciples' uniform they were wearing. I have to go back to patrol as well, so I'll send you here. If we're free in the future, let's get together again. Peng Bing smiled and told Duan Lingtian that he was about to leave. Elder Peng Bing, thank you for leading the way. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. Duan Lingtian thanked Peng Bing. After Peng Bing left, he followed the 2 true disciples into the enforcement hall's main palace. I hope Kur and her daughter are locked up with Gan Ruyen. In that case, I'll have a chance to meet them. Duan Lingtian prayed in his heart when he stepped into the enforcement hall's main palace. Chapter 20:35. When they entered the main hall of the enforcement hall, they saw a spacious hall. There was a row of counters in 3 directions in the hall, and a few elders of the enforcement hall were standing behind the counters. However, most of the counters were empty at the moment. There were only 3 people standing in front of one counter. Based on their attire, it was obvious they were the Saint Lan's disciples from the Zoroastrianism. However, they were standing next to the counter as though they were waiting for something. This person seems familiar. At the same time, one of the 2 true disciples who entered the main hall before Duan Lingtian turned around when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. With just a glance, he found Duan Lingtian familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen Duan Lingtian before. When the other true disciple heard this, he turned around as well. As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he frowned for a moment before his brows relaxed. His eyes narrowed as well. This isn't Duan Lingtian? In the next moment, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Duan Lingtian. Since the true disciple did not deliberately suppress his voice reverberated in the reception hall of the enforcement hall's main hall. Apart from causing his companion to perk up, his words also attracted the attention of the few elders of the enforcement hall behind the counter in the reception hall and the 3 true disciples standing next to the counter in the distance. Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention in the reception hall. Duan Lingtian did not expect to be recognized as soon as he entered the hall. Faced with everyone's gaze, he smiled and nodded at them. His refined and courteous appearance caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Is he really Duan Lingtian? The 3 true disciples standing in the distance looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. One of them even asked, "I think so. I've seen his portrait before. I really didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian who offended Senior Sister Wen Yan for no reason and humiliated Senior Sister Wen Yan in public would actually have such a side to him. I originally thought that he was an arrogant egomaniac, but I didn't expect that he would be so polite. Provoke Senior Sister Wen Yan for no reason? You believe that? I heard that Senior Sister Wen Yan doesn't even know how she offended this Duan Lingtian. Senior Sister Wen Yan must have offended Duan Lingtian in some way. And that matter, perhaps Senior Sister Wen Yan didn't link it to Duan Lingtian, so even Senior Sister Wen Yan herself doesn't know how she offended Duan Lingtian." The other 2 true disciples spoke one after another. In the face of Duan Lingtian's politeness, the 3 true disciples were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders behind the counter and the 2 true disciples who were closest to Duan Lingtian were shocked. Is this really Duan Lingtian? Is this really Duan Lingtian? At this moment, they were just like the 3 true disciples. All of them were dumbfounded. "Elder, this is my proof." Disregarding everyone's shock, Duan Lingtian walked up to the counter where the 3 true disciples were. He took out the proof the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder gave him yesterday and passed it to the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter. When the enforcement hall's elder saw it, he nodded. That's right. This proof was given by the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Lingtian, please wait at the side for a moment. When all 10 of you are here, someone will bring all of you to the other 10 true disciples. After the enforcement hall's elder put away the proof, he said to Duan Lingtian politely. When the 3 true disciples saw how Duan Lingtian was treated, they were envious. However, they knew this was the kind of treatment Duan Lingtian deserved. After all, Duan Lingtian was so powerful. Alright, thank you for your trouble, elder. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the enforcement hall's elder behind the counter before he stood at the side. When the 3 true disciples saw Duan Lingtian standing next to them, they did not dare to look at him or whisper to each other even though they were curious about Duan Lingtian. Instead, they began to communicate through voice transmissions. At the same time, the other 2 true disciples also came to register. At this point, 6 out of the 10 true disciples who went to the Fire Remuneration Palace to accept the mission given by the enforcement hall had arrived. With the arrival of Duan Lingtian, the atmosphere in the reception hall of the enforcement hall's main hall became slightly oppressive. Nobody spoke, and nobody made a sound. This continued until the arrival of the 7th true disciple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 7th true disciple, he could not help but be stunned. This was because he knew this true disciple. Senior brother Lu Yun. You. Why are you here? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise when he saw the true disciple walking into the reception hall. How is it? Are you surprised? Lu Yun, who walked into the reception hall, seemed to enjoy Duan Lingtian's reaction. He could not help but smile. Yes, I'm very surprised. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. It's only a month anyway. I'll accompany you. Lu Yun said with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, a warm feeling rose in his heart. Naturally, he knew the purpose of Lu Yun's visit. It was none other than to keep an eye on him and prevent him from offending Elder Dong Lin of the enforcement hall. Apart from that, Lu Yun also wanted to help him meet Gan Ruyen. Soon after, Lu Yun was done with the formalities. He stood next to Duan Lingtian and waited. At the same time, he asked curiously, Junior brother Lingtian, when did you arrive? I've been here for less than 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian replied. It seems like I'm late. Initially, I planned to come earlier so that you'd be the first to see me and be shocked. Lu Yun smiled. I'm just as shocked now. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Yun's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. When the other 5 true disciples saw how close Lu Yun and Duan Lingtian were, they looked at Lu Yun enviously and gloatingly. Naturally, they were envious of Lu Yun's close relationship with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the 8th prodigy in Zoroastrianism. Apart from mastering 4 high-grade divine abilities, he also possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He was definitely a monstrous genius. As long as such a monstrous genius did not die prematurely, he would at least become a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. For this reason, they were envious when they saw how close Lu Yun was to a future golden flame elder. They gloated because they thought since Duan Lingtian had offended so many people, as his friend, Lu Yun would most likely be implicated as well. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, Lian, when he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 Symbols Sanctums, he had also offended the true disciple, Wen Yen, and the enforcement hall's elder, Dong Lin, after he came to the Saint Land. Both of them might not be as strong as Duan Lingtian. However, their backgrounds were terrifyingly powerful. Take Wen Yen for example. Her master was a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. He was also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Dong Lin's background was even more terrifying. Dong Lin's father was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall that they were currently in. After offending Elder Dong Lin, he still dares to accept a mission from the enforcement hall to be on duty in the enforcement hall. Doesn't Duan Lingtian know what he's doing is akin to sending a lamb to the tiger's den? These were the thoughts of the other 5 true disciples and the enforcement hall's elders present on the scene. As time passed by, the last 3 true disciples finally arrived. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were, naturally, shocked. Even if they had received news beforehand that Duan Lingtian would be on duty with them in the enforcement hall today, they would not be able to do anything. The 10 of you, come with me. After Duan Lingtian and the others arrived, in less than 10 breaths, an enforcement hall's elder walked out of the enforcement hall's main hall and beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others to follow him. Based on the uniform the enforcement hall's elder was wearing, it was obvious he was also a bronze flame elder. Under the lead of the bronze flame elder, Duan Lingtian and the others met with the true disciples who had been on duty in the enforcement hall for the past month and completed the handover process with them. As for the handover process, it was nothing more than their original duties. When the 10 true disciples were about to leave the enforcement hall after the handover, they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. Their thoughts were similar to the others. They all felt Duan Lingtian was akin to sending a lamb to the tiger's den to be on duty in the enforcement hall. It was apparent they had heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Dong Lin. As true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall, it was only natural that they had their own residence. Each of them had their own independent and spacious room in the enforcement hall's main hall. Junior brother Ling Tian will officially be on duty in the enforcement hall from tomorrow onward. Today is also the only day you'll have a chance to meet senior sister Ru Yan. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet the senior in our clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the room, he heard Lu Yun's words before he could even close the door. All right. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, his eyes were like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. Let's look for him at his residence first. If he's not there, we'll look for him at his post. After all, he's not like us. He has to be on duty. Lu Yun continued. Since the true disciples were only on duty in the enforcement hall for a month before they were dismissed, there was no such thing as being on duty or taking a break. It was fine if they were on duty or taking a break. Chapter 2036. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian was quite lucky. The elder in the clan whom Lu Yun had mentioned was not on duty. As soon as Lu Yun spoke, the elder in the clan, a middle-aged man with a cold expression, agreed to bring Duan Lingtian to the prison hall to see Gan Ruyen. Thank you, Elder Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude when he saw the middle-aged man had agreed to his request. Earlier, from Lu Yun's introduction, Duan Lingtian learned that the middle-aged man before him was called Lu Yu. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually from the same generation as Lu Yun's grandfather's grandfather. He was an old man through and through. As the most outstanding young man in the Lu clan, Lu Yun was highly valued and doted on by Lu Yu. For this reason, Lu Yu had agreed to Lu Yun's request to bring Duan Lingtian to the prison hall to see Gan Ruyen. Naturally, it was only limited to meeting Gan Ruyen. On the way here, Lu Yun had repeatedly warned Duan Lingtian not to mention the saint girl and her daughter in front of Lu Yu. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had tried his best to conceal his excitement, afraid Lu Yu would notice. Little Yun, I'll bring him to see Gan Ruyen. You can go back and cultivate now. Try to break through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. At that time, you'll be the 9th prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Lu Yu said to Lu Yun solemnly before he brought Duan Lingtian away. Based on his words, it was obvious he had high hopes for Lu Yun. It was as though a senior had high hopes for a junior. Yes, great-grandfather, Lu Yun replied respectfully. He glanced at Duan Lingtian helplessly before he left obediently. Duan Lingtian, follow me to the prison hall. Lu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian. When he greeted the Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with surprise. He had also heard about the Duan Lingtian's deeds. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yun, the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Lu clan, was acquainted with such a person. It was difficult for him to distinguish whether it was a blessing or a curse. To be honest, if he did not have this layer of relationship with Lu Yun, it would be impossible for him to help the Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was even afraid that he would be related to the Duan Lingtian. Now that Lu Yun had spoken to his great-grandfather, he naturally had no reason not to help Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian followed behind Lu Yu, who was walking out of the main hall. After leaving the main palace, Lu Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently on the way to the prison hall and said calmly, "Duan Lingtian, I can tell that little Yuner values you as a friend." When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment as though he was hesitating. "Elder Lu Yu, feel free to speak your mind." Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard the hidden meaning in Lu Yu's words. "I hope that you'll keep a distance from little Yuner in the future. In fact, you might even fall out with him in public." Lu Yu said again. "Elder Lu Yu, are you worried that I'll implicate senior brother Lu Yun?" Duan Lingtian was not stupid. Naturally, he could guess the meaning behind Lu Yu's words. "Not only am I worried that you'll implicate little Yuner, but I'm even more worried that you'll implicate the Lu clan." Lu Yu said bluntly, "Forget about Lian whom you've offended in the Four Symbols Sanctums. I'm not afraid of him. With me around, he won't be able to touch the Lu clan. However, the two people you've offended in the Saint Land have backgrounds that even I have to be wary of. The moment you've offended them, you've offended two Golden Flame Elders. If they vent their anger on the Lu clan because of you, even I can only watch helplessly." When Lu Yu reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. Lu Yu was currently the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan. However, even if he was the strongest powerhouse in the Lu clan, he was merely a Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism. He could not afford to offend a Golden Flame Elder at all. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment. Previously, he had not thought about this at all. However, now that Lu Yu had reminded him, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If Lu Yun was really implicated because of him, if the clan behind Lu Yun was really implicated because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. "Elder Lu Yu, thank you for your reminder." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Yu and said with a serious expression, "You don't have to worry. Within a month, I'll make everyone think that I've fallen out with senior brother Lu Yun and severed ties with him. Duan Lingtian, I'm grateful for your understanding. This shows that you're indeed a worthy friend. Xiao Yuner has a good eye." Lu Yu nodded his head in satisfaction before he continued to say, "However, I know Xiao Yuner very well. I'm afraid he won't be willing to abandon a friend like you. Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I'll convince senior brother Lu Yun." Duan Lingtian said confidently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Yu immediately felt relieved. Subsequently, they did not speak for the rest of the journey. The prison hall in the enforcement hall was located in the northern area of the main hall. It was also the border of the enforcement hall's area. It was located at the northern side of the Saint Island. When they arrived at the prison hall, Duan Lingtian and Lu Yu were, naturally, stopped. "Elder Lu Yu." The person who stopped them was a Bronze Flame Elder from the enforcement hall. He was very respectful when he spoke to Lu Yu. "Bring me to Elder Meng Qi and the others." Lu Yu said nonchalantly. "Yes." Following that, under the guidance of the Bronze Flame Elder from the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian followed Lu Yu to meet the three Silver Flame Elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall. The Silver Flame Elders from the enforcement hall knew each other. Coincidentally, the three Silver Flame Elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall had a good relationship with Lu Yu. For this reason, the three Silver Flame Elders agreed to Lu Yu's request to let Duan Lingtian meet Gan Ruyen. However, there was a time limit. It had only been 15 minutes since Duan Lingtian met Gan Ruyen. Although 15 minutes was a short time, Duan Lingtian did not bargain. This was because he knew that he was only able to meet Gan Ruyen because of Lu Yu. He did not have the right to bargain at all. "In that case, I'll have to trouble the three of you." Lu Yu cupped his fist and thanked the three Silver Flame Elders who were currently on duty at the prison hall. Soon after, Duan Lingtian was led into the prison hall by one of the Silver Flame Elders, Meng Qi. After Duan Lingtian was brought into the prison hall, the other two Silver Flame Elders looked at Lu Yu in surprise and asked, "Lu Yu, what's your relationship with Duan Lingtian? Why are you willing to help him?" "That's right. What's your relationship with him?" Since Duan Lingtian's portrait had spread throughout the entire Zoroastrianism, the two Silver Flame Elders recognized Duan Lingtian the moment they saw him. As for Duan Lingtian's past deeds, they had also heard about it. "It's nothing. He just knows one of my juniors, and that junior asked me to help him." Lu Yu smiled faintly. "Lu Yu, this Duan Lingtian is a hot potato. You better tell your junior to stay away from him." "That's right. He's even offended Dong Lin now. Dong Lin is the lifeblood of our enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Dong. Now that Duan Lingtian has touched his lifeblood, there's no way he'll let this go so easily." The two Silver Flame Elders had a good relationship with Lu Yu. Hence, they immediately reminded Lu Yu. "I understand." Lu Yu nodded. If he did not understand, he would not have said those words to Duan Lingtian. However, when he recalled that Duan Lingtian had already promised him, he was relieved. On the other side, Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall under the lead of Silver Flame Elder Meng Qi. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the prison hall, he could feel a cold aura surging toward him. He could not help but shudder. It was as though the environment in the depths of the prison hall was similar to an ice mountain and snow valley. "Duan Lingtian, I'm curious. Are you related to the dragons?" Meng Qi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. "Elder Meng Qi, I obtained the 9-clawed divine dragon's inheritance by chance and obtained the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I've never met any dragons before." Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "With your innate talent and your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, you'll definitely be heavily nurtured if you go to the dragons." Meng Qi's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, "Although I don't know your relationship with Lu Yu, since he's willing to help you meet Gan Ru Yen, I can tell that you have a good relationship with him. Since we've been friends for so many years, I advise you to leave Zoroastrianism as soon as possible. Our enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master Dong is not someone to be trifled with." A hint of dread flashed in Meng Qi's eyes when he mentioned Vice Hall Master Dong. "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Meng Qi." Duan Lingtian knew Meng Qi meant well, so he quickly thanked him. However, he did not intend to accept Meng Qi's suggestion. He only had one goal in mind when he came to Zoroastrianism. It was to rescue Kerr and their daughter. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not leave Zoroastrianism before rescuing Kerr and their daughter. Meng Qi seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's waning interest, so he did not say anything else. He continued to remain silent for the rest of the journey. The deeper they went into the prison hall, the more they could feel the cold air coming from within. "Elder Meng Qi. Is it always so cold in the prison hall?" Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as his expression turned completely serious. He looked at Meng Qi and asked. There was a hint of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. "The place of imprisonment inside is much colder than here." Meng Qi replied. "Colder than here?" Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. The first thing he thought of was his and Kerr's daughter. With Kerr's cultivation, she might be able to withstand the environment here. But what about their daughter? How old was she? Why would she be imprisoned in such an environment? Chapter 2037. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to see his daughter, it did not change the fact that blood was thicker than water between them. When Duan Lingtian thought about how his daughter was being tortured in the prison hall, he felt extremely sad. "I'm useless. It's all my fault." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with self-reproach. He was thinking about how he would make it up to his daughter after he rescued her so that he could make up for what he owed her. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Elder Meng Qi, ever since we entered the prison hall, I haven't seen anyone guarding it. Aren't you worried that someone might kidnap the prisoners? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Meng Qi with a gleam in his eyes. Ever since Duan Ling Tian entered the prison hall, he did not see a third living person other than himself and Meng Qi. No. Let alone a living person, he did not even see a dead person. He wanted to see if there were any loopholes in the prison hall that would allow him to rescue Kerr and their daughter as soon as possible. He did not want Kerr and their daughter to stay here for even a second longer. Kidnap prisoners? Meng Qi could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, you've really underestimated the prison hall of the enforcement hall. The prison hall has been in existence ever since Zoroastrianism moved to the upper province from the lower province. The prison hall is filled with formations that are filled with killing intent. Those below the Saint Celestial stage who are unfamiliar with these formations will definitely die if they trespass. Even those below the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be severely injured if they don't die. Even those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be in a wretched state if they were to trigger the formations. Unless someone at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above breaks into the prison hall to rescue the prisoners, they won't be able to take the prisoners away. Meng Qi's words also revealed how terrifying the prison hall was. There were killing formations everywhere in the prison hall. Once triggered, even those at the peak of the quintessential saint stage would definitely die. I see. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly inhale a breath of cold air. At the same time, he dispelled the idea of trespassing into the prison hall and taking away Kerr and her daughter. One had to know. Even with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would have to exhaust all of his Sun Saint energy that had been raised by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, before he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. The most powerful attack he could cast with the Jasper Celestial Sword was only comparable to the attack of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he could withstand the first wave of attacks from the killing array and not die, when the second wave arrived, he would still die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was well aware of his current strength. Strength, the current me is still too weak. My current cultivation speed is still too slow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I can devour other people's innate spiritual roots and upgrade my innate spiritual root to a violet one, my cultivation speed will increase exponentially. Even if you encounter a bottleneck, you can forcefully break through it in a very short time. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. It seems like it's time for me to leave Zoroastrianism and upgrade my innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian knew very well. In Zoroastrianism, due to the sect's rules, it would be difficult for him to kill someone and take their innate spiritual root even if he had a conflict with them. After all, not everyone was willing to enter the Palace of Death and sign a death pact with him. For example, Wen Yan, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Although Wen Yan wanted to tear him into pieces, she did not dare to enter the Palace of Death with him. Naturally, even if he entered the Palace of Death, it would not be convenient for him to devour the innate spiritual roots of those he killed, since the overseer of the Palace of Death would be watching him. The overseer of the Palace of Death was the first silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism. His eyesight was extremely good. Even if Duan Lingtian cast his 10,000 swords territory, he would not be able to block the overseer's sight. At that time, the overseer would most likely be able to see through his method of devouring innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's method of devouring innate spiritual roots was completely dependent on his divine power, the elementary devouring skill. However, who could guarantee that once this matter was exposed, Zoroastrianism would not imprison him and force him to share the elementary devouring skill with him? Duan Lingtian would only be able to share a divine power after he had comprehended it to the highest level. However, Zoroastrianism could imprison him now and force him to share the divine power after he had comprehended the elementary devouring skill to the highest level. Imprison him was the best way to keep him here. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk. If he was imprisoned by Zoroastrianism like a lab rat, he would not be able to save Kerr and her daughter. He would not even be able to save himself. Don't be fooled by the fact that we did not trigger any killing formations along the way. That's because I'm familiar with the killing formations here. I know where to go without triggering any killing formations. You should have noticed that I've been taking detours along the way, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, he had noticed this. Moreover, he had also memorized the route Duan Lingtian took. However, the killing formations here change every once in a while. That's because the formation changes itself. Therefore, it might not be the same the next time we come here, Meng Qi said. He continued to explain. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was still guessing that the killing formations in the prison hall might change. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, his guess was confirmed. Duan Lingtian realized that the route he had memorized would not be useful in the future. Therefore, he decided not to think about it anymore. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to leave Zoroastrianism without alarming the two of them. If I continue to stay in Zoroastrianism, it will be difficult for me to improve my innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. He would leave Zoroastrianism. He would go out and improve his innate spiritual roots. The two people he was referring to were naturally the first Silver Flame Elder Lian from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums, and Vice Hall Master Dong from the Law Enforcement Hall, who was also Dong Lin's father. If he left and was targeted by the two of them, he would be killed as soon as he left Zoroastrianism. I'll leave Zoroastrianism after serving in the Law Enforcement Hall for a month. However, before that, I have to think of a way to get out safely. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he wanted to leave Zoroastrianism, he had to come up with a foolproof plan. Otherwise, he would die if he was not careful. If he died, Kerr and her mother would no longer have any hope. If that was the case, he would not be satisfied even if he died. The prison where Gan Ru Yen is being held is just ahead. I'll wait for you at the entrance. You only have 15 minutes. Suddenly, Meng Qi's voice sounded. He told Duan Lingtian that they were about to arrive at their destination. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Were Kerr and her mother imprisoned together with Gan Ru Yen? This was what he was most concerned about. If they were not imprisoned together, he would only be able to see Gan Ru Yen. However, if they were imprisoned together, he would be able to reunite with Kerr and her mother. Soon, Duan Lingtian arrived in front of a stone chamber under Meng Qi's lead. This is where Gan Ru Yen is being held. I'll open the door now, and you can enter. Remember, you only have 15 minutes. Meng Qi reminded Duan Lingtian again as he looked at him. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, Duan Lingtian saw Meng Qi raising his hands and making complicated hand signs. As Meng Qi's hands moved, the air in the void seemed to be under his control. All of a sudden. Bang! Meng Qi struck out a palm in the air. This palm strike did not contain any saint vital energy. It was just a palm strike. However, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. As Meng Qi struck out with his palm, the air in the void seemed to be squeezed together and then hit the door of the stone chamber. Immediately, the outer layer of the stone room's door also emitted circles of ripples. In the end, the ripples spread out to the extreme, and a huge opening appeared, revealing the door of the stone room completely. A formation? Duan Lingtian immediately realized that there was a formation outside the stone chamber. Meng Qi's action just now was to open the formation. After the formation was opened, Meng Qi easily pushed open the stone door and looked at Duan Lingtian. "Go in." Duan Lingtian nodded and stepped into the stone chamber. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian entered the stone chamber and before he could see what was inside, there was a loud bang behind him. The stone door was closed again by Meng Qi. "He's really careful." Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly and began to look at the stone chamber in front of him as well. The stone chamber was not very spacious. It was about the size of 2 rooms in the mansion he was living in now. The interior was very simple. Other than a stone table and a few stone stools around it, there was only a stone bed. Now, there was a woman sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. After he entered, the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed as she stared at him. Kerr. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the woman's face. He was stunned for a moment. However, when he met the woman's gaze, Duan Lingtian's face changed drastically. This was because he saw it. The woman in front of him who looked exactly like Kerr was not Kerr, but Gan Ruyen. This woman was the only one imprisoned in this stone chamber. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, Gan Ruyen left the stone bed vigilantly and stared sharply at Duan Lingtian. She asked in a questioning tone. "You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said flatly. Chapter 2038. You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Duan Lingtian's words were like the first words spoken to an old friend after a long separation. Duan Lingtian said this because the Gan Ruyen before him was just like the Qi Mei from before. She was domineering and unapproachable. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen could not help but frown slightly. At the same time, she studied Duan Lingtian carefully. However, she realized she had never seen this young man before. "Qi Mei, it's been a long time." Duan Lingtian spoke again. He mentioned the alias Gan Ruyen used when she was in the Debussy subterranean. It was also the alias Gan Ruyen used when she was an assassin in the Mountainshade black market. Qi Mei. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's nickname, Gan Ruyen's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Gan Ruyen began to recall the days she spent in the Debussy subterranean a few years ago. She tried to recall who knew her identity. However, no matter how hard she thought about it, it seemed like the only people who knew Qi Mei was Gan Ruyen was her sister and those who were related to her sister in the lower province. Naturally, those people in the lower province did not know Qi Mei was Gan Ruyen. As for the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, including the people from the Zoroastrianism and her family, the Gan clan, none of them knew her alias, Qi Mei, when she was in the Debussy subterranean. Even her master, Guardian Qinghua from the Zoroastrianism, did not know her alias when she was in the Debussy subterranean. "Who are you?" Gan Ruyen couldn't think of anyone else who knew that she was Qi Mei. She couldn't help but become vigilant. She stared at Duan Lingtian with a serious gaze, as if she was facing a great enemy. "Who am I?" When he heard Gan Ruyen's words, the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared without a trace. He then sneered, "I was separated from my family because of you. Gan Ruyen, it's only been a few years. Have you already forgotten about me? Did you get the wrong person?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen was stunned for a moment before asking with a frown. "Wrong person? How can you, Gan Ruyen, say something like that?" The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened. As Duan Lingtian's sneer deepened, his face that Gan Ruyen could not see through began to distort. His originally handsome face was no longer there. It was replaced by another handsome face. This face had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose, and perfect lips. His perfect facial features gave people a very comfortable feeling, and people couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. What a handsome young man. It's you. If Gan Ruyen did not recognize the young man's face earlier, Gan Ruyen would never forget this face for the rest of her life. This was because this man was the man she hated the most. If it was not for this man, her sister would not have violated the rules of Zoroastrianism and faced a life and death crisis. At that time, when her sister was taken away by the enforcement hall, she even regretted not killing this man who had harmed her sister. At this moment, Gan Ruyen felt as though she had seen a ghost when she saw this man again in this place. Why is he here? How did he get in? Is this really the prison hall where the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall is heavily guarded? At this moment, Gan Ruyen's heart was filled with questions. What? You can recognize me now? Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer when he saw the shock on Gan Ruyen's face when she saw his face. How did you get in? At the same time, Gan Ruyen tried her best to calm down. After a while, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. I have my own way of getting in. The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face gradually disappeared as he replied indifferently. Do you know that I can't wait to kill you? Are you seeking your own death by coming here? Gan Ruyen said in a deep voice. You can't wait to kill me? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Gan Ruyen's words. His eyes turned cold as he said coldly, Gan Ruyen should be the one saying this to you, right? Don't tell me that until now, you still think that bringing Kuer back was the right choice? If you didn't bring Kuer back, would she have fallen into such a dangerous situation? You should be glad you didn't hand Kuer over to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, you'd have died. Duan Lingtian's tone turned colder when he reached the end of his sentence. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. I'd have died? Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She could not help but laugh disdainfully. You? She, Gan Ruyen, was ranked 7th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. She was one of the 7 great prodigies of Zoroastrianism. She had already entered the Supreme Saint ranking at such a young age. In fact, only the strongest 1,000 people in the Dao Martial Saint Land were qualified to enter the Supreme Saint ranking. Today, the young man whom she had regarded as an ant a few years ago had appeared before her. Although she did not know how he came to be here, she still found it ridiculous. How could his strength have improved so much in just a few years? That's right. Me. Duan Lingtian replied decisively in the face of Gan Ruyen's disdain. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating in his body surged out. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to strengthen the Sun Saint energy in his body. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Crack! Before Gan Ruyen could react, the long hairpin on Gan Ruyen's head broke. Crash! After Gan Ruyen's hairpin broke, her long black hair fell to the ground. She cut a sorry figure. What do you think now? Before Gan Ruyen could see the traces of the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian, who had put the Jasper Celestial Sword away, glanced at Gan Ruyen coldly and asked indifferently. Currently, Duan Lingtian had lost most of his Sun Saint energy. He was powerless. If Gan Ruyen made a move on him now, he would not be able to resist at all. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian dared to expend so much Sun Saint energy, he was certain Gan Ruyen would not make a move on him. After all, if he really wanted to kill Gan Ruyen, it would be very easy for him to do so. He believed that Gan Ruyen could sense it as well. Naturally, Gan Ruyen could sense it as well. How is this possible? Almost at the moment when Duan Lingtian broke Gan Ruyan's hairpin, Gan Ruyan's heart was filled with endless fear. She felt that she was so close to death at that moment. If the target of his sword was not her hairpin but a vital part of her body, she would definitely die. How can he be so strong? Gan Ruyan secretly gasped. When she looked at Duan Lingtian again, she could not help but feel shocked. She felt that the young man in front of her was completely different from the Duan Lingtian she had met before. That Duan Lingtian was so weak that he could not even withstand a single blow from her. She could even suppress him with just a flick of her finger. However, the Duan Lingtian in front of her was far stronger than her. From the beginning until the end, she did not see any trace of the sword at all. Even when she sparred with the true disciple who was ranked first on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism, she did not feel such despair and suffocation from the beginning until the end. At that moment, she even felt that her life was out of her control. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Who are you? It was precisely because of this that Gan Ruyan questioned Duan Lingtian's identity again. This was because she did not dare to associate this young man who could kill her with a single sword strike with the man who had harmed her sister. What? Do you think it's impossible for me to possess strength that far surpasses yours in just a few years? Duan Lingtian sneered. It was not difficult for him to guess Gan Ruyan's thoughts at this moment. In fact, let alone Gan Ruyan, even he felt like he was dreaming. Back then, Gan Ruyan had appeared as Qi Mei and forcefully took her away. At that time, Gan Ruyan's strength suffocated him. He could only watch as she took her away. He would never forget that scene. At that moment, he felt extremely powerless when he faced Gan Ruyan. After so many years, when he saw Gan Ruyan again, he could even kill Gan Ruyan with just a single sword strike with the Jasper Celestial Sword. This feeling made him feel proud, but at the same time, he felt unrealistic. The difference was too great. It was precisely because of this that he could understand Gan Ruyan's feelings at this moment. A person whom she regarded as an ant a few years ago had the strength to kill her with just a single sword strike. As long as she was a normal person, she would not be able to accept this. It's impossible for you to be him. Let alone a few years, even if he's given a few decades or a few centuries, he might not necessarily have your strength. Tell me. Who are you? What does this have to do with him? Why are you impersonating him? Are you trying to stand up for him and humiliate me? Gan Ruyan's expression turned even more unsightly. However, she still could not believe the Duan Lingtian in front of her was the Duan Lingtian she had come into contact with in the past. It doesn't matter to me whether you believe me or not. The reason I'm here today is not because I want to see you, but because I want to see Ku, and our daughter. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. At the same time, he bluntly revealed his purpose of entering the prison hall. He wanted to see Ku and their daughter. Gan Ruyan frowned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" Chapter 2039. It's the truth. Duan Lingtian replied coldly and decisively in the face of Gan Ruyan's repeated questions. His cold voice resonated in the air. At the same time, it seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Gan Ruyan still found it hard to believe when she heard Duan Lingtian's resolute reply. However, she found a sense of déjà vu in the young man's eyes. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the gaze of the young man who had blocked her way was no different from the gaze of the young man in front of her. In her mind, the two of them overlapped. It did not seem out of place at all. How's it possible that you're so strong? Gan Ruyan gasped. Although she still found it hard to believe, she knew she had no choice but to believe it even if she did not want to. This was because Duan Lingtian was standing in front of her. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed hers. You don't have to worry about how I'm so strong. I've already said that I'm here to see Kerr and her daughter, not you. Where are they now? Duan Lingtian asked in a timely manner. Since you're not here to see me, why don't you just go and see them? Gan Ruyen asked. At this moment, even Gan Ruyen did not notice that when she spoke to Duan Lingtian again, her tone had softened a little. She was no longer as domineering as before. It was as though she was awed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Perhaps, she was touched by the fact that Duan Lingtian had come all the way to the Zoroastrianism to look for her sister. However, one thing was certain. Gan Ruyen, who originally hated Duan Lingtian to the core, suddenly had a thought that Duan Lingtian was indeed worthy of her sister. In fact, in the past, she only thought Duan Lingtian was a toad. She did not think Duan Lingtian was worthy of her sister at all. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, her attitude had unknowingly changed. Even she did not notice the change. Do you think the enforcement hall's elder will let me see Kerr and her daughter if I say so? Duan Lingtian sneered. Upon hearing this, Gan Ruyen finally understood. Her sister was different from her. Her sister had committed a taboo in the Zoroastrianism. She was a very sensitive person in the Zoroastrianism. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even the Golden Flame elders in the Zoroastrianism might not be able to see her sister even if they wanted to. From the beginning, they weren't locked up with me. Gan Ruyen sighed and said, when I brought Yu Yen back, I hid her in my mansion until she gave birth to your daughter. Gan Ruyen paused for a moment when she reached the end of her sentence. Yu Yen? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he realized the Yu Yen Gan Ruyen mentioned was Kerr's other name. Yu Yen named your daughter Duan Si Ling, Duan Si Ling said. Gan Ruyen said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Si Ling. It was Gan Ruyen's words that caught Duan Lingtian off guard. His heart skipped a beat as though something had touched him. Duan Nyen Tian was the name Little Fei had given to their son. Duan Si Ling was the name Kerr had given to their daughter. Although the names were different, they had the same meaning. She missed him, Duan Lingtian. Since you're able to find your way here, it means that you've heard about what happened after that. I've kept Yu Yan's matter a secret from almost everyone. However, in the end, Wen Yen discovered some clues and reported me to the enforcement hall. Gan Ruyan's eyes flashed coldly when she mentioned Wen Yen. If it were not for Wen Yen, her sister would not have been locked up by the enforcement hall. Due to Wen Yan's report, Yu Yen and our daughter were taken away by the enforcement hall. As for me, I went to look for my master, Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Initially, I wanted to ask for Master's help, but Master said I was foolish and told me to go to the enforcement hall. Gan Ruyen sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. I know Master is doing this for my own good. When Lord Sect Leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation in the future and finds out about this matter, he might let me off for his sake. However, Master said there's nothing he can do about Yu Yen. He can only leave it to Lord Sect Leader to make a decision. Gan Ruyan's expression turned solemn. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes when she reached the end of her sentence. Make a decision? What's there to make a decision about? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. Put aside the fact that Kerr didn't want to end up in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, what does her life have to do with Zoroastrianism? She fell in love with me and had children with me. What does that have to do with Zoroastrianism? What right does Zoroastrianism have to decide her life? What right does it have to decide her life and death? Duan Lingtian's cold voice trembled slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. It was obvious he was furious. It was as though the anger he had been suppressing in his heart all this time had exploded all at once. I know you're unwilling to accept this, but do you think I'm willing to accept this as well? Gan Ru Yen smiled wryly. Didn't you ask me if I still think bringing Yu Yen back to Zoroastrianism was the right choice? Let me tell you, I still think it was the right choice. This was because as long as Yu Yen was in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the people sent by Zoroastrianism would be able to find her sooner or later. However, I didn't expect that even after I found her, brought her back, and hid her away, she was still found out in the end. When Gan Ru Yen reached the end of her sentence, the killing intent in her eyes shone again. Her killing intent was clearly directed at Wen Yen as well. After venting his anger, Duan Lingtian calmed down a lot. Based on Gan Ru Yan's words, he could sense that Gan Ru Yen was genuinely concerned about Kerr. Perhaps, the way she was concerned was not what he wanted, but she had good intentions. I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually brought Kerr back to Zoroastrianism and walked right into the trap. Couldn't you have found a place for her to stay outside? However, Duan Lingtian could not help but mock Gan Ru Yen for her foolish act of bringing Kerr back to Zoroastrianism. Find a place for her to stay outside? Do you think I'll be at ease? Gan Ru Yen said in a deep voice, she's my biological sister, my long-lost biological sister. Even if I can't see her for half a day, I'll still be worried about her safety. Moreover, in my opinion, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. However, no matter how I thought about it, I didn't expect Wen Yen to be hiding in the dark and watching me. She even discovered Yu Yen, who I brought back. When Gan Ru Yen mentioned Wen Yen again, the killing intent in her eyes became even more intense. Duan Lingtian no longer blamed her when he sensed Gan Ru Yan's genuine sorrow. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "Do you know where Kerr and our daughter are being held?" "I don't know." Gan Ru Yen shook her head. "The prison hall is huge, and there are many stone cells. Yu Yen and our daughter should be in one of the stone cells. Don't worry, before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation, the enforcement hall won't touch her at all. However, if the sect leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid Yu Yen and our daughter would." When Gan Ru Yen reached this part of her sentence, a hint of regret and pity could be seen in her eyes. "If I had a choice, I'd rather not bring her out of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, even though I think it was a wrong decision. However, if I did that, even if she was brought back by the Zoroastrianism, at least the mother and daughter would be able to spend more time with you. Right now, it's not certain if the mother and daughter would be able to reunite with you or not." Tears rolled down Gan Ru Yan's cheeks. Based on her words, it was as though she did not think her sister would survive. "We'll definitely be able to reunite," Duan Lingtian said resolutely. "I'll definitely rescue Kerr and our daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation. If something happens to Kerr and their daughter because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, in the future, not only will I tear him into pieces, but I'll also destroy the foundation of Zoroastrianism with my own hands. I'll make Zoroastrianism disappear from the Dao Martial Saint Land forever and become a part of the Dao Martial Saint Land's history." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold, as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine when they heard it. If it was before, Gan Ru Yen would think Duan Lingtian had overestimated himself when Duan Lingtian said this. However, after witnessing the transformation of Duan Lingtian's strength in just a few years, she no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had the potential. Perhaps, once your innate talent is exposed, even the sect leader won't dare to make a move on Yu Yen. However, the prerequisite is that you must show the potential that the entire Zoroastrianism is afraid of. Gan Ru Yen said excitedly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Naturally, the prerequisite is that you can't continue to stay in Zoroastrianism and prevent the Zoroastrianism from finding you. Otherwise, the sect leader won't have anything to fear as long as you're killed in the cradle. Gan Ru Yen finished her sentence in one breath. Gan Ruyan's words reminded Duan Lingtian that he was even more determined to show his potential in Zoroastrianism. It seems like I should leave Zoroastrianism as soon as I leave the enforcement hall. As long as I return after raising my innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root, I'll definitely shock the entire Zoroastrianism and the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made up his mind. Chapter 2040. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian wished he could give himself a pair of wings and leave the Zoroastrianism to improve his innate spiritual root. As long as his innate spiritual root transformed into a violet innate spiritual root, he would be able to return in glory and shock the entire Zoroastrianism and the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He would become a rare peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. At that time, all he had to do was spread the word that if the Zoroastrianism dared to touch Kerr and their daughter, he would definitely erase the Zoroastrianism from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. He believed the Zoroastrianism would not dare to touch Kerr and their daughter as long as they could not get rid of him because of his potential. Thank you for the reminder. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian thanked Gan Ruyan. At the same time, the remaining trace of hatred he had for Gan Ruyan disappeared. No matter what, the woman in front of her was still Ku-er's biological sister. She was Ku-er's family. If he continued to argue with her, Kerr would be the one who would be hurt. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to let go of the hatred he had for Gan Ruyan. Moreover, he was certain Gan Ruyan did not intend to harm Kerr at all. You don't have to thank me. Gan Ruyan shook her head. Then, she said solemnly, actually, you and I share the same reason. We both want Yu Yan and our daughter to be safe and sound. Don't forget, Yu Yan is my twin sister. She's also Gan Ruyan's only sister. I, Gan Ruyan, would rather sacrifice my life than let anything happen to Yu Yan. Gan Ruyan's tone was resolute and decisive when she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. Based on Gan Ruyan's tone, he could tell Gan Ruyan was speaking from the bottom of her heart. After a moment of silence, Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyan and said, "There's something I find strange. Why was Kerr the only one chosen to be the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism? Why didn't the Zoroastrianism choose you to be the saint girl? Could it be that the rumor, Kerr's, it's true that she possesses a violet innate spiritual root?" Duan Lingtian's words answered the questions in his heart. Indeed, her innate spiritual root is a violet innate spiritual root. However, that's not the main reason she was chosen to be the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. Gan Ruyan said solemnly when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Not the main reason? Duan Lingtian was stunned. When he saw Gan Ruyan's expression turning solemn, his expression turned solemn as well. What's the main reason? The main reason is that I've only heard my master mention it by chance. I think he said Yu Yan is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ruyan's expression turned even more solemn when she spoke. The reincarnation of a goddess? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. If it was in the past, he might have thought it was ridiculous when he heard this. However, he was also a person who had been reincarnated. However, he was the reincarnation of the Earth's soldier elite, not the reincarnation of a goddess or a god. Therefore, when he heard Gan Ruyan's words, he did not think it was impossible. Instead, he was shocked. Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess? This. Duan Lingtian did not know what to say at this moment. However, he quickly looked at Gan Ruyan and asked, "Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Your master, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, said Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess?" "That's what master said. However, I'm afraid only the sect leader knows the details." Gan Ruyan said. "It doesn't matter if Kerr is the reincarnation of a goddess or not, she's still my woman. A bright light flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and his tone was resolute and decisive as he said, I'll protect my woman. If the Zoroastrianism dares to lay a finger on her, I'll annihilate the Zoroastrianism in the future and make the Zoroastrianism history of the Tao martial saint land forever. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Gan Ruyen and said, I only have 15 minutes to see you. Now that the 15 minutes are almost up, it's time for me to leave. If the enforcement hall's elders come and ask you why I'm looking for you, you'll have to come up with an excuse. There's no need for me to answer. Gan Ruyen did not mind Duan Lingtian's words at all. She said there was no need for her to answer. Who was she? Apart from being a true disciple who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the most outstanding female disciple among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, and one of the 7 prodigies of Zoroastrianism, she was also the direct disciple of Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. A mere silver flame elder from the enforcement hall's prison hall did not have the right to make her explain anything. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Gan Ruyen's domineering words. He smiled wryly and said, I've forgotten that your master is Guardian Qinghua, one of the 3 great guardians. Take care of yourself. It's time for me to leave as well. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Dong! Dong! After knocking on the stone door twice, the stone door was opened by the silver flame elder, Meng Qi, who was guarding outside. After Duan Lingtian left, Meng Qi closed the stone door and reactivated the formation that enveloped the stone room. Let's go. After everything was done, Meng Qi called out to Duan Lingtian and brought Duan Lingtian out of the prison hall again. After leaving the prison hall, Duan Lingtian met up with Lu Yu who was waiting outside. After Lu Yu greeted Meng Qi and the other silver flame elders from the prison hall, he brought Duan Lingtian out of the prison hall and headed to the main palace of the enforcement hall. Thank you, Elder Lu Yu. Duan Lingtian did not forget to thank Lu Yu along the way. If you want to thank someone, you should thank little Yun. However, I hope you won't forget the promise you made to me earlier. Lu Yu said indifferently at first, but after that, he changed the topic and his tone became somewhat serious. Don't worry, Elder Lu Yu. I, Duan Lingtian, will never go back on my words. Duan Lingtian said confidently. Naturally, he knew what the promise Lu Yu mentioned was. It was nothing more than a reminder for him to sever all ties with Lu Yun in front of others so that he would not implicate Lu Yun and the Lu clan behind Lu Yun because of his matter. He had already promised Lu Yu this so he would not go back on his words. Moreover, he was being responsible to Lu Yun by doing this. Otherwise, if something happened to Lu Yun and the Lu clan because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. In order to take precautions, he decided that after persuading Lu Yun, he would fall out with Lu Yun and even cut ties with him. As long as the news of him severing ties with Lu Yun spread to the entire saint land of Zoroastrianism, those who targeted him would no longer target Lu Yun because of him. After Duan Lingtian left, Meng Qi returned to the prison hall. Then, he opened the stone chamber where Gan Ruyen was imprisoned and entered it. As soon as he entered, Meng Qi forced a bright smile on his face. He looked at Gan Ruyen and asked, Miss Ruyen, have you been comfortable here recently? Comfortable? Upon hearing Meng Qi's words, Gan Ruyen smiled coldly. Why don't we switch places and see if you're comfortable here? Upon hearing this, Meng Qi could not help but smile awkwardly. Miss Ruyen. Then, as though he recalled something, Meng Qi asked solemnly, May I ask? What's the relationship between you and Duan Lingtian who came to look for you, Miss Ruyen? He didn't hesitate to use his connections to enter the prison hall just to see you. Moreover, most importantly, he's a new disciple of Zoroastrianism. He only joined Zoroastrianism after you came to the prison hall, senior sister Ruyen. Meng Qi did not hesitate to ask about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Gan Ruyen. He had a feeling that the two of them knew each other. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have used his connections to enter the prison hall just to see Gan Ruyen. Why do you care about my relationship with him? Gan Ruyen could not help but smile coldly when she heard Meng Qi's question. She had no intention of answering Meng Qi's question. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Meng Qi's eyes when he saw Gan Ruyen's rudeness. However, he did not dare to show it. He forced a smile and said, "Miss Ruyen, I'm just asking. I don't have any other intentions. It seems like he's your friend, Miss Ruyen. No wonder he would humiliate Wen Yan like that last time. So it turns out that it was because Wen Yan reported the matter of you, young Miss Ruyen. To think that we were bewildered earlier and wondered why a new disciple like him would humiliate Wen Yan for no reason and not others." Meng Qi could not help but sigh as he spoke. When Duan Lingtian mentioned that he was looking for Gan Ruyen, Meng Qi and the other two Silver Flame elders from the prison hall immediately thought of Wen Yan, who was humiliated by Duan Lingtian. In the past, they thought Duan Lingtian was humiliating Wen Yan without any reason. But now, they didn't think so. This was because Duan Lingtian knew Gan Ruyen. Moreover, he seemed to be very close to Gan Ruyen. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the trouble of coming to the enforcement hall just to see Gan Ruyen. Moreover, although the salary that the enforcement hall gives to the true disciples on duty is quite high, to a true disciple like him who possesses 1 million contribution points, it's like a drop in the ocean. Meng Qi continued to say, "It seems like the reason he came to the enforcement hall is to see you, Miss Ruyen, 1 million contribution points." Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. "What 1 million contribution points? Did you just say he has 1 million contribution points?" Gan Ruyen was shocked. Duan Lingtian had 1 million contribution points. After all, she had only accumulated about 200,000 contribution points after practicing Zoroastrianism for so many years. Chapter 2041. Yes. Please search for the most complete information. Yes. Meng Qi did not dare to slack off when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. He quickly nodded in response. He hasn't been in the Zoroastrianism for long, right? How did he get so many contribution points? Gan Ruyen asked in confusion. She was shocked. When Meng Qi heard Gan Ruyen's question, he replied again, "Although he has only been in the Zoroastrianism for less than a year, almost everything that has happened in the sect has something to do with him." Meng Qi paused for a moment before he continued, "As for the 1 million contribution points, he earned them in the Hall of Life and Death when he first came to the Saint Land from the Four Symbols Sanctums. Everything that has happened in the sect has something to do with him?" Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard the first part of Meng Qi's sentence. Gan Ruyen was puzzled when she heard the second part of Meng Qi's sentence. Hall of Life and Death. Since when can one earn so many contribution points in the Hall of Life and Death? Why haven't I heard of such a good thing before? This matter started when he first came to the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the Four Symbols Sanctums of the Zoroastrianism. Meng Qi told Gan Ruyen about how Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism. He also mentioned that the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder was the Zoroastrianism's true disciple, Yang Wen. There were more than 170 true disciples in total. Gan Ruyen had some impression of Yang Wen. However, although Yang Wen was also a true disciple like her, his strength was not enough to be listed on the true ranking. Therefore, she did not pay much attention to Yang Wen. Naturally, she did not pay much attention to a true disciple like Yang Wen. That Yang Wen is actually the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder? When Gan Ruyen found out that Yang Wen was the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, she was a little surprised as well. She did not expect Yang Wen to be so secretive. Nobody had ever mentioned that he had such an identity before. Of course, even if Yang Wen was the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Gan Ruyen did not take it to heart. In terms of strength, Yang Wen was far inferior to her. In terms of background, Yang Wen couldn't even compare to her. It's precisely because Duan Lingtian killed Yang Wu that Yang Wen went to look for trouble with him as soon as he arrived at the Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, challenged Yang Wen to a death duel as soon as he opened his mouth. In the end, the two of them went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed the life and death contract. When Meng Qi said this, he couldn't help but sigh. From the beginning, Yang Wen and the other Saint Land's disciples thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian. Gan Ruyen was not surprised to hear that Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian. She had just witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Even she was far from being a match for him, let alone Yang Wen, who was even weaker than her. As Meng Qi continued to explain in detail, Gan Ruyen also learned how Duan Lingtian obtained the 1 million contribution points. As it turned out, he had won the contribution points by betting on her victory in the Hall of Life and Death. The bow he took out is also not an ordinary item. Otherwise, Elder Niezue wouldn't have given him 200,000 contribution points as collateral. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. Niezue was from the same lineage as her and her master, Qinghua, and Niezue. In terms of seniority, Niezue, the custodian of the Hall of Life and Death, could be considered as her senior brother. For this reason, she knew Niezue very well. She knew that Niezue was a person who would not do anything without benefits. After learning about the origin of the 1 million contribution points in Duan Lingtian's hands, Gan Ruyen looked at Meng Qi and continued to ask, "You said earlier that he had something to do with all the commotion in the sect in the past year? What commotion? Tell me about it." Gan Ruyen asked further. Gan Ruyen was also curious about the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian. In the face of Gan Ruyen's repeated questions, Meng Qi patiently answered her and told her everything related to Duan Lingtian. Gan Ruyen's expression was very interesting as she listened to Meng Qi's narration. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would cause so many commotion in Zoroastrianism in less than a year. As soon as he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism, he offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Then, he killed someone in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, another one of the 4 symbols sanctums. Due to his blue innate spiritual root, he was pardoned by the enforcement hall. Wait a minute. Blue innate spiritual root? Are you saying his innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root? When Meng Qi mentioned the grade of Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, Gan Ruyen immediately interrupted him with a shocked expression on her face. Are you sure you're not mistaken? No. Meng Qi shook his head. Meng Qi shook his head. His innate spiritual root should be a blue spiritual root. Why? Don't tell me you think his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root? Yellow innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyen completely ignored the second half of Meng Qi's words. How could a person who was only 1 or 2 years older than her possess an innate spiritual root that was much stronger than her and had improved so quickly in just a few years? How could such a person possess a yellow innate spiritual root? In fact, Gan Ruyen did not think Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Based on Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed, his innate spiritual root should be at least an indigo innate spiritual root. It might even be a violet innate spiritual root. After all, she knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well a few years ago. Are you saying his innate spiritual root should be a blue innate spiritual root? Why did you add the word should? Gan Ruyen asked. Currently, there's a rumor in the sect that he knows how to conceal his innate spiritual root. If he's concealing his blue innate spiritual root, then his innate spiritual root might be an indigo innate spiritual root or higher, Meng Qi said. Then, he added, of course, that's not realistic. Unrealistic? Gan Ruyen did not comment on Meng Qi's words. She was certain Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo or violet innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen only began to waver when Meng Qi explained the source of Duan Lingtian's strength. His cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage. He's able to defeat a powerhouse at the second form of the saint celestial stage because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities and a strange sword technique? Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard Meng Qi's words. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage? This was shocking news to Gan Ruyen. In fact, when Duan Lingtian's unpredictable sword slashed at her, she felt as though she had just brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper. At that time, she thought Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Meng Qi was telling her that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. An early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator possessed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Gan Ruyen was unwilling to believe it, she had no choice but to believe it when Meng Qi continued. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage even though his cultivation base was only at the early quintessential saint stage. If his cultivation base is only at the early quintessential saint stage, his innate spiritual root might be a blue innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen thought to herself. Soon after, Gan Ruyen learned another shocking news. Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, she knew what a 9-clawed dragon warrior meant. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Wen Yan? She didn't dare to accept his challenge to a death duel. She was beaten into a pig's head in public. Gan Ruyen felt proud when she heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yan. It was as though she was the one who had humiliated Wen Yan and not Duan Lingtian. Sister, you've really found yourself a good man. He went into the tiger's den for you and even risked offending a golden flame elder to avenge you. At this moment, Gan Ruyen's impression of Duan Lingtian changed drastically. Gan Ruyen knew her place. Duan Lingtian did not teach Wen Yan a lesson because of her. He must have taught her a lesson because of her twin sister and her niece. However, a hint of dread appeared in Gan Ruyen's eyes when she learned Duan Lingtian had offended Dong Lin in order to join the enforcement hall. Dong Lin was the only son of one of the vice hall masters in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian had offended him and would have to stay in the enforcement hall for a month. His life would not be easy in the future. Perhaps, Dong Lin was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, but he did not need to personally make a move in the enforcement hall if he wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Elder Meng Qi, I have a favor to ask of you. Gan Ruyen looked at Meng Qi and said seriously. Miss Ruyen, feel free to speak your mind. Meng Qi said with a smile on his face. To him, the woman before him was like a grand aunt. If he neglected her and guardian Qinghua found out about it, then even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin as an elder of the enforcement hall. Please pass this voice transmission jade slip to my master on my behalf. Gan Ruyen took out a voice transmission jade slip and transmitted her voice into it before passing it to Meng Qi. All right. Meng Qi agreed immediately after receiving the voice transmission jade slip. The message that Gan Ruyen left in the voice transmission jade slip was very simple. She asked her master to take care of Duan Lingtian. Of course, she didn't reveal Duan Lingtian's identity as her brother-in-law. She only said he was a friend she'd gotten to know when she was training outside, and the reason he'd wantonly humiliated Wen Yan was because he was standing up for her. She had mentioned Wen Yan because she wanted her master to resonate with her against a common enemy. After all, her master hated Wen Yan to the core for reporting her. Chapter 2042. However, although her master hated Wen Yan, it was not convenient for him to make a move on her. After all, her master was one of the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism. If he made a move on a disciple of Zoroastrianism, people would laugh their heads off. At that time, the people of Zoroastrianism might even become the laughingstock of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, this is all I can do for you. After Meng Qi left with the voice transmission jade slip, Gan Ru Yen, who was all alone, muttered to herself. Just as he was about to leave the prison hall with the voice transmission jade token that Gan Ru Yen had given him and was about to leave the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian returned to the main hall of the enforcement hall. The first thing he did when he returned was to look for Lu Yun. He would never forget the promise he made to Lu Yu. Junior brother Lingtian, did you see the saint girl and her daughter? Lu Yun could not help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian had returned. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. They're not with Gan Ru Yen. I only saw Gan Ru Yen. What a pity. Lu Yun sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he began to console Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, I'll find some time to ask my great-grandfather if I can help you find a chance to meet the saint girl and her daughter. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yun. Although Duan Lingtian knew it was almost impossible for Lu Yun to do what he said, he still thanked him. No matter what, Lu Yun had good intentions. Senior brother Lu Yun. After a series of expressions flashed across his face, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. He looked at Lu Yun. Seeing Duan Lingtian suddenly looking over with a serious expression, Lu Yun could not help but be stunned. He asked in confusion, Junior brother Lingtian, do you have something to say? Senior brother Lu Yun, we might not have known each other for long, but we've already exchanged our hearts. Duan Lingtian's serious expression caused Lu Yun to shake his head and smile. However, Duan Lingtian's next sentence completely froze the smile on Lu Yun's face. Senior brother Lu Yun, from today onwards, let's not interact with each other anymore. It was precisely these words that caused the smile on Lu Yun's face to completely disappear. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of disbelief. Junior Lingtian. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you feel that I, Lu Yun, am climbing up your social ladder by interacting with you? As he spoke, Lu Yun's tone changed. Of course not. Duan Lingtian knew that Lu Yun had misunderstood. He could not help but smile bitterly. Senior brother Lu Yun, in my heart, you'll always be my senior brother and my friend. However, you're not alone. You have a family behind you. Moreover, even if you were alone, would still make the same decision today. Although I haven't been in Zoroastrianism for long, I've offended many people. Especially Dong Lin, who I've offended recently. His father is the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. Although I'm not afraid of him, I don't want to drag you and your family down with me. Duan Lingtian's words were from the bottom of his heart. Did great-grandfather ask you to do this? Lu Yun's expression was slightly ugly as he asked in a deep voice. He could vaguely guess some things. Senior brother Lu Yun, there are some things that if I don't want to do, no one can persuade me or force me to do them. This decision is also my decision. The friendship between you and me, as well as the friendship between me and senior brother Lu Mu, will never change. However, based on the current situation, it's best for us to keep a distance. Duan Lingtian said seriously, I promise you, I'll definitely get rid of all the hidden dangers in the future. At that time, we'll drink and chat happily. We won't have to worry about our relationship anymore. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At most, I'll just leave the family. In the end, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and made the decision to leave the Lu family. This way, he would not have to worry about dragging the Lu family down with him. Senior brother Lu Yun, you can't do this. Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, his heart was filled with warmth. He did not expect Lu Yun would leave the Lu family for his friend and his family. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who pretended to fall out with him. Only then did Lu Yun reluctantly agree to follow Duan Lingtian's instructions. That day, a shocking piece of news spread out from the enforcement hall's main hall. Duan Lingtian had a conflict with his old friend, Lu Yun, and injured him. After that, an elder of Lu Yun's family, the enforcement hall's silver flame elder Lu Yu, taught Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun broke off their relationship and became strangers from then on. The entire Zoroastrianism Saint Land was in an uproar. Senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Lu Yun broke off their relationship? Why is that so? Haven't both of them always been on good terms? Why did they break off just like that? Many disciples of the Holy Lands were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They had no idea what was going on. Brother Yun and junior brother Ling Tian broke off their relationship. The person with the biggest reaction was none other than Lu Mu. Compared to his cousin, Lu Yun, he knew Duan Lingtian much earlier. It could be said that Lu Yun knew Duan Lingtian through him. In his impression, junior brother Ling Tian was not someone who would create trouble out of nothing. In that case, could it be that it was his cousin's fault? Lu Mu was extremely anxious. He could not wait to go to the enforcement hall and ask Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun what was going on. However, Zoroastrianism elders and disciples could not enter the enforcement hall because of personal matters. For this reason, he could not go to the enforcement hall to look for Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun even if he wanted to. He could only wait until Duan Lingtian and Lu Yun's term of duty ended a month later. He could only ask them when they returned. In the enforcement hall's main hall. The main hall was huge. Dong Lin, the enforcement hall's bronze flame elder, lived in it as well. Duan Lingtian broke off with Lu Yun. Dong Lin was stunned when he heard the news. Then, he sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, you're really a loner. It's not easy for you to make a friend, but you've fallen out with him just like that. Unfortunately, that elder Lu Yu was too lenient and didn't do anything to you. However, even if elder Lu Yu didn't do anything to you, it doesn't mean I'll do the same to you. The moment Dong Lin thought of this, he left his residence and the enforcement hall's main hall. The eastern side of the enforcement hall was the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. The hall master and a few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall usually cultivated there. Naturally, this was a forbidden area for the ordinary enforcement hall's elders and disciples. They were not allowed to enter without reason. However, Dong Lin was an exception. This was because he was the only son of Dong Yuanjin, one of the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. Nobody would say anything even if he entered and left this place frequently. In a quiet valley, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. There was a waterfall in the north, and one could vaguely hear the sound of water splashing from the waterfall. In the open space in front of the waterfall, there was a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by mountains and water. It looked very comfortable. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Dong Lin appeared in front of the mansion. Young master. As soon as Dong Lin appeared in front of the mansion, a figure gradually materialized in front of him. It was an old man dressed in plain clothes. The old man was skinny, and he looked inconspicuous as he stood there like a withered tree. Elder Yang. Even someone as arrogant as Dong Lin had to greet such an inconspicuous old man respectfully when he saw him. The old man in front of him was his father's servant. However, he knew very well in his heart. This old man's strength was not much weaker than his father's. In Zoroastrianism, he would definitely be a golden flame elder. "Young master, you're here to look for master?" the old man asked. His voice was slightly hoarse as though he was about to die. "Yes." Dong Lin nodded. At the same time, a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Dong Yuanjin was one of the 3 vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. He was a middle-aged man with a sturdy body. He stood in the backyard of the mansion like an iron tower. "Father." Dong Lin, who was led to the backyard by Elder Yang, bowed respectfully when he saw Dong Yuanjin. "Yes." Usually, Dong Yuanjin was very strict in front of Dong Lin. Although he doted on his son a lot, he would still put on a stern face to help his son grow. He was afraid his son would slack off in his cultivation because he was too fond of him. That was not something he wanted to see. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the ones who ruled. Before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would eventually die of old age. It was impossible for him to protect his son forever. "Father, Dong Lin opened his mouth but was interrupted by Dong Yuanjin before he could finish his words. "Are you here to ask me to send someone to teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson?" Dong Yuanjin interrupted Dong Lin and asked calmly. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "Yes." Dong Lin gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. "As your father, logically speaking, I hope that you can use your own strength to solve this matter. However, I heard that kid called Duan Lingtian is very strange, and you're not a match for him." Based on Dong Yuanjin's words, it was obvious he had heard of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage and was comparable to a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, as one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism, Dong Yuanjin was much stronger than most golden flame elders. He was close to breaking through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2043. I'm useless. I've embarrassed you, father. Upon hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, Dong Lin lowered his head in shame. However, his eyes gleamed coldly. Naturally, the coldness in his eyes was not directed at his father. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, he would not have come to his father to avenge him. If he had not come to his father to avenge him, he would not have heard his father's words that were filled with disappointment. From the beginning until the end, Dong Lin resented Duan Lingtian. He did not expect it was all because he was useless. Moreover, he was not the one who provoked Duan Lingtian first. If he had a backbone, he could have relied on his own efforts to cultivate and seek revenge. Why would he come to his father for help? Your innate spiritual root is the same as his. Both of you have a blue innate spiritual root. I hope you'll be able to defeat him with your own strength one day instead of coming to me to teach him a lesson. Dong Yuanjin looked at Dong Lin solemnly and said, "As for this time, I'll ask Elder Yang to speak to Tian Dong. You can look for Tian Dong tomorrow." Elder Tian Dong? Upon hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, Dong Lin's eyes lit up immediately. An excited expression could be seen on his face. Tian Dong was the first silver flame elder of the enforcement hall. He had received his father's favor in the past and was considered one of his subordinates. How could Dong Lin not be excited when he heard his father was going to ask Tian Dong to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson? When Dong Yuanjin saw that Dong Lin was so excited after hearing his words, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head, turned around, and left the backyard to return to his residence. Although he was disappointed, there was nothing he could do. After all, Dong Lin was his only son. He was everything to him. Regardless of whether his son was useful or not, Dong Lin was his lifeblood and everything to him. Naturally, he could not stand it when someone bullied his son. Although Duan Lingtian had bullied his son, he did not cross the line. Due to this reason, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. "Farewell, father." At the same time, Dong Lin regained his senses and said respectfully as he watched Dong Yuanjin leave. "Elder Yang, I'll go back first. I'll look for Elder Tian Dong tomorrow. You must remember to look for Elder Tian Dong today." Before leaving, Dong Lin looked at Elder Yang and reminded him. "I'll go now." It wasn't until he saw Old Man Yang rising into the air that Dong Lin left in satisfaction. Looking at Dong Lin's back, Elder Yang let out a long sigh and muttered, "It's no wonder that master is disappointed with the young master." Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware that Dong Lin had gone to look for his father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, to stand up for him. Right now, Duan Lingtian was seriously cultivating on the 4th floor of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. His next goal was to break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. In that case, he would be able to defeat ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage even without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, he would only be able to defeat ordinary powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, he would still be no match for powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage like Wen Yen if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword. He would not be able to defeat powerhouses at the same level as Gan Ru Yen. In terms of strength, powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage were divided. For example, Gan Ru Yen could barely be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking in the Dao Martial Saint land. On the other hand, powerhouses like Wen Yen and Lu Yun were not even qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. If I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, should be able to defeat senior brother Lu Yun without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. If I break through to the mastery exemplary saint stage, should be able to defeat Wen Yen without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as for Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen, who's a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm afraid I'll have to break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage to defeat her without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian had not wasted his time in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He now had a clear understanding of the strength levels of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ru Yen isn't even at the peak of the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'll have to break through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage if I want to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the second form of the Saint Celestial stage without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this as well. Although the second form of the Saint Celestial stage was just a cultivation base, there was a huge difference between those at the peak of the second form of the Saint Celestial stage and those who had just broken through to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. The gap between each of the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage was huge. It was comparable to the gap between the exemplary saint stage and the quintessential saint stage and the divine saint stage and the exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was insane. He knew he had to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible if he wanted to rescue Ker and their daughter. He wanted to be strong enough to rescue Ker and their daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, who knew what would happen after the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian did not want any unforeseen circumstances to happen. The night passed by quickly. To Duan Lingtian, one night in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Due to this reason, he also cultivated properly. His cultivation base was getting closer and closer to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave his residence in the main hall of the enforcement hall and head to the patrol post on the west side of the enforcement hall, a voice rang out. In a mysterious, eerie, and strange place, Zhu Luqi cut a sorry figure. That was right. Zhu Luqi was the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the Debussy subterranean quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he was no longer tolerated by the people in the Debussy subterranean. However, he had followed Duan Ling Tian to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and joined one of the three great sects, Zoroastrianism. He had even joined the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, he had asked the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, to help him send Zhu Luqi to the interprovince transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land so that he could send Zhu Luqi back to the Debussy subterranean. Duan Ling Tian had asked Zhu Luqi to return to the Debussy subterranean because he wanted Zhu Luqi to inform the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, he had offended Lian in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land because of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he had formed a feud with Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Now that he had exposed his identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, Lian and Yang Chong would most likely guess that he was from the lower province. If Lian or Yang Chong sent someone to the lower province to investigate, they would be able to find out about his background in just a short time. This was because although not everyone in the lower province knew about his name, Duan Ling Tian, in the Debussy subterranean, there were many people who knew about it. Whether it was Lian or Yang Chong, as long as they sent someone to the lower province, they would definitely find out he was from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely be annihilated. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian chose to send Zhu Luqi back to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the Debussy subterranean first to report the matter. Duan Ling Tian believed that as long as his father, Duan Rufeng, received the news in advance, he would definitely be able to arrange everything in a short time and successfully avoid the annihilation. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect this at all. After Zhu Luqi entered the interprovince transportation formation, something unexpected happened. He was not sent to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Instead, he was sent to a mysterious, eerie, and strange place. This place was filled with a grayish haze. The sky here was dark. There was no distinction between day and night. Recently, Zhu Luqi had already gotten used to this. What's this place? It doesn't seem like the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land or the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zhu Luqi raised his head to look at the sky. A blood-red moon hung in the sky as though it was dyed in blood. It was extremely eerie and strange. It was the moon that lit up the dark sky. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is even worse than the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, I feel like I've been walking around here for a few months, but I haven't seen a single living person at all. Let alone a human, I haven't even seen a single beast. Walking in the barren forest in a daze, Zhu Luqi felt extremely depressed as he walked past the withered trees. He felt like he was going crazy. Since there was no distinction between day and night here, he did not know how long he had been here. However, it felt like a long time had passed. It felt like a few months. Naturally, the truth was that Zhu Luqi had not been here for that long. It was just that the atmosphere here was too eerie and strange. Moreover, he could not see any living things. As time passed, he began to feel extremely frustrated. He felt like he had been here for a long time. Zhu Luqi felt disgusted by this place from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not know how to get back. What's going on with the interprovince transportation formation? Why did I end up in such a godforsaken place? What's this place? Zhu Luqi was extremely frustrated. He was on the verge of breaking down. However, when he was on the verge of breaking down, he calmed down a little and carefully observed his surroundings. In the end, he realized he seemed to be walking in the same spot all the way. The scenery he experienced kept repeating. It was as though he was trapped in a dead end. Illusory formation? At this moment, Zhu Luqi's heart jolted. At the same time, he came to a halt and did not continue to move forward. This was because he realized it would be useless even if he continued to move forward. In the end, he was still walking in the same spot. This fellow seems to have noticed me. Chapter 2044. As soon as the voice rang in the air, two monsters with the heads of cows and the bodies of humans shrouded in black mist appeared in front of Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi also discovered that he was in a different place. Apart from the dark sky and the blood-red moon, the withered trees and the barren forest had disappeared. He was now in a barren valley. The two monsters standing in the air in front of him were staring at him with their blood-red eyes that were as big as gongs. Who are you? Zhu Luqi felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the two monsters in front of him. Both of them were extremely dangerous. Moreover, the devil chi they emitted was even purer and more exaggerated than a devil cultivator like him. Human? Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, the two monsters looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. He said, human? One of the monsters asked excitedly. Yes. The other monster was excited as well. When I used the seduction technique earlier, I noticed the devil chi in his body was not pure. As it turns out, he's a human. Why would a human appear in the exiled realm? Could it be that he's from the Saint Province realm? According to the ancient legends, apart from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, only the Saint Province realm, which is adjacent to the exiled realm, has humans in the mundane realm. However, isn't there a spatial barrier between the exiled realm and the Saint Province realm? Haven't we, the powerhouses of the exiled plane, dreamt of breaking that barrier for hundreds of thousands of years, but we've never succeeded? Could it be that this human discovered the spatial barrier and came here from the Saint Province realm? The two monsters with the heads of cows and the bodies of humans discussed as though there was no one else around. When their words entered Zhu Luqi's ears, he was confused. He had heard of the Devata realms and the mundane realms. However, he had never heard of the exiled realm or the Saint Province realm. Of course, he also vaguely realized, the Saint Province realm mentioned by the two cow-headed men was the Dao Martial Saint land where he was originally from. However, he had never heard of the exiled realm when he was in the Dao Martial Saint land. You're not human? Then what exactly are you? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Luqi mustered up his courage and asked. He was too curious about the identity of the two monsters in front of him. Judging by their tone, they were not humans at all. Besides, Zhu Luqi did not think they were saint beasts. Generally speaking, saint beasts would either be in their beast form or human form. They would never appear in such a strange form. This was the first time he had seen such a monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human. Not only was this the first time he had seen one, he had never even heard of such a monster that was neither human nor beast. He asked what we are. The two monsters began to talk again. Has he never heard of devils? I think he hasn't. Otherwise, he would have recognized us as devils. He can't even recognize us as devils. Does this mean he won't be able to recognize us as members of the Ox Devil clan? That's for sure. The conversation between the two monsters with the head of a cow and the body of a human entered Zhu Luqi's ears. Horror dawned on Zhu Luqi immediately. Devils? You're devils. When Zhu Luqi looked at the two monsters again, it was as though he had just seen a ghost. He exclaimed, if both of you are devils, don't tell me this is the land of exile, the homeland of the legendary devils in our Dao Martial Saint land? Zhu Luqi had learned about the land of exile when he was in the White Tiger Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. Other than cultivating, he also liked to flip through all kinds of ancient books and records. When he was in the White Tiger Sanctum, he had read a very, very, very ancient book that introduced the land of exile. According to legend, a long time ago, there was a great human-devil war in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was said that during that era, a group of devils came from a place that the people of the Dao Martial Saint land had never heard of before and invaded the Dao Martial Saint land. That era was also known as the Human Devil era. And the place where those demons came from was also known as the Land of Exile. During the Human Devil era, the Great Human Devil War had almost turned the world upside down. Although the humans managed to defeat the devils in the end, it also caused a great reshuffle in the Dao Martial Saint land. Many powerful forces disappeared and ceased to exist. It was also at that time that the three great sects were born. Devil cultivators began to appear at that time as well. Devil cultivators were human martial and Dao cultivators who had mastered some of the devil clan's cultivation techniques. As time went by, the devils returned to the land of exile and no longer showed themselves. The peaceful days caused the people of the Dao Martial Saint land to gradually forget about the devils who had invaded their homeland. In the end, the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into two, the Upper Province and the Upper Province. At that time, everything about the land of exile and the devils was gradually forgotten by the people of the Dao Martial Saint land. It was only recorded in words that existed in the three great sections. Legend has it that the reason the devils were able to invade the Dao Martial Saint land from the land of exile was because they had spent 1,000,000 years to set up an earth-shattering devil formation that broke the space barrier between the land of exile and the Dao Martial Saint land. Zhu Luqi recalled the words he had read in the book. In the end, the Great Human Devil War broke out. The devils were defeated and were chased back to the land of exile. At that time, the powerful figures among the humans had set up a grand sealing formation to forcefully seal the gap in the space barrier. If the devils wanted to make a comeback, they would have to spend at least a few 100,000 years or even a few million years before they could break the space barrier again. However, it has only been a few 100,000 years since the Human Devil era. Does this mean that I was sent to the land of exile by a faulty interdomain teleportation formation? Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he thought about this. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think he would be so unlucky one day. The land of exile was not a good place for him. Dao Martial Saint land? The two minotaurs heard Zhu Luqi's exclamation and turned to look at Zhu Luqi. Legend has it that the Dao Martial Saint land is the main continent of the Saint Province realm. It seems like he's really from the Saint Province realm. Let's bring him back to our clan. Perhaps, we'll be able to find a passage to the Saint Province realm through him. Legend has it that the Saint Province realm is very rich. Not only is the cultivation environment 100 or 1,000 times better than the land of exile, but it's also filled with countless saint stones and mineral resources. At this point, the two monsters' eyes lit up as they looked at Zhu Luqi. As soon as the two minotaurs finished speaking, Zhu Luqi made his move, intending to escape. However, before he could take more than a few steps, one of the minotaurs caught up to him and grabbed him like an eagle catching a chick. Their strength was not on the same level at all. Both of the minotaurs were 3 meters tall. One of the minotaurs carried Zhu Luqi as though he was carrying a very light item. Let's go. Bring him back to the clan. Then, the two minotaurs carried Zhu Luqi away. Based on their conversation, it was clear they were members of the Ox Devil clan in the Devil clans. They were two Ox Devils. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you inform your clan anymore. When Zhu Luqi was captured by the two Ox Devils, he was already prepared to die. He felt helpless when he thought about Duan Ling Tian's request. At this moment, he could only hope that Duan Ling Tian would go to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land to warn his clan. Naturally, he knew it was impossible. As the saying went, there are always exceptions. While Zhu Luqi was being brought back to the Ox Devil clan by the two Ox Devils, Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, had arrived at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the people. Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had arranged for him. "Greetings, lords." The watchers from the Dao Martial Saint Land quickly bowed respectfully when they saw Lian and the others who were charging at them menacingly. He was only an early quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator. However, even the weakest person in this group of people was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. As someone who came from a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and had seen much of the world, he could sense this. "Have you seen this person before?" Lian raised his hand and opened a portrait. It was a handsome young man in the portrait. The portrait showed Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. It was also his appearance when he was in the fire worship sect. It's very likely that he's from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If he's from the lower province, you must have seen him before. Do you find him familiar? Lian asked in a deep voice. His aura surged out and pressed down on the watcher of the Debussy Subterranean. The watcher's face turned pale. However, he shook his head in the end. "I've never seen him before." And what he said was indeed the truth. "He's called Duan Ling Tian." "Are you sure you've never seen him before?" Lian asked again. "Duan Ling Tian?" Chapter 2045. What? You know about the Duan Ling Tian? Although the surprise in the Debussy Subterranean watcher's eyes only flashed for a moment, it was still noticed by Lian, who was observant. When he spoke again, a powerful aura surged out of Lian's body again and pressed down on the watcher. The moment the watcher's face turned pale, Lian's spiritual energy had already extended out and entered the watcher's mind domineeringly. He cast the soul-searching secret tactic. The moment the soul-searching secret tactic was cast, it directly controlled the watcher's mind. "You know the Duan Ling Tian?" Lian asked in a deep voice after he controlled the watcher. "Yes." The watcher, whose eyes were blank and had a blank expression on his face, nodded immediately when he heard Lian's question. His expression was dull as though he had lost his soul. When Lian heard the watcher's words, his eyes lit up immediately. However, his expression turned grave at the same time. "Then why did you say you've never seen the person in the portrait when I asked you if you've seen him before?" "I've never seen the person in the portrait before," the watcher replied. "The Duan Ling Tian you know doesn't look like that." When Lian heard the watcher's words, he could not help but frown. Could it be that the Duan Ling Tian the watcher knew was not the same person as the Duan Ling Tian who practiced Zoroastrianism? Lian was certain that the Duan Ling Tian who practiced Zoroastrianism did not have any signs of disguise on his face. He was also certain that the watcher before him had already cast the soul-searching secret tactic on him. It was impossible for him to lie to him. "He doesn't look like that." When the watcher heard Lian's question, he continued to reply dully. He said bluntly that the Duan Ling Tian he knew was not the person in the portrait in Lian's hand. "Tell me about the Duan Ling Tian you know. Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything from me," Lian asked further. Although Lian was almost certain that the Duan Ling Tian he was looking for was not the same person as the Duan Ling Tian mentioned by the watcher, he could not help but want to confirm it further. Logically speaking, a name like Duan Ling Tian was not common. Most importantly, since the watcher knew the Duan Ling Tian, it meant that the Duan Ling Tian he mentioned was not an ordinary person in the Debussy Subterranean. And the Duan Ling Tian of Zoroastrianism was no ordinary person. Lian subconsciously felt that it couldn't be so coincidental. They're both called Duan Ling Tian, and they're both so extraordinary. It was because of this that he continued to question the person in front of him. Currently, the Watcher in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was affected by Li Yan's soul-searching secret tactic. Naturally, he would tell Li Yan everything he knew. Following that, he began to recount everything about Duan Ling Tian in his memory in full detail. From the Guardian, Li Yan learned that the Duan Ling Tian of the Debussy Subterranean was a peerless genius. Naturally, the peerless genius referred to the peerless genius of the Debussy Subterranean. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only those with violet innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called peerless geniuses. Not long ago, he went from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land through the interprovince transportation formation. Li Yan's eyes lit up when he heard that the Duan Ling Tian of the Debussy Subterranean had gone to the upper province not long ago. He knows a mysterious disguising secret tactic. Ordinary people won't be able to see through his disguise even if they use their divine consciousness or spiritual energy. When Li Yan learned about this from the Watcher, he was certain of it. The Duan Ling Tian the Watcher mentioned was none other than the Duan Ling Tian who had offended him during the Zoroastrianism. However, the Duan Ling Tian of the Zoroastrianism had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself. Due to the unique disguising secret tactic that Duan Ling Tian had mastered, even he could not see through the Duan Ling Tian's disguise. Duan Ling Tian is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy Subterranean. Li Yan's eyes gleamed coldly when he confirmed the two Duan Ling Tian were the same person. Does this mean his family is in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Where's the Azure Cloud Mansion? Li Yan asked in a slightly anxious tone as he looked at the Watcher. After Li Yan obtained the answer from the Watcher, he immediately soared into the sky and flew toward the Azure Cloud Mansion at lightning speed. The group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses sent by Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, to follow Li Yan also soared into the sky and followed him. The group of people made their way to the Azure Cloud Mansion in a mighty manner. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Mansion was quiet. The people inside were completely unaware that a bloody storm was about to befall them. A huge crisis was about to engulf the Azure Cloud Mansion, a third-rate force in the Debussy Subterranean. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was completely unaware of this. He thought his father, Duan Rufeng, would immediately bring his family and friends away from the Azure Cloud Mansion and hide since Zhu Luqi had informed him. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian would be teleported to the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Zhu Luqi was using the interprovince transportation formation, he was accidentally sent to the Land of Exile where the devils were gathered. The Land of Exile was a realm that was adjacent to the Dao Martial Saint Land and the three great mortal realms. Both realms belonged to the same mundane realm. Naturally, the Dao Martial Saint Land referred to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was a pseudo-realm that included the Dao Martial Saint Land and the three great mortal realms. Due to the fact that Zhu Luqi was sent to the Land of Exile, Duan Rufeng and the others who were in the Azure Cloud Mansion did not receive any news at all. They were completely unaware that a huge crisis was about to befall them. It's really boring to patrol the enforcement hall. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was on patrol duty in the enforcement hall. For the next month, he would be patrolling the enforcement hall's area. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian, who was patrolling, seemed to have noticed something as he looked in the direction of the enforcement hall's main palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian looked over, two figures shot over and appeared near him in just a blink of an eye. Dong Lin? When the two figures came to a halt, Duan Ling Tian immediately recognized one of them. It was Dong Lin who had made things difficult for him in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He was also the only son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Apart from Dong Lin, Duan Ling Tian did not recognize the other person. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was the type of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Currently, he was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not tell what his purpose was. It's Elder Dong Lin. My goodness. It's Elder Tian Dong. Why is he here? Almost as soon as Dong Lin and the middle-aged man appeared near Duan Lingtian, the few bronze flame elders who were patrolling the area began to approach as well. As they spoke, their tone was filled with astonishment. Elder Tian Dong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the bronze flame elder's words. He was familiar with the name Tian Dong. Yesterday, before he cut ties with Lu Yun, he had also heard Lu Yun mention this name. Tian Dong was one of the best among the Zoroastrianism Silver Flame Elders. In terms of strength, he could be ranked in the top 3 among the Silver Flame Elders. In the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall, Tian Dong was undoubtedly the first Silver Flame Elder. The first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he found out the middle-aged man standing next to Dong Lin was Tian Dong. He did not expect Dong Lin to be able to find this Enforcement Hall's elder to help him. To be more precise, he did not expect Dong Lin's father to be so influential to be able to get an Enforcement Hall's elder to help Dong Lin. Before Duan Lingtian found out about Tian Dong's identity, he had already guessed that the middle-aged man who came with Dong Lin was Dong Lin's helper to deal with him. Everything was going according to his plan. After he arrived at the Enforcement Hall, Dong Lin would definitely find someone to cause trouble for him. Although he might not be able to kill him or even cripple him, he would definitely torture him. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Dong Lin looked at Duan Lingtian with a smug smile on his face. His eyes were burning with fire as though they could burn everything. At this moment, Dong Lin no longer had the servile attitude he had when he apologized to Duan Lingtian earlier. It was as though he was a villain intoxicated by success. The reason he dared to behave in this manner in front of Duan Lingtian was, naturally, because he had Tian Dong by his side to help him. With Tian Dong around, he could only stand up straight. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. Yes, we meet again. Facing the smug Dong Lin, Duan Lingtian remained calm. He did not show any signs of fear because Dong Lin had Tian Dong as his helper. Duan Lingtian, do you know why I'm here today? When Dong Lin saw how calm Duan Lingtian was, he felt a wave of displeasure. However, he forced a smile on his face and asked, "What's the matter?" "You must have found a helper to teach me a lesson." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "You know?" Dong Lin was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he asked, "Since you know, aren't you afraid? Or don't you know who this person next to me is?" "I know who he is." As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man next to Dong Lin and said nonchalantly, "Duan Lingtian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall." Duan Lingtian's words stunned Dong Lin and the few Bronze Flame Elders who were watching from afar. Chapter 2046. Although Duan Lingtian was not as stunned as Dong Lin and the few Bronze Flame Elders, there was a slight change in the way he looked at Duan Lingtian. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to him. He had also heard about the things Duan Lingtian had done after he came to Zoroastrianism. Just like most of the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism, he had the thought of taking Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple. However, he later learned that Duan Lingtian already had a rogue cultivator as his master, and he had declared that he would not take another person as his master until he received his master's permission. Therefore, he gave up on the idea. This news had been circulating among the higher-ups of Zoroastrianism for a long time, and he was well aware of it. "Duan Lingtian, how dare you?" At this moment, Dong Lin, who had come to his senses, looked at Duan Ling Tian and suddenly shouted, "You know Elder Tian Dong's honorable status, yet you still dare to call him by his name. Do you know that you are being disrespectful to Elder Tian Dong?" Following Dong Lin's shout, Tian Dong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze. The temperature of the air around them seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Of course, the reason why Tian Dong had such a huge change in an instant was not because of the great disrespect that Dong Lin had mentioned. He only had one purpose for coming here today. Teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson and vent Dong Lin's anger. When the Bronze Flame Elders saw this, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. They had long heard of the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Dong Lin. Today, when they saw Dong Lin and Duan Ling Tian together, they knew Dong Lin was here to take revenge on Duan Ling Tian. His confidence came from Elder Tian Dong, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. Apart from being the first Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Tian Dong was also ranked in the top 3 among the Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism. He was also very famous on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked at the 109th place. Most importantly, as Elders of the Enforcement Hall, they had long heard about this. Elder Tian Dong was actually a mad dog under the command of Dong Yuan Jin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He would bite whoever Dong Yuan Jin ordered him to bite. It was appropriate to describe him as quiet as a virgin, but when he moved, he was like a mad dog. Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Dong Lin's words left his mouth, Tian Dong snorted coldly and took a step forward. A powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Duan Ling Tian as though he was going to crush him. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's aura at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage did not affect Duan Ling Tian at all. Duan Ling Tian did not even need to mobilize the Sun Saint origin in his body. He only needed to release the sword force from the Sovereign Heart Sword to break Tian Dong's aura apart. Tian Dong's aura was no longer a threat to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of surprise could be seen in the depth of Tian Dong's eyes when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian does have some tricks up his sleeve. However, since he has offended Lord Vice Hall Master, he'll suffer a fate worse than death today. Dong Lin's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. The order he received was find all excuses to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson and make Duan Ling Tian suffer a fate worse than death. Ever since I, Tian Dong, became the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, this is my first time hearing a Zoroastrianism disciple address me by my name. How dare you? Since you don't know your place, I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your wandering cultivator master. As Tian Dong spoke, he stepped toward Duan Ling Tian. In the eyes of the Bronze Flame Elders, every step he took was as heavy as 1,000,000 pounds. It was as if a giant hammer was pounding on their chests, causing their hearts to be in their throats. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid you're out of luck today. It was obvious that Tian Dong was here to stand up for Dong Lin. Now that he had found an excuse, he would definitely take advantage of it until he achieved his goal. Rogue Cultivator Master? Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. Of course, he was only stunned for a moment. The next moment, he realized, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong, must have spread the news that he had a rogue cultivator master. Otherwise, it was impossible for Tian Dong to know that his master was a rogue cultivator. In the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian had only told Guoxiong that his master was a rogue cultivator. He had also told Guoxiong that he would not acknowledge anyone else as his master before he obtained his master's permission. He had told Guoxiong this because Guoxiong wanted to recommend him to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum so that he could become the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian already had a master. He was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Ling Tian had not met his master yet, he was very grateful to him. It was all because of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that he was able to reach where he was today in such a short time. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for him to acknowledge another person as his master before obtaining the permission of that master. This is good as well. Since Elder Guoxiong has spread the news, I don't think anyone else would want to be my master. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not feel disgusted by the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement Elder Guoxiong for spreading the news. Instead, he felt grateful. Humph. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he looked at Tian Dong who was walking toward him. His eyes turned cold immediately as he said coldly, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You, Tian Dong, know better than anyone else why you and Dong Lin have come here together. Since you're here to stand up for Dong Lin, why should I be courteous to you? Perhaps, in the eyes of others, you're the high and mighty first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall. However, in the eyes of me, Duan Lingtian, you're just a lackey." Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. Gasp! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders who were watching could not help but gasp in unison. In the next instant, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Although most people in the Enforcement Hall did not know that Tian Dong was Vice Hall Master Dong Yuanjin's lackey, no one dared to reveal this in front of Tian Dong. In this regard, Duan Lingtian was definitely the first person to do so. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Is he seeking death? Perhaps, he thinks Elder Tian Dong won't show him any mercy today. That's why he's going all out, the few Bronze Flame Elders thought to themselves. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. When Dong Lin heard what Duan Lingtian said to Duan Lingtian, he was stunned. It was apparent he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so crazy as to speak to Elder Tian Dong in such a manner. Moreover, he even called Elder Tian Dong a lackey. Duan Lingtian, you can't blame anyone else for seeking death. A hint of gloating could be seen in Dong Lin's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. What did you call me? As the person involved, Tian Dong could not help but freeze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He only regained his senses after a while. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a terrifying gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing Tian Dong's question, the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian again. They were curious. Did Duan Lingtian have the guts to repeat what he said earlier? In the next moment, they received the answer that they wanted. I said. In my eyes, Duan Lingtian, you, Tian Dong, are just a lackey. Do you hear me clearly now? Do I need to repeat myself? Duan Lingtian said coldly. His tone was unbridled. The few Enforcement Hall's elders who were watching felt their scalps go numb when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was mad. Duan Lingtian was crazy. You're digging your own grave. The gloating expression in Dong Lin's eyes intensified. You're digging your own grave. Tian Dong, who had made up his mind, suddenly shouted. In the next moment, he moved and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a violent storm. Tian Dong, there's no room for regret now that you've made your move. As soon as Tian Dong moved, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated again. His tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Tian Dong stopped a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. Regret? Although Tian Dong was furious, he still looked at Duan Lingtian warily. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian has something to rely on?" At the same time, the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders who were watching thought to themselves. Elder Tian Dong, don't believe him. He likes to be mysterious. Let's make our move. Teach him a good lesson. Dong Lin, who was standing nearby, said in a timely manner. Ha ha ha. As soon as Dong Lin's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. Just when he was about to make his move again, Duan Lingtian suddenly burst out laughing. His unbridled laughter spread out, and the sound waves spread out, shaking the surrounding air to the point that clear ripples appeared in the surrounding air. While everyone was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped laughing. The laughter was like a shower. It came and went as quickly as it came. Tian Dong. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Tian Dong coldly. You better think this through. If you make your move on me, you'll torture me until I'm dead or crippled. You'll make my life a living hell. However, if you really dare to make a move on me, I, Duan Lingtian, swear that no matter how you treat me, I'll return everything to Dong Lin. Chapter 2047. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Dong Lin. Dong Lin shuddered involuntarily as though he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, horror dawned on Dong Lin's face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten the first Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Tian Dong. Duan Lingtian was threatening Dong Lin with him. Dong Lin took a deep breath and looked into Duan Lingtian's eyes. He could see the unshakable determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not dare to question Duan Lingtian's words at all. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he felt a bit of regret. He regretted going to his father and asking him to find someone to stand up for him. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament. Swoosh! Tian Dong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's threat. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten him. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to threaten him and Dong Lin in such a manner in front of him. However, he could not ignore Duan Lingtian's threat. As an experienced person, Tian Dong could tell that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's threat. Duan Lingtian was absolutely not joking when he said those threatening words earlier. He was serious. If you don't care about Dong Lin, I'll look for the people close to you. It doesn't matter if it's your children or your direct disciples. I'll treat them the same way you treat me today. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder when he shifted his gaze to Tian Dong. Unless you kill me today, I'll be the nightmare of the people close to you in the future. It doesn't matter if it's Dong Lin or the people close to you. You can't possibly stay by their side and protect them forever, right? Duan Lingtian continued to threaten Tian Dong. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a cold killing intent when he finished speaking. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped. A threat. It was a blatant threat. When Duan Lingtian's words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, Tian Dong's expression changed drastically. His eyes turned red, and his body emitted waves of chilling murderous intent. It was a murderous intent directed at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so unpredictable. Tian Dong not only had a son and a daughter, but he also had two personal disciples. To him, whether it was his children or his personal disciples, they were all very important. They were people that he needed to protect. Duan Lingtian's actions had hit him right in his weak spot. Duan Lingtian. How dare you threaten Elder Tian Dong? Isn't this too valiant? As expected of someone who dares to offend the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elderly and as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism. I really admire this Duan Lingtian. Me too. The few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders were stunned when they saw this scene. When they regained their senses, they could not help but sigh. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was an exception. How could an ordinary Zoroastrianism disciple dare to threaten Tian Dong, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Naturally, they also felt Duan Lingtian was very smart. It seemed like he was going to throw away everything, but in truth, he was attacking Duan Lingtian's heart. Based on the changes in Tian Dong's expression and the fact that he did not make a move, they could see that their first Silver Flame Elder was intimidated by Duan Lingtian and did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian had a pair of children and 2 personal disciples. Although they were quite strong, they could not be compared to Duan Lingtian at all. What do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Tian Dong and smirked. Are you going to make a move on me? Or are you going to stand aside and be a statue? Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If you dare to make a move on me, I'll make a move on Dong Lin, your children, and your personal disciples. The barefooted are not afraid of those wearing shoes. When the few Enforcement Hall's Bronze Flame Elders heard Duan Lingtian's description of himself, they felt that it was very appropriate. That was right. Currently, was Duan Lingtian not afraid of those who were barefooted? Unless Elder Duan Lingtian dared to kill Duan Lingtian or cripple him, he could definitely take revenge on Elder Duan Lingtian once he recovered. After all, Tian Dong was not alone. He had a pair of children and 2 personal disciples. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was all alone in Zoroastrianism. He had nothing to lose. They could see that this was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Duan Lingtian, don't you think you've crossed the line? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tian Dong's expression darkened. He said coldly, as the saying goes, don't harm your family. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for doing this? Laugh at me? Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. However, he laughed out loud as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, he stopped laughing. Tian Dong. Do you think you have the right to say such words in front of me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he smirked. I, Duan Lingtian, have never seen you before today, and you want to attack me as soon as you appear. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you for bullying a true disciple as a Silver Flame Elder of the Enforcement Hall? Why should I be afraid? That's all I have to say today. Duan Lingtian's tone changed as he said with certainty, today, unless you kill me or cripple me, even if you only touch a strand of my hair, I'll still look for your children and look for your direct disciple so that we can have a good martial Dao spar. A threat. It was another blatant threat. However, no matter how angry Tian Dong was when he was threatened by Duan Lingtian, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red. The killing intent on his body soared to the maximum, but he did not dare to say a word in the end. Be a good statue. When Duan Lingtian saw that Dong Lin was still standing at the same spot, he took a step forward and walked toward him in the air. Bam! Bam! It was unknown if Duan Lingtian did it intentionally, but every time he took a step forward, the air would ripple and explode with a muffled sound. When Dong Lin heard the muffled sounds of air exploding, his expression changed drastically. Every step Duan Lingtian took felt as though he was stepping on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was only a few meters away from Dong Lin. Elder Tian Dong. When Dong Lin sensed the hostility from Duan Lingtian and saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately cried for help from Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as Dong Lin finished speaking, Tian Dong had already appeared in front of Dong Lin like a ghost, shielding Dong Lin behind him. Dong Lin could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Tian Dong. It was as though he had found an indestructible shield. If this had happened in the past, he would have hysterically asked Tian Dong to attack Duan Lingtian to vent his anger. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian's threat earlier, he swallowed the words that were about to leave his mouth. Now, Tiandong could torture Duan Lingtian and make him wish he was dead. However, after that, Duan Lingtian would blame Tiandong for everything that Tiandong had done to him. When Tiandong thought of this, he was terrified and cowardly. Although he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, he did not urge Tiandong to attack Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, enough is enough. After Tiandong stood in front of Dong Lin, he looked coldly at Duan Lingtian and spoke to him in a low voice. Tiandong. When he saw that Tiandong was blocking his way, Duan Lingtian's face darkened again. Didn't you hear what I said just now? I asked you to stand aside obediently and be a statue. A statue, do you understand? Duan Lingtian, do you really think that I don't dare to attack you? Tiandong's expression was extremely gloomy. He could not bear to watch Dong Lin being tortured by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, if Dong Lin was tortured by Duan Lingtian right under his nose, he would not be able to answer to Dong Lin's father, Deputy Hall Leader Dong. Therefore, he finally stood up at this time. Initially, he had come to help Dong Lin bully Duan Lingtian. However, who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be so shameless? He had actually used Dong Lin, his children, and his direct disciples to threaten him so that he would not dare to attack him. I knew that you wouldn't dare to attack me. Upon hearing Tiandong's words, Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully before he continued to say, Tiandong, if you don't want me to look for your two daughters and your direct disciples to spar, it's best for you to step aside. After all, there's no enmity between us. I don't want to have an enemy like you for no reason. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the few enforcement hall's bronze flame elders who were watching were speechless. Was this Duan Lingtian not too shameless? He had used Elder Tiandong's children and direct disciples to threaten Elder Tiandong. He had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Elder Tiandong. Now, he actually said that there was no enmity between him and Elder Tiandong, and he did not want to have an enemy like Elder Tiandong for no reason? Duan Lingtian. Don't cross the line. Faced with Duan Lingtian's threat again, Tiandong was enraged no matter how good he was at suppressing it. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. Elder Tiandong, please don't step aside. Otherwise, I'll definitely complain to my father that you're helping Duan Lingtian to attack me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's threat and sensing Tiandong's exasperation, Dong Lin continued to threaten Tiandong. At this moment, Dong Lin was truly afraid. He was afraid that Tiandong would abandon him just to protect his children and direct disciples and allow Duan Lingtian to attack him. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.